Good afternoon and a happy Saturday to one and all. Welcome back. Hopefully you guys are having a good start to the weekend. Hopefully we can make it a little bit better. Dude, we've got a busy day. Midweek muster games, of which, by the way, we're starting off with Lucifer up against Modo in the round of 16, as well as them following up with a bunch of casts, wrong scene, from the Trials of Cross and Rose. I keep wanting to say Knights somewhere in there. The Trials of Cross and Rose is going to be happening again later today. We'll probably look to cover 2, maybe 3 of the series that come up. Those series, by the way, are going to be, and let me just double check. Yeah, let me show you here, actually, guys. It's much easier if I just visualize it for you instead of just saying it to you and you just trying to imagine it. Bim. So, looks like we have got Louis MT versus Cracky happening at 3 p.m. Beasty versus DeMu an hour and a half afterwards. Oh, so there is actually like a staggered schedule today. That's interesting. I thought it was going to be a rolling format. Okay, that's cool. Was that changed last second? Yeah, I think the players had an option to like not do it in a staggered format, but they decided to. So yeah, like we'll do LUMT, Cracky into double checking again. BC versus DeMu, then Corvinus versus Lucifer, and then B versus Bam. So I guess we're gonna have a very long stream today. We'll try to do all those. I reckon we'll do like 2 or 3 of those series. But we have got a nice one here. We got Lucifer versus Modo. So, draft is about to complete. Wait, is that a Knights Templar? Okay, but the Roos gets through in response, man. I don't know. Like, Roos has been looking pretty fierce, gotta say. Default map, remember, is always going to end up being Relic River this week. Which, by the way, I think Relic River is probably by far the most competitively well-designed map added with the DLC. So that's really good. That's one thing Cal needs to work on. The overlay doesn't automatically pull the player names, which is a bit weird. But we go. Delhi picked around now. I mean, it's like robust. You've got, like, in terms of maps here. Oh, dude, the map icons just feel way too small. I just realized this. Probably gonna need I need to talk to Cal a little bit about this because I think there's some very clear things missing with the design of this. I wish to be expected, but like one that comes to mind is Carmel and Lipany both do exist. I don't know why it shows up as an unknown. So let me fix that. Lipany. Okay, wait, let me fix that. But what we'll try doing this instead, where we just add Lipany and Carmel like that. Does that work nicely? Oh, it doesn't even show up. Okay, screw it. Like, basically, Cal has revamped the UI system you guys may be noticing, so we're just basically adjusting to it and having to get used to the new system. But interesting draft. Like, Jean on the front end as well. I think that's the yeah, that's interesting. So I think that's intentional due to the Delhi pick. Like, look at the order of things. Lucifer rounds out on a ban. Actually, no, yeah, so you have ban, pick, ban. Yeah, so the Jean is just a little bit curious, I guess. Maybe Lucifer thought that Modo was going to try for his Jean into Delhi pick, so he's kind of like actually padding his draft to protect him a little bit later. But it makes sense anyway. Like, Lipany's in there, really good map. I actually think Relic River's pretty decent for Delhi as well. You've got a very, very reasonable balance of sacred sites, a wide spread across the map, which is something they love. I kind of just want to see some nice Templar, though. Like, who cares about these old Civ? Give us the new stuff. Looks like we will be getting it in game number 1. Okay, that's awesome. It's going to be a Marlian versus Knights Templar matchup. We've already seen Lucifer play Marlians on Relic River. He played it in his opening series up against Jean Do. Looked really solid there. Proved to be very effective. That was against Mongols, and the Mongol outpost rush failed. So, like, it's not a be-all, catch-all. It's definitely going to be great, but there's definitely potential there. So we're just going to wait a second while the game starts up, and then we can hop in. It's taking a while to load. There we go. All right, we need to get rid of the logo, don't we? Yar. We need to bring back World's Edge. Yar. They're playing with delay. Nice. Look at that. Look at that timing. Oh, we deliver. So Lucifer, Modo. Let's type those in. I'll get predictions online for you guys. 2 minutes. And I just remembered, because I went and got Conk on every single... yeah, every single thing. One and all, it feels good to be back. Look at that. Wait, stacked bracket, not my ugly mug. Look at all those names. That's right, the return of Midweek Muster, week number 20. And we're already in the round of 16. Versus Modo going up against Lucifer. Malians from Lucifer for the second time this week so far. Modo, I didn't check on his series earlier, but Knights Templar, once again, Lucifer allows it to go through in a draft against him. But this time it's going to appear straight away. Yeah, apologies. I just had to readjust the observer profile so that I could actually follow units and whatever, because we did go ahead last night while being slightly sleep deprived and post conk timings on every single one of the historical battles. Gotta say, I think they done good with half of them. So, and I can explain that a little bit. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I think the concepts, the scenarios, pretty good. Like, the Tautum one, I think, is a little bit too tower defensy, but outside that, great. The only issue I really took with historical battles is 2 of them got it right in making it time-based is how you get your best score, while the others gave a clear and obvious perfect way of scoring, i.e. don't let any houses burn down, or 100% repair. So yeah, like, I don't know. My feedback to devs on that, maybe this shouldn't be in a 1v1 video, but I'll just, like, at this point, I'm committed to it. My feedback to devs on that is make them feel more replayable. And I hope we do see more historical battles that do that. But will this be a historical moment? Will Modo be able to flex? Because this is an interesting time right now in Age of Empires 4, guys. We already saw this in the Knights of Cross and Rose expansion with the first tournaments coming out. Things are changing. You know, we saw Anatan falling victim to Cracky. We saw some other big upsets like Corvinus's dominance in his series earlier this week. There's a potential for a lot of surprise upsets, especially when you add not just new civs and a new meta, because Pro Scouts are dying, but also new maps. This is a good start on this map. 12 sheep. Oh my god, what happened? Where are your sheep? That should be criminal. Are you kidding me? Lucifer has only got 6 sheep in total. Modo got 12. And they've pretty much scoured the entire map between them. There's, like, nothing left. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry, they were hiding in the corner. So that now should be the final split. 8 sheep to 12. Pretty good start from Modo. Wait. Okay, now I'm just jinxing it. This is the last one. I am 99.9969% sure. But I'm 99.969% sure this is like a weird version of a pit mine rush? I mean, it's not really a rush if you go age 2. Okay, this makes more sense. So the thought process, guys, is that the Axe Throwers are really good at destroying buildings. So in theory, Axe Throwers should be phenomenal against Malians because you can just delete all their houses and pit mine. On top of that, Malians' Javelins will do okay, but not great for what you pay. You'd be better off just building archers. And usually, like, you feel best as Malian when you get to do Javelin plus stunts. Yeah, the Axeman is actually a very weird unit in those dynamics. Like, when you think about most matchups, the ranged unit that comes in, Javelins is just the inherent counter, but with Axemen, it's very, very different. I wonder if you could actually do Sofa to counter Axemen play. In theory, it makes sense. But yeah, like, with the fact he's on stone already, I almost say I'd be surprised if we saw an Axeman spam, but we won't see an aggressive timing of the hit line. Instead, if this is going to be Axeman spam, it's going to be heavily delayed after 2 TC setup, like that second TC going out towards the deer here. You can actually flood quite a lot of throwing axes with that type of builds, but if Lucifer sniffs it out, he can go for like a semi-fast castle to just bypass. And this is the thing, like the reason why we're getting 2 TC is not because Modo is a normie who doesn't know how to innovate on Knights Templar, it's because it is Malians. At the heart of it, the thing that Malians have always hated ever since the Fulani rush got discovered is 2TC. And Knights Templar do it pretty damn well, as we're seeing here. That's because of the fact they can put more people into wood than other civs earlier on, because you are supplementing food from that wood source. You're getting 20% food from whatever you gather as wood. That means you can actually thread the needle of not missing out on villager production in a situation where other civs would, because they just wouldn't actually have a consistent 50 food coming in. Hopefully the next DLC will add volcanoes. Sounds like you just need to play Age of Mythology, if I'm being totally honest. That's some Age of Myth brain right there. I wonder if it... You know, it is kind of an interesting thought to think about weather effects added to AoE4, but that would require a full engine redesign. You know, kind of like when you play Pharaoh, the SimCity type game, if you guys have played that. If you haven't, you've missed out. Those games like Caesar, Pharaoh, Emperor, Rise of the Middle Kingdom, I think it was called. Like, they are phenomenal. But in Pharaoh, the thing that would happen is obviously when it was time for the Nile to flood, it would flood over your farms, and if you had anything that wasn't farms there, it would be destroyed. Don't think we'll see something like that. Yeah, I think like the problem with weather effects is it probably falls too much into the arsenal of Age of Mythology design, and you want to try and make your RTSs uniquely different in field. If you're just copy and pasting what the other RTS does to the extreme, you just basically replicate the other RTS. That's why the devs have tried to be careful around what they've changed here, with Knights Templar having the age up mechanic in their TC. That's an AoE2 thing. And obviously the Springle change being more like Scorpions for Age of Empires 2. So they're trying to like take lessons from AoE2, but they're trying to make sure they don't just become it. Because then you have an irrelevant game. You have redundant products. Can't produce village and age ups to save some food? True. There's an extra detail in there, and it just makes it even swifter on the wood timing. So we have got double pit mine set up, and by the way, that is indeed Pro Scouts. This is meant to be Lucifer's answer to 2TC. I've been a bit skeptical about Pro Scouts, but Lucifer has made it work so far, and in fairness, against 2TC, it is theoretically still the counter. That hasn't been fully disproved. So if you guys remember in Season 9, 2TC meta was completely dead. You couldn't do it, because against Pro Scouts, you just lost. The concept could still be there that Pro Scouts does deny 2TC, and I'm kind of hoping it is. I actually think it should be there. I think if you 2TC, you should be susceptible to Pro Scouts. But the difference now is it's not as much of an inherent given as it was. The patch we just came off of, the meta we just left, was a meta that saw, I think, many people just leave the game. So I'm kind of glad that we have heavily crippled it to be more situated. So we have already got Pilgrims out. Modo has gone to the Spears. This is cool. He can actually block one of the Pro Scouts play. It's funny as well because, yes, you know, Warrior Scouts are definitely quicker than normal Scouts, but they got crippled just as hard by the movement speed malice. When you think about the fact that the movement speed malice is minus 55%, when it's percentile, if you're a higher number, then the percentile hit is technically higher on you. So yeah, kind of a rough one. You can see already just how slow these guys go. Oh, that's cool. Was that intentional? No, I think Lucifer was going to the deer. But what ended up happening is that kind of scared the scout away. So now the deer on the north side might sneak through. I wonder, does Modo just go for a fast castle? We've seen a few spearmen just to kind of protect the pilgrims. Because this is one interesting thing about Malians that actually makes them still quite a Pro Scouts viable civ. Especially in this matchup. The Warrior Scouts do damage, real damage. So you actually have to do something like this unless you want to start losing pilgrims. It's a smart read by Modo, a very cost-efficient read as well. Unfortunately, it's going to get bogged down with more details. Lucifer now switching to the archers. All right, how do you guys predict? 98% for Lucifer. Damn. All right, Modo got done dirty. Poor guy. Yeah, I understand the thought process on why most people would lean towards Lucifer. But I always remind people, you know, we're at the beginning of a whole new meta. Lucifer is still obviously readapting to the game. And then the cherry on top, the other detail you have to add in is the fact that Modo himself has actually been, I say, rapidly improving in the last few months. He finished Season 9 ranked 49th. Season 8 was 66th. Before that, like, this is the crazy thing that impresses me. This player, Season 7 and before, you know, he had a lot of slogs where he was not really playing the game. He's playing like maybe 30, 40 games and ranking out at 700 to 800 in the world. So yeah, there was like a giant gap where he wasn't as active. And that was, I think that was around the time of the passing the baton. Like, around there, Matisse was still #1 player in Poland. But Modo just came out of nowhere and I think stole that title. And I don't think Matisse would mind me saying. I mean, Matisse would actually be proud considering he is Papa coach to the Esports. Okay, Angavan Empire coming in. Makes sense when you see the scouts already. It means you don't care about the archers. Also blocks Sofa play. Yeah, that's interesting. You could argue maybe Genoese crossbowman, but that just encourages javelins. The reason why you'd think about Genoa is just the bonus of Pilgrims. It's just so good. And you don't really want to do Kingdom of Castile, because although you've got some good sacred sites for aggro, javelins should beat the genitals. Okay, but let's let the Pilgrims... Oh, instead of just chasing after the deer, he gets an intercept. He can now follow this up onto the deer location. Lucifer wasn't looking. Archers are going to come back to counter that, though. Remember, Modo is pretty much forfeiting over another deer stack because he took Castle. Castle Age coming from Lucifer will not be that far off. Jelani now already being built. 12 cattle in place. By the time he's turned to tech up, we're probably looking at another ranch full. Midweek muster on Saturday? Yeah, why not? Technically true. Well, we've got the tournament games coming up from the trials of Cross and Roads. So when I noticed this one was happening, I was like, sure, let's catch 1 or 2 of these live. Also, technically, and I've been over this before, like you cannot deny I'm correct on this. It is midweek. Saturday is midweek. Because you can stretch that statement to the extreme that as long as it's not Monday or Sunday, it's midweek. Crap, we go live on Mondays. All right, we have a problem. Okay, looks like we got the Templar brothers as well. Ooh, yeah, but wait, does Musafadi beat both of those? I think technically Musafadi should beat both of those. Obviously you need scale, but it's heavy armor, heavy armor. Spearman especially are going to get destroyed by Musafadi, I think. I say I think because like we've never seen this before. Obviously the last several days has been primarily Knights Templar versus the House of Lancaster. Occasionally you see an old Civ, but I don't feel like Malians has been a high pro one for a lot of players. I love this from this opponent. He's wasting time and gathering info. Actually, it's a triple fold. He's wasting his opponent's time, he's gathering info, and he's buying time to build his counters. What is up, Fat Blob? Appreciate the resub, mate. Welcome back. Let's go, Lucifer. Dude, I thought you have to actively cheer for the underdog. Is that not the way it works? Modo now going Horseman in Castle Age. Not something I would really expect out of Knights Templar. They're definitely a civ that tries to lean around wood-based units, and then you usually see a rapid rush into food and gold. But, I mean, what choice does he have other than this at this stage, I guess, is the problem. I won't say he's hard locked, but he feels sort of locked. You can't go for axe throws necessarily because Musafadi get bonus against them. Spearmen, your heavy spearmen, bonus against them. Your Templar brothers. In a weird way, this might actually be the best matchup for Musafadi. It counters so much. In theory, you usually wouldn't be able to spam them out because you'd expect a Knights Templar player to blob archers. That's where this game just feels very different to what we've been seeing most of the time from the Templar. And I like this. Okay, so we are going to be getting Springalds coming out next. Ooh, interesting thought here. Obviously, like, doesn't work because the Malians aren't the ones building Springalds, but just a food thought, guys. If you find yourself up against Springalds as a Sergeant spamming Knights Templar, theoretically, you're actually a pretty good counter. Obviously, you have to gap close and you are melee tag, but Springalds only get range reduction. Yeah, dude, like, I'm talking a lot about axe throwers because I think they are probably the most intriguing unit addition with Knights of Cross and Roads, because they completely break them up. Anti-op melee bonus work on bonus damage? Good question. So, I'm going to confirm here. You can see he's getting the +1 on the base, which is actually more than +1. Nice interception. Dude, Lucifer is just, at this stage, just playing exactly what we'd expect from him, the out-micro game. Warrior Scouts are doing a lot to delay things, and he needs to, because Modo does have the Relic Edge deal. On top of that, the Pilgrims still adding in that additional gold worth like 2 additional relics. And that is a big guard. But that is a bigger army. And there are some Musafadi in there, which are vetted up. Yeah, this is going to taste of sadness. Oh, man. Even against the Donzos. Because compared to normal spears, Donzos have more. Love that as well. Just uses them to pin. Because remember, a big weakness actually for these heavy spearmen is the movement speed is worse. The Donzos are able to chase down. If you use a staggered formation, you can run past them to grab them. Other issue is, like we said, Musafadi should counter this to an extreme. You just can't run away. So in the meantime, Lucifer is also going to be able to claim another Monk. Real defense should scare Lucifer away now, but we do have a surface switch on the way. Mahodo, I like that he doesn't bat an eyelid here. He's going to keep committing to the heavy spears. You kind of feel like you have to at this stage, because now that you've revealed Springles, like your opponent's going to go one of two ways. He's going to go range to try and counter them, which takes a lot of effort, or he's going to go into attack. You don't really want to go into range because javelins and archers aren't necessarily going to kill spearmen fast, not heavy spearmen anyway. I don't think this one was expecting Mahodo to step that far up. He's marching pretty aggressively with Springles. Meanwhile, we've still got the scouts just trying to roam, do a little bit of damage. 4 worker kills so far in this game, but against 2 TC, that's nothing. And we do have the farms now coming in. Okay, this is turning into a full melee bomb. I'm really starting to like Mahodo's position in this game. He's even gathering the stone now, so Fortress drops lightly on the way. This is a sick position for a Fortress drop. Secures the gold, the stone, back up Sacred Site, but also guards the full pilgrimage to the deeper Sacred Site. He wants the south side, though. I mean, it's the direction he's pushing in, and it does do a similar goal of securing gold, stone, and also a pilgrimage. The pilgrimage to the south side isn't as profitable, which is why I think he's probably going to keep sending them north or center. Actually, let me get my... Oh, wait, guys. I literally have a tape measure. Let me... So... I can confirm the Southside Sacred Site is definitely further away. By my scuffed calculations of how far away I'm holding it, it's at least about 30 millimeters further away. I kind of wish I'd captured that on camera. I legitimately was just sitting here for the last 30 seconds with a tape measure. You know, doing that kind of classic dad Bob the Builder thing where you're like, you squint and you close one eye and you've got your tongue sticking out the side as you like crisscross measurements. Okay, looks like we are getting full Age of Siege here. It's just the Age of Springles. Oh, both of them have solution to the Springles though. One worry I have for Mahodo is obviously the dynamic of Malians. They're very fast by comparison. You're playing a pretty slow comp because you added heavy spears. So there's kind of a risk that you get dodged on the Springles shots and then enveloped much quicker. But Modo is posturing for a little bit of a raid hit. Meanwhile, Lucifer brute forces down the center. Knock, knock. Hello. Don't mind me. Just going to invite myself in. Horseman attempt. I'll at least get them in. Questionable how much damage they're going to be able to do. Meanwhile, Mahodo has to rally troops back to defend. Springles are coming on the south side, but they are unguarded. The spearmen trying to move in. Are quick enough to deter. Needs to find a way to hit this. Right now, shooting sofas doesn't feel great. A lot of ranged armor, and obviously you just don't have much base damage against them. It's about that bonus. Spring mass on the other side. Oh my god, Mahodo is just getting rinsed. Yeah, this is the thing. His horsemen aren't here. He sent them on a frivolous raid. A few of them aren't going to be able to sneak in now, so Springle's going to finally start dying, but it feels too little too late, man. Like, Mahodo, cool concept, but I think the issue here is, you know, so far, blow hard, whereas Mahodo was still stuck in a heavy spearman phase that was doomed to cost him in the Springle battle. He's front in full and dominant control. Fortress drops are going to be on the way. He needs one in the base to try and stabilize here, but it might not even be quick enough against the Sofas. He doesn't have textiles either. It's about to go from bad to worse. We've got the Musafadi falling out to clear out the few heavy spearmen that are here. More villagers committing in, but the Sofas are going to feast upon the souls of the Templar. This is historically accurate. Most of the time, Templar did not do very well in Africa. Actually, no, that's not true. They were in the Middle East. This doesn't fit at all. But we get a what if in history. What if the Malians came across to help the Middle Easterns? There'll be even more of a sham of a crusade. He's dead. Look at the worker kill. I think about 10, 12 of these probably are pilgrims, but a lot of it was raw villagers as well. And remember, behind this, we've got the full Fulani effect. +3 relics, sacred sites as well. Lucifer is definitely economically ahead. And you can see that in the raw numbers. Like, it's not even close. Got another fortress drop on... No. Hell. One of the Crusades was on Tunisia. Tunisia wasn't the main focus point, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because the focus point is always Jerusalem, more or less. I just love raiding that, and they died from sickness. That is such a Templar thing. We're gonna invade this country. When I think of Knights Templar historically and like the relevance and how they tried to like exist and get victory, I just kind of envision a giant tank that has no tracks, so it can't move. It's like, wow, that thing's very threatening. The crew's probably going to starve inside that thing though, right? Oh. Which is quite comedial because it feels like that's exactly the way Modo's now playing the game. More fortress spam in the base just to try and keep Lucifer out, but these keeps don't really solve your problems now. Modo's running out of gold. He needs to try and get out on the map. If Lucifer just constricts him, you've got a big problem. I mean, technically, this fortress doesn't protect the gold at all. I think the only reason he's getting it is, does Lucifer actually realize? Maybe Lucifer doesn't care. I mean, he has to because, remember, guys, fortresses are landmarks. Help! So it's not enough to just kill the TC. You have to kill the castles. And what is up, Spirinoa? He's killing it on the subbing. Appreciate you, mate. That's almost a year of supporting the channel. Thank you to everyone who's been subbing. Reminder, guys, always get those subs in when you're watching live or later. Hop across on the Twitch side. Drop a sub. It supports us on our content creation. Damn, this just looks scary. Props to Modo for not just throwing in the towel. You know, if this was, say, Lucifer and Vortex, this is the type of situation where you'd probably see a GG. That's not throwing shade, it's just the way that they conceptualize the game. They play through the iterations like, okay, this is resolved, and especially against each other. But for Modo, he's looking at this going, Knights Templar are new. No one really knows what to do with them yet. Anyone who tells you they know exactly what to do with them at times is lying. Marlins, on the other hand, exactly. Wait, we don't know exactly what to do with them. How often do you see 15 Marlin springs? Modo now with a switch into archers. Necessary. Crossbowman as well. Another reason partially why he's getting crossbows, he just needs to be cost efficient. He has like no gold, so he can't afford to throw away big melee blobs of gold cost units. And that's also why we're seeing him switch this way now. Like, funnily enough, actually going Spearman is good. I don't know, I thought what Modo was doing with Angerman made sense. And I think he did too. But then you just, like, remember at the time we said Lucifer may be a problem? Definitely a problem. So I wonder if in hindsight, if you could go back, maybe you do just go Genovese Crossbowman. High base damage, so it does hit so well. Very good damage against with infantry. And your opponent doesn't really want to build javelins and castle those anyway. It's tricky. I think the issue in this game for Modo is he wanted to be present and able. He wanted to have speed. But that's also clowniness of two of the unit choices you have at castle. Two choices don't provide speed. Only the genital do. That situation is the best. This game, a slow grind down to death is the best way to refer to him. So I feel like more appropriately, it just feels like an absolute stomper for game one. Oh no, he had an idea, he punted for it, and it came up dry. Now the outcome is Marley domination. Archers are at least starting to snipe. It doesn't matter. Clutch repairs is going to be like clutching pearls here. and he knows it. GG gets called. Game number 1 goes to Lucifer. What do you guys think of this matchup? Marlians versus Knights Templar. It feels like a lot of the issues converging in Castle Age might be difficult for Knights to solve. Only time will tell. Tell me what you think in the comments. All right. G1 done. So, Lucifer. I can't help but always say Lucifer in a French accent. Let me fully update that, and I'll pay out the predictions. And we'll get ready for G2. So, choices are either Lipini or Carmel. Oh, one sec. I need to send some feedback about this overlay. Okay. Just had to get the feedback across, because I was just saying to Cal, like, this is cool. I like that we got bans. It's got an auto import. But I don't think the map pick should be out there. The ban should be out there. And then the map pick should be all the way along here. Okay, so it looks like we got Delhi versus Ibids game number 2. Yeah, we talked about Lipini and the Delhi pick. I don't think Modo had anything else necessarily. Like, Jean has historically looked quite good. But I think with the Pro Scouts nerf, maybe he's a little bit paranoid about that pick. Also, was there something else that could have happened here pick-wise that had him concerned about Jean? If your opponent picks Mongols or Rus, you probably don't like the Jean pick very much. Rus are going to be better for pro scouting, and Mongols can actually like spam Keshiks. So maybe that's what kind of kept him away from the Jean pick. That would give him Jean and a decider on Carmel. You can kind of play like French with pro scouts and it works. I don't know if you can really aggro that well on Carmel because of the safety of the first gold, though, even though it's a small one. But let's get ready to go. Oh my god, I knew it. I knew as soon as I flipped the score, I was going to do that. Yeah, I think they fixed this. So it used to be when you're in the lobby, on the load screen, if Lucifer was this side and Modo was this side, it would actually be the other way in game. But I think they fixed it. All right. Bit of a classic matchup on a classic map. One and all, welcome back to the series between Modo and Lucifer. Ibid versus Delhi. So we've already had our fresh and new out of the way. We got Relic River, we got Knights Templar. If we can get past this game, we do get something new again. We'd actually get treated to a Carmel game. Honestly, I really hope we're going to see more of what Carmel does with the gold veins. I gotta say, you know, like thinking about the maps they've created, and the maps they've created like aren't perfect. They have spawn issues, balance issues in terms of spawns. Like some people just get better spawns, etc. But when you get beyond that, like if they can actually refine that element to not be a problem, I actually think of the maps introduced in Knights and Cross and Rose, at least between a third and half of them are competitively viable at the highest level. Meanwhile, Lipini base still isn't viable, which is why we keep using EGC Lipini. So how did Modo want to try to approach this? Ibids did receive a few changes, if I remember correctly, in the patch notes. I'm going to have to double check it. But I think they got the Camel Traders. Unlikely we're going to see them here. Camel Traders just feels really rough into Delhi because of Ghazi. Like any type of traders, rather. But outside of that, I'm pretty sure I recall a different change coming in. Let me have a look. Master Smiths, that's it. Yes, that's right. Master Smiths now gives Military Academy. And Industry Wing increases your build speed. In fact, now that it's built, we can look. So yeah, down here, it used to be Industry Wing only ever gave wood. Now it increases build speed as well. But the more interesting one to me is going to be the Master Smiths. The only awkward thing is like Master Smiths giving Military Academy only works for Castle Age. So maybe there's like a build here where you go Growth Wing to Master Smiths. But usually What? Okay, so finishing my thought, what I was going to say is usually, like, Master Smith strategies don't work very well unless you're against a ranged Civ, in my opinion. So they're very good against things like English. Maybe they'd be okay against Lancaster once they're balanced. But this is freaking bizarre, and I love it. So Tradewing Bazaar is very much a Hail Mary play. If you luck out in a bad way and you do not get the tickets you want, the game feels over. Reminder, this can give you different resources. You basically trade gold for food, wood, stone, units, traders. There's a lot of things in there. It's RNGification. And I have seen people use this strategy to cheese win in a dominant way when they're ahead. Kind of crazy what Modo is doing, cooking with this from behind. I think there aren't many players that have all these permutations in their brain immediately for Tradewing Bazaar. Because most players formulate a plan for like the first 5 and 10 minutes, and you accept that the game state is going to change, your strategy has to change. But Tradewing fundamentally and drastically changes your strategy every few minutes. Like, it's ridiculous, every 3 minutes. If this was B, I could see how he could do that. Because, like, B is probably one of the best examples of, like, he clearly didn't formulate this ahead of time. He's just doing it. Modo, I have not seen that with yet. So I am very much interested to see if the RNG is kind, and if not, how he's going to fix the meme for that. Other side, wait, what? We've got Tower Victory. Now, that is surprising, because I even just double-checked to make sure. I was like, I don't remember any change to Doma Fave or TOV. The only change that Delhi got was to their fishing boats. So, a little bit surprising here, actually. Yeah, fishing boats like got a heavy reduction in damage, actually. But I guess Lucifer wants that all in. Maybe he saw the trade wing and he's paranoid about it. And oh my god, it is going to be about the traders. So, wait, what did he get? We missed the other ticket. Oh, sorry, no, he got the Padoan. So he got 2 Padoan swordsmen. That's great against Ghazi. And then he's got the traders, the camels. Look at these guys. Yeah, so reminder, these boys are more speedy than standard traders. But they also have less health. But also against Ghazi, they don't care about them as much due to the camel unease. That's right. It took 4 years, but finally the Middle Easterns were given their camels on economy. It took a while. Yeah, but this is really bad trade. There was another change that really matters, guys, and it's that I think it was a minus 15% gold intake for camels. So basically what the devs done is they rebalance the fact these units move faster, so they get less gold to give you. So, like, realistically compared to normal traders, it should be the same amount of gold. This overall, like, in some ways, I want to say feels like enough. Because the traders are still the same price as standard. We'll see how it plays out. Like, I think in the late game around population efficiency, maybe trade caravans compared to normal traders is not going to feel as good. But there we go. That's going to feel good. We do have the setup in the corner. And we have got, yeah, wait, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Are all the trade caravans 40 wood and 40 gold? Okay, actually, then it's fine. Because it's usually 120 for a trader. But this is almost like Malianifying the economy of trade for Ibids and Abba, if that makes sense. Is that you have units that cost less, you can bulk them quicker, but then at max population, they might prove less efficient. Not too bad, though. 23 gold each way. And the whole idea is this just kind of feeds the beast. The more gold you get here, the more of these little trade wing places you can afford. It does have a threshold where it's just not as worth, because obviously you're just going to end up with way too much gold. But that's why Modo is going for a mass desert raider strategy. Okay, but Lucifer, I think he got early eyeballs on this. We already have a switch in archers, which is the counter. Also, it does counter the Padoan swordsmen. Remember, these are light melee infantry. This is cool, though. I love the way he's cooking. All right, how do people predict? 75% for Modo. Wait, what? You guys rate Ibids that highly against Delhi? I don't know, man. Like, this is a bit scary now because Lucifer went for Tower Victory specifically. It's like you're scaling Desert Raiders and your opponent has got the attack speed buff. And there we go. That makes me a little bit more confident. We're having a switch into Horseman now. Horsemen make sense. Desert Raiders will debuff the Ghazi, and therefore your Horsemen are going to be as good as Ghazi. And then, of course, will be a direct counter. So, quite possible Lucifer has to go for the 1-1-1. First, though, Desert Raiders are going to just slap in here. The villagers aren't pulling away. A slow reaction there out of Lucifer, but the pathing does save him from losing a second life. Wait. No, you dirty son of a... Oh, he gets him. Well played. Good dive. Modo with double kill. Lucifer yet to actually capture a Sacred Site here. We do have the Pro Scouts rushing in just 30 seconds, so I have plenty of food safe at home. But this is getting worrisome. Look, are you kidding me? Modo, the RNG. He just rolled Food Stone and double Bedoan. He got Bedoan Skirmisher as well as Bedoan Swordsman. The reason that's very important is the Skirmishers are going to be able to counter the Archers. They get bonus against light infantry, not melee or ranged practice infantry, which these are. And they outrange them. Meanwhile, the Bedoan Swordsman still holds relevance against the Ghazi due to the fact they get bonus against melee. Guys, what do you think about the idea of Ibids having some of their units replaced with Bedoan Swordsmen and Skirmishers? They'd have to have their numbers rebalanced, but I kind of like the idea of making IU even more unique from the standard class. Pulls that fort. Flash coming in. Good micro from Lucifer. He's just cleaning up. He will be scared away temporarily, but behind this, Sacred Sites are being locked in, and this game is starting to look grim for Modo. I mean, trade count is up to 6, but we're kind of getting to a phase where the gold starts to lose its relevance. You can trade it across, sure. The money is going to get bad fast, especially when you consider you've got a player on the other side who's generating gold now and can do the same. Lucifer can pretty much grief the trade rates so that Modo eventually gets no value out of the trade caravan. That's a sick dynamic, actually. It wasn't one that I thought about. There is an argument that if Mohodo's quick enough, he actually does that to Lucifer. But we're at 6 traders, 23 gold each. I don't think we're there yet. And also, at this stage, he's still using a lot of the gold on the Tradewing Bazaar points. You do not know how badly I want to see Tradewing Bazaar not kill me. But I'm starting to think this is not going to be the game. A little raid attempt. It's going to get shuttered. And also, keep in mind that the trade caravan isn't exactly safe. Lucifer could cut that off at any point. The reason he's not is right now, he equates the value of triple Sacred Site to be higher. That being said, he hasn't moved out for the third one yet. So the decap will be quick enough. So Ghazi not able to stop that. And Modo just flooding Horsemen? Okay, there we go. It's going to be 50-50. Yeah, going like 1 unit comp and it being Horsemen here feels like you'd be self-griefing. Oh, he actually saves it. Lucifer at the last second actually gets on that Sacred Site, so will not lose the gold trickle. And this one is close enough that he can react in time. Desert Raiders unlikely to want to hang here against the incoming Ghazi. And good split. Lucifer leaves more than ample counts of cavalry behind to deal with this. Lose the Ghazi. Okay, so like Modo's surely got to be thinking Castle Age soon. Right? He's got the walls up. Technically, he could just keep scaling trade. In fact, that's exactly what he's doing. You got more points in. There are additional traders available. You do save, what, 10 resources by doing the trader point? Because traders, 2 of them would be 160 usually. Golden Age 2, not too far behind, but like not very useful, guys. Golden Age 3 could be a game changer if you keep scaling trade. You'll be able to afford a lot of production. And you kind of need it. I think one of the biggest issues for Ibids with this type of strategy is you just can't keep up on production rates. In fact, guys, like usually when we see Delhi versus Ibids, Ibids try to trick you with feudal aggression and go castle. That's been the meta for quite a while, I want to say. We occasionally see someone all in, but when that works, it's off the back of the concept that their opponent thinks they're greeting, so that they catch them off guard. But you see what happens when you try to play a straight-up scale game against Delhi. Militarily, there's not many civs that can actually match it. I think he knows he needs to find some chip damage here. He's going to go flank raiding. In the meantime, the Ghazi knocked on the door. How does Modo get out of this? It has to be Castle. He's actually locked out by the fact that Lucifer still hasn't gone for that west side, sacred side. Or any attempt. Got scared away. The Horseman Raid is getting at least intercepts and reinforcements, but the Spearmen are now coming out. Reminder, they do have the Tower Victory buff. Not to be trifled with. Yeah, and to make matters worse, these Horseman Raids at this point in the game would have started to find targets if it wasn't for the Pro Scouts that's giving Lucifer more safety at home. Safety doesn't exist in the home of Modo. Oh no. This might just be the emphatic dive. Look at the military count. Half the army isn't here. And this half are outnumbered 6-1. Numbers are getting worse quickly, though. It's a cool idea by Modo. Maybe there is some hope for Tradewing Bazaar, but I think it feels a little bit too bizarre in this matchup. Yeah. Props to him for trying. Back to the drawing board, though, I'm afraid. What do you guys think? Is there some potential here? Are the new traders worth it for the Bazaar? Or is this still the most meaningful landmark choice you can think of? G to the G. So that is going to be a 2-0 for Lucifer. Let me have a look. So, we said that we've got LuMT versus Cracky in an hour. So we got a little bit of time to fill. We could do another series. Let's see what we've got going on from Midweek Muster. Previous midweek was finished yesterday? No. Midweek Musters run from Friday to Thursday. Might be confusing some people's brains, but like that's just the reasonable way we formulated the layout of things. What have I got on the bracket? I just realized I completely misspelled Myriad. Myriad. Good old Myriad. I love that guy. So we could have a look at Lash versus Anavaku, or I think me and Micah versus Rivtool's now playing. Which do you guys prefer? I mean, we could do... I kind of want to do... do I want to do Starflight versus Deniskia? Or Lash versus Anavaku? Let's do Lash versus Anavaku. I'll get the draft. We will probably speed up the early game just to be safe, because reminder, like we said, we've got an hour until the first series of trials across from Rose, which will be cast in here. So, 1 second. I need to go get the draft. I've got way too many discords. This is chaos. In fact, I'll switch over to in-game so you guys can look at that, the prettiness, while we wait. I will add this in. So House of Lancaster is Anavaku. Yeah, wait, what? That's not meant to happen in competitive. And Relic River from that. Alright, we're good to go. And I'll pay out the predictions. Now, hold on a second. One and all, that's not meant to make it through a draft. We've got House of Lancaster in competitive play in a format that gives you 2 opportunities to ban it before it can appear. And yet Lash has decided to not ban it at all against Anavaku. This surprises me. I wasn't expecting this. I think, you know, we've kind of seen the results. We've seen like people who are ranked 500, 600, 700 go up against rank 100 and aboves. And House of Lancaster has been enough of a difference for them to actually get a win. And Anavaku, by the way, is no pushover. He's ranked 192nd in the world. Most people already have Lash in their mind to be the better player, but I wouldn't discredit Anavaku. And wait, oh, this is interesting. Yeah, so this is what I was hoping we were going to see. Most matchups right now, people go for the Lancaster Castle because scaling manas is really, really good. But there's something interesting about this matchup. Delhi does something different. It's the dynamic shift of Sacred Sites. If you do mana spam, you're pretty much doing akin to 2TC. And 2TC is very risky into Delhi. Like, most civs actually can't do 2TC. So I like where Anavaku's mindset is at. He's still going to go for the stone. He's still going to build into manas. But it looks like he also is aware of presence being, I don't want to say mandatory, but a very good idea here. One problem I do see with this Abbey of Kings build, when it was the English trying to do this, it would be 2TC, or you could do Mass Horseman. Something that players discovered is actually, like, success rate was better with Mass Horseman over doing 2TC. The problem here is House of Lancaster's Horseman is substantially worse. Statistically speaking, they are a lot weaker, and a lot easier to lose in a fight. And you're against, like, a premium light cavalry. So we'll see if that's the way he actually wants to go with this. First of all, it's going to be the manas opening. And we do have the free Lord of Lancaster coming out. Not running across the map, mind you. Probably because he's aware there's going to be Ghazi opening, and Ghazi can destroy the Lord if he overextends. We're going to stick on the 2 times speed, just the other game we just mentioned. Like, we want to make sure we've got definitely enough time for these series. We'll probably slow down to 1x speed around 7 minutes. Let me know what you guys think of that type of format. I think it's nice at this stage in the game, everything is fairly processable. It's not too overwhelming. Looks like we have got that Pro Scouts rushing in, just 2 minutes out. Anavaku just trying to make sure he doesn't get freebies either. I don't think the Lord is even bothering. No, like, this is the weird part, is if you don't want to build extra units with him, the Lord himself is gonna, I don't want to say suck, but have a really hard time against Ghazi. Also, you're gonna have a really hard time if you're riding this game blind. Anavaku, no. Who turned the lights off? Yeah, Anavaku can't see a damn thing. And he's going double arch. Huh? Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Spears plus archers. I was so worried for a second there when I saw the double archery pump. It does make sense, though, because the dynamics is that Lash has built Ghazi, so you should build spears. So obviously, Lash is going to want to follow up archers, especially in this matchup. When you play House of Lancaster or English, you don't want to go spearman yourself. Like, we've seen sometimes, actually, like, Delhi will just do Ghazi spearman because your spearman can block their spearman. But when you're against premium archer civs, it's not usually advised. Even more so against this particular one, because let's say you blobbed up to 100 army. If this game ever goes castle, synchronized shot will melt massively. So capture's coming in. Anavaku's not doing anything to stop this, but I think he has a timing in mind, maybe around this central state. Okay. He knows he's gonna have to push out because you just can't camp in the base. I don't know, like, I don't know if you can really scale up to mass manas without decapping your sacred sites here. Think about the maths, kid. Right now you're generating 105 resources per mana. Your opponent is generating 125 gold per sacred site. So mathematically, with 3, he outdoes your manas. And what up? That is some good manas right there. Thank you very much, Willy Wombat. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back. Looks like he's ready to spin the trap. Ooh. This could get scary, actually, for Anavaku. Undermesh is on the way. 35 seconds out. Anavaku, he's already at 10. Okay, I'm glad he's going for this. Usually when you have about 10 archers, Stilled Arrow becomes worth it, mathematically. You pull 150 wood, and then obviously you pay an extra 175. So you're talking like 325 resources. In this situation, like, you either do that or get an extra 4 archers. But archers have 5 bays. So, like, you're already, by the time you actually complete Stilled Arrow, at this scaling point, you're probably at, say, 16, 18 archers. It pays for itself. Okay, so we don't have double Lord of Lancaster. Spearmen are giga stacked on health. And the archer count is so low that it really does actually matter here. And Lash has to walk away. Good timing by Anavaku. Did he turn this into a full push? I mean, Lash's army is a lie. A lot of it is scholars, and this is going to turn to mass yeomen. So scholars probably won't be able to heal in the fight. Interesting that he went undermesh, by the way. Overstood arrow. I guess he just values the spears too much. His thought process is likely that Ghazi will just eat him up otherwise. And I love this. He camps in the berries. Yep. So he can pretty much just absorb all the blows of the Lancaster and Lords. Spearmen are now going to commit in. I quite like this. Anavaku, that was sick the way he played that one. Now the Lancaster and Lords are going to be able to access the archers as well. Focus fire is coming on the remaining Spearmen. The count is getting a little bit low, but more reinforcements are about to arrive here. And the Ghazi count is not that high. Anavaku, though, is failing to micro away from this. Yeah, I think he stood ground a little bit long there. Yeoman should be able to edge the range and stay away from these enemy archers. So Anavaku, I don't know if he was distracted or what. Re-rallying, something went wrong here. Lash able to stabilize at a critical point. But the critical component, like the way that Anavaku could have leveraged this, I thought he was going to pull the spears further back and then grief the choke point. So you just stick a Lord of Lancaster here, one here, archers stand their ground, kill as many archers as possible. It looks like Lash just baited him out though, forced him to commit the archers, and then after that, Anavaku just didn't really seem to be looking at the fight. Because usually with Yeoman, to be optimal here, with the extra move speed in particular, you want to just start line formation breaking away, shoot, break, shoot, break. Maybe he valued the berry protection too highly and didn't respect the Ghazi archer enough. Is House of Lancaster auto-banned this tournament? No. I mean, like, just think about the question you just asked, because it's literally picked in this game. So, like, you're going to have a little bit of self-awareness. If you mean, should it just be an automatic ban, i.e. will someone just ban it every time? Probably. But we don't implement auto-bans. So, you know, we've been casting a lot of the Trials of Cross and Rose, for example. And that has a format where House of Lancaster will be seen, as will Knights Templar. But with Midweek Muster, we're looking to set a competitive baseline for people to get used to standard competitive play. So our deviation is we introduce new maps. But drafting-wise, like, we have to provide a balanced format, especially considering that people's tournament elos. It should be banned. I mean, yeah. So you have a ban, you use it. That's the other thought process. Is like, we have 2 bans available to each player at the start. So if they don't want to see House of Lancaster, they get to do that. It's the same with why we include 1 water map, because if you don't want to see a water map, you can ban it. So yeah, we've put a lot of control within the player's hands. But Lash, for whatever reason, was not worried about House of Lancaster. And I really think it was the Delhi pick, by the way. The thought process isn't bad per se. You know, Delhi do bash the teeth out of English. So theoretically, that should cross-pollinate and do the same against Lancaster. Right now, things do feel a little bit rough for Anavaku. He doesn't have condensed land practices, so no additional mana's coming in. And he's struggling to stop Lash from maintaining at least 2 sacred sites at any given time. Lash is already ready for Castle Age. And Anavaku, he actually doesn't have a good enough military lead to kill his opponent. And guys, this is exactly why we need to stop calling Lancaster Hull. Do you see the problem now? It's Hull versus Hull. Is there any known counters to Hull right now? I mean, Delhi, as we just highlighted, should be a very good counter. Because doing manas is like doing a TC. And Sacred Sites kind of stop you from doing that. Also, actually, we've seen Knights Templar do very well against House of Lancaster in the last few days. Something marching up. The timing is right for Anavaku to maybe try and get a bit of damage in, but he needs to be fast here. Skulls are already on the loose, looking to move towards the relics. And Southside looks absolutely secure here. And wait, did he keep that Scholar alive? Oh, that's sick. If Anavaku now pulls off of the Sacred Site, assuming he's done what he needs to, you could sneak a relic home. Hey, man. Scholar only needs 1 HP if he's not going to be attacked on the way back. So he doesn't just scam on the berries. Okay, so force back there. Lash, food-wise, 1 sheep. Not crazy. Doesn't have a lot to work with, but does obviously have the deer that's gradually been coming home off the Pro Scouts. Bucky. 3 of the Lords of Lancaster here. He is close to a tech up. If he could get away with Castle into veterancy before the fight, this would be a sick power stat. But that's a long way. You're talking 2.5, 3 minutes. And also in like 2.5 to 3 minutes, your opponents probably have all the relics. I don't know, man. I'm starting to scratch my head about what Anavaku's grand plan is here. Probably not White Tower. There's no counter pressure coming because he still has like the scary army, in theory at least. So he will at least be able to get his hands on the King's College. The King's College is crazy. I think King's College, even if you don't actually touch the techs inside this, it's like a mid-castle landmark. If you utilize them as well, it's, I'd say like upper 5. It's definitely a top 10 castle age landmark. I love it. Oh, food being gathered. There we go. King's College it is. So, play now is... I don't think you go Hobblars. There's a lot of archers, but the War Elephants destroy you. Could you just play Billman Spears with Yeoman? I mean, -1 armor. It's still a lot of armor to get through. Nah, really? The general bonus is the good part? No, King's College has some really good situational tactics. So, military tactics in particular for the bonus damage increase is crazy. We've yet to see people really leverage Burgundian imports. I think that might develop over time. That's the tech that lets you get hand cannoneers at age early, but also 25% cheaper. What's interesting about the maths on that, guys, is if you're paying 60 less resources per hand cannoneer, that means by the time you've built 9 hand cannoneers, Burgundian imports is paid for. Tech up complete. Pot punishment time. Lash, he knows. Anavaku has to wait. 40 seconds away from veterancies. Hunting that funding. Okay, glance of a good wall here by Anavaku at the gate. By a little bit of time, the archers are going to suck around the other way, though, and look to engage now. I mean, Anavaku is pretty much bailed on his entire base. He's hiding his economy in both corners here. It's a game of Ringa Rosies. Much pocket full of posies, a pocket full of arrows in your ass right now as he forces him to fight. Lash baits him out. Spin count going down fast. Veterancy is about to kick in. Lash with a military advantage, but not for long in this base. And on top of that, the Lords of Lancaster proving phenomenally chunky frontliners here. Keep chasing. That War Elephant is actually killing Lash. Lash is not even getting a chance to go after the villagers, even though there's no textiles. I think keeping the elephant in the formation may have cost Lash a lot more than if he just bailed on it. Ran it a different way, for example. Like if you run War Elephant to the west and archers just hit the spin as they chase, probably would have been a better exchange. Because also if the spearmen chase to the side, the Ghazi can go in. But it's like the classic panic. Like you're just formation shuffling everything out there. War Elephants are also this hold hostage type unit. You feel like if you've got it, your opponent can't do anything. Like now. Wait, the sphere count? Oh, no. No. We've got to kill him. We've got to kill that elephant. It's him versus the world, and he might be about to crush it. Anavaku still not starter stepping. I've noticed this a lot in this game. Anavaku doesn't starter step as much with his range units as we're used to seeing. Which is crazy, especially with Yeoman due to their better movement speed. They are incredible start steppers. They're such good units at kiting. Like it's a complete waste of them just have them standing still. Just stand still again. Lash now arriving with the men-at-arms. Billman is actually making them not so good. Remember, that's the tech that gives -1 armor. Hand cannoneers is too expensive. That is debatable, because once again, it's going to depend on the build. If you're fast castling, yes, hand cannons are too expensive. But if you're doing, say, 2 TC mana spam, which you've seen, or mass mana long fuel, that's where I think Burgundian imports could actually prove quite well. And that once again goes back to what we were saying. The King's College is situation tense. This game, however, I don't think has any situation where Anavaku is looking good. This isn't OP manas, guys. This is free manas. And I feel like this is like... You could argue the early fight from Anavaku maybe cost him a lot. And how different the game would look if he microed that a bit more thoroughly. But even that detail aside, like I come back to the point that when you take House of Lancaster's economy away... It's not that they aren't still a very good Civ or a viable Civ, but I don't think they're overpowered at that point. The more and more games I'm watching a House of Lancaster, the more and more I'm convinced the issue really is solely the manas. Maybe we'll see Yeoman needs 1 or 2 more tweaks. Maybe Wingard needs another nerf. But like the big, at its core fundamental thing that needs a drastic change are these.
What shall each do?
Okay, that's kind of worth it for Anavaku. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of your... Don't stab me. No, come... Bro, Lash, at this point, you're committed. He was 4 HP, man. 4 HP! I'm going to be the full dad mode right now. Lash is my daughter at the table refusing to eat food. You're not leaving the table until you eat your food. It's outrageous. The fuck is he even saying the spear back in again? Oh, that's pure comedy. We do have Sync Shot on the way. So that's going to be a stabilizer against the next dive, I think. Because Lash has a lot of archers. However, Anavaku has a lot of other problems he needs to answer too. I don't think Earlsguard is the answer for House of Learning. Because Earlsguard is just going to be statistically worse. They have the Dagger Throw, which is cool. But I've noticed the Dagger Throw is a lot more impactful early on in the game or hyper late in the game. Because late in the game, you get this, throwing dagger drills, which gives you a little AoE effect. Early in the game, there's so few troops that you can actually micro to regularly use that dagger, which is a 17 damage hit. It's pretty hard hit. But when you're in a big fight, it's an A-click. So Earlsguard just feels a little bit weird there. And then you're just left with the men-at-arm stats. And Earlsguard are worse than Delhi Homeblades. The only way you'd be able to compete with Homeblades is if you went triple castle. You could go triple castle. It would cost you almost 3,000 stuff. Things just got a lot worse. Pigs came in. Decent sync shot. Pretty good enough impact. Reminder, the reason why Pigs are so important is all of a sudden you've got that 0.5 tile range difference to Yeoman that I've been theory crafting would be the correct nerf for Yeoman. Because if they only have 0.5 extra tile range, it means they should always get the first strike, which is fair for a premium archer. But their opponent should have enough time, if they're reacting, to shoot you back before you run away. Okay, at this point, I don't know, man. I think Anavaku is just grinding out the clock. That's just your confirmation. Palace of Sultan's on the way. Lash also does have a second castle, so could prep Village Fortresses soon. Wait, chat. Are we seeing a House of Lancaster boss? Whoa. Against an original Civ? Whoa. Played the game yesterday and killed 4 manas, 7 villas, and even destroyed the castle by 12 mins. But they mega rebounded. Yeah, it's like the recovery economy. I think what we're learning here is the way you beat Hull is by playing Hull. Is that the lesson? I think Abby just not good enough? Why? defend that statement with more force. I think it can work for all-in strategies. It's just obviously not as oppressive as Manners, because Manners is safe. With 20% health buff, kind of rocks hard, especially if you scale massive people in the castle. Clash coming in. Looks like he's going to be able to scale Lash away, because Lash did just choose to go Imperial. Funnily enough, Lash could afford to go Imperial again. Yeah, he's just waiting for X. Anavaku is all in at this stage. A lot of respect being shown to DeMu. This many archers, though, look how close it is. It's 30 seconds away. He's going to wait for elite archer attack and then just turn. Scary as well, because he has got the marching drills. You could technically just marching drills, split flanks, and dodge sync shots and kill. And Anavaku, wait. I think he realized he's being baited here, but what are you targeting with this? Stop some racks is going on. And it feels like that's it. It's not just the archery upgrade. Ghazi about to get elited. Men at arms aren't going to be too far behind. 56 seconds out. And the elite archers are in, and the chase is on. Sync shot's going to come through. Decent hit, but the Royal Elephants are now starting to gap close. That's going to force a commitment to the spears. And that cleave damage adding up quick. The Ghazi are just going to A-click into the front side of the fight. The spearman gone. One men at arms baited the remaining ones away. No way! I mean, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Even with a handful of extra spears, I don't think you're able to break the Delhi line here, but it just makes it even more dominant of a win for Lash. So game one is going to be a House of Lancaster L. So that's what the L in Hull stands for. There you go, guys. Whole mirror confirmed. Delhi OP? So, game one. Delhi with a win. What do I call that one on YouTube? I don't know if that one's uploadable. You almost want it for the whole comment. New to AoE4, but what's so special about elephants? Just high HP. They have high HP. They have pretty good damage. They even have AoE on them. So, like, they're very, very powerful because they're very, very hard to kill as well. Is another, like, core component to consider. So, game 2 is going to be Lipany. And we're going to be getting China against... We're getting a signature Civ. Okay, yes. Tap it in my veins. Aha. Name switched up for the draft? What do you mean? Rogan? I think the names were right in the draft. Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry, the draft needs to be flipped. Thank you. There we go. Oh, one and all, we're in for something special here. Welcome back to the channel for game number 2 of one of our Midweek Muster series. The first Midweek Muster series, or rather tournament, on the new expansion. We are literally the first Microsoft-sponsored tournament for Knights Across from Roses. I love that I get to say that. And I love this. This is something special. Anavaku, Order of the Dragon. A lot of people right now are looking and going, who is Anavaku? Guys, you shouldn't be asking, who is Anavaku? You should be asking, what is Anavaku? And Anavaku is a dragon. We have seen this dragon slay people like DeMu with this Civ pick. This is his signature. I'm excited for this one. Lash on the other side is going to be man the Chinese. Going on 2 XP for the early game just because we've got some live series coming up. We want to make sure we definitely don't miss those. And if you can 2x the early game, it's, I think, reasonable to do so. Like, the thing I've said about this is the early game of AoE4, there is definitely a lot going on to think about, to talk through, etc. But from a visualization standpoint, unless it's a Dark Age Outpost rush, the pacing is reasonable to execute the track. Love this from Anavaku, by the way. He goes straight onto the deer. This is a very popular play with HRE and Order the Dragon. Order the Dragon kind of do it better because they can just build one outpost and they'll keep their whole economy out here safe. Not that I'm expecting too much aggro his way. The question is whether Pro Scouts is still viable for China. He's got 4 on gold. I think we're seeing Pro Scouts. That's interesting. Yeah, with the amount of people on wood as well, it's just optimized to get towards the stable, I think. Yeah, it's got the extra taxman out now. Yeah, so Pro Scouts coming in, despite all the nerfs. Is he maybe worried that Anavaku was going to do Pro Scouts? Because I'm not sure if Order the Dragon wants to anymore. The pacing is a bit weird. Instead, it looks like Anu's going Fast Castle. Oh, that's sick. Fast Castle actually might be viable against Pro Scouts now. Because you can rush relics. And Pro Scouts takes a very long time to get the deer home. Obviously, China won the better seems of doing it because it only takes them 30 seconds to reset. China and Shuji doing Pro Scouts? It's not really too surprising that Shuji and China are still doing Pro Scouts. Remember, they're able to get the tech in 24 seconds, which is just crazy, actually. No other Civ can really brag that. It's why they were considered #1 and #2 for Pro Scout meta. Anavaku. Okay, so it's not going to be a castle rush. He's going to play blocker. I've got a smile on my face because this should be a super effective blocker. Gilded Archers actually should solve for the scout issue and keep your opponent off of Juke. But remember, he's built a stable so he can go into Horseman, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that Anavaku is choosing Gilded Men at Arms over Spears. Wow, look, they nerfed Pro Scouts. Wait, they're moving the same speed. Let me fix that for you guys. They do not move at the same speed. Incredibly slow. Sloth-like, even, might be an appropriate word. Okay, so Anavaku, does he want to play this all the way to a full army is what I'm now wondering. I like that he's leaned into Gilded Archers. I think Gilded Archers are incredible. Gilded Archers are the subtle, potent unit of Order the Dragon. The obvious ones are Crossbowmen, Lance Nectar, Hand Cannoneers. Men at Arms can be out there as well. Not as potent in my opinion. But these guys, they just kind of catch you off guard all the time. Remember, these things are Gatling guns. I think the biggest issue with Gilded Archers, and it's taken a long time for people to really get good at using them optimally. I think we're still actually figuring that out. They contradict the nature of ranged warfare. Ranged warfare in Age of Empires 4 is A-click, click away, A-click, click away, A-click, click away. Gilded Archers is more or less you want to be able to A-click. So it creates a very different dynamic to try and force in a fight. And yeah, welcome to new Pro Scouts. Do something already. I'm working really hard, guys. Really, really hard. Honestly, if this is how heavy the deer are now, by the time that you gather 10 deer with a Pro Scout, the scout, the scout should just full buckaroo, kick the scout off the back of him, and just walk around with his front legs up, kind of like he's in boxing mode, you know? Because carrying someone that heavy for that long should leave you Giga buff. Instead, ironically, they're Giga nerfed. See what I've done there? Barbican now coming in though. So yeah, this is usually what we expect to see out China. They always eventually sneak in the Barbican. It helps stop dives as well, which we can see Anavaku is committed quite a lot to. Tricky now for Anavaku. He did go mine work. He could just cheaply now go into siege engineering. But we've seen time and time again, trying to break a Barbican breaks your momentum. It's very difficult to do because of China's efficiency around protecting it with 8 garrison slots. And it's just simply the fact it's a 5,000 HP structure. Like, guys, how many times in the last 5 months have you seen someone ram rush into you? Like ram rush to end the game on landmarks. Not ram rush to kill a TC or ram rush to kill a few production buildings, but to actually go for landmarks. It's very, very rare. And yes, I do see YouTube chat as well. We do occasionally. Double ram spam. Probably want to stop for free. We do have a Chickadee switch up. Ooh, this is tricky now for Anavaku. How does he protect the rams against horsemen? Has he actually considered that yet? Because you have to be suspicious of horsemen because you already saw stables. Well, then again, actually, you only have to be suspicious of horsemen if they're actually here. Hello. Cannon raid coming in. Ambitious? But he should be able to run in and pinch like 2 villagers here. Still no swim and switch coming in from Anavaku. Great timing the reaction. He's still going to end up losing 1. Maybe more? Anavaku? That was a bit greedy. He pulls the ships out. Okay, so 2 workers down. That matters a lot considering Lash is on song. And also, the harassment on the tree line slows down the round time slightly. I know. Convinced it's time to go. I just realized we can't really call him Anno, because we always call Anatan Anno. We'll just call one of them Anno 1444, and one of them can be called, like, Anno 1600. Yes, I'm making quippy Ubisoft strategy game jokes. That comes in. Men-at-Arms do have the Golden Cuirass. Yeah, this is smart. Anavaku is not going to move. Which you have to play it this way. If you leave it all, the repair crew is going to jump in. Brute force. Get him arms. Just too tanky. They're mitigating all the damage bar the bare minimum that you can do. Pinkish effect takes a long time. Gilded Archer's going to go to snipe on the back line. Villager's not able to get repair crew in. This is looking sick right now. Anavaku, we said he was an Order of the Dragon specialist. And he's proving why he's a black dragon, not a green dragon. Oh god, that hurt me to say as a lover of ramparts and might magic. We are kind of the worst dragon. This is Rust Dragon. Okay, landmark down. And now you can start hitting additional buildings. Lash is going to rescale to Horseman. He's still flank raiding. Great interception. He's going to find just the Gilded Archers. This is kind of the best Lash could ask for. I wonder if you could go back in hindsight, would it have been better to have sniped reinforcements instead of diving the villages? Because look at the damage done, guys. Like, it's 13 worker kill. Great. Or shall we say, siege hit. Could be even more villages once again get targeted. He does not have textiles! That is sinful. Lash, really just getting ultimately punished for this. Keep blocking Chiganu. Anavaku, I think he knows that if he rushes Castle Age, it's going to be a bit of a problem here. Because Lash's only real win condition now is like mass cheek bolt go. And scaling Men-at-Arms is so expensive. So I think Anavaku's probably looking for Castle around, let's say, 16, 17 minutes. He's not going to rush it. And I'm actually a big fan of this. Yeah, his experience on Order of the Dragon definitely showing. House of Lancaster would still win from this position. Not if they didn't have manners. I feel like if this was House of Lancaster, those manners would all be dead. Okay, one's if you think Anavaku is going to win this, two's if you think Lash is. Then villager count is neck and neck, but obviously OTD villages are built different. Yeah, this is like cybernetic implants. These things are not human. Neither of those Men-at-Arms. Nice snipe with the Chiganu. However, the horsemen get free access. Yeah, Anavaku, he didn't try to walk the archers away at all. I'm surprised by that. He knows he needs to block that barb from going back up. Reminder, it is giving vision again just by having even 1 HP. Very weird interaction. I really wish that they would patch that. But for those who don't know, if you just tap a landmark, 1 HP is enough for its vision to come back. Okay, Anavaku. Does he just choose Castle? Because at this stage, you can see the Chignu numbers are going up, and you're just punting the army into the ether. Maybe Castle Age into Gilded Archer play still could be good. Because remember, someone that's really sick against Chiganu is scale armor. +3 ranged armor means that you can pretty much just stand your ground with Gilded Archers and beat Chig. Still would be better to walk away from them, but if you need to stand your ground, you become as unkillable as Men-at-Arms. Where the Templars at with the Axe Bros? I don't know. Game 1? Game 2? Wait, no, I think House of Lancaster didn't get banned, but I think Knights Templar did in the series. Oh god, we have granaries already. Reminder that Lash did go Pro Scouts. He still hasn't brought the deer. Oh my god. Take it out back and shoot it. Thank god. And this is rough because Lash is going into the farms. It does mean that Anavaku has the space for castle now. Do Byzantines get new units as mercs? No. Why would they? That's crazy. Yo, is it time to replace Keshiks with Axemen? Okay, legit, I actually think that would be a... Yeah, that would actually be a viable choice. Because it would continue to follow the logic of your best way to play with mercs is you build range. Because range dies last in a fight. At least it's meant to. Okay, Regnants are now on the way. Anavaku, man, he's taking the greed. This is rare. We don't actually see much Regnants play at the moment for Order of the Dragon. You have to win a lot. I think Regnants is by default a choice that's locked out of Order of the Dragon unless you have got a phenomenal military advantage. Now, for that reason, I know what you guys are about to say. KP is 37 Chuganu. How does he have a military advantage? He won exchanges regularly enough. He built an eco lead big enough that he feels comfortable with it. As we know, China is not really that far behind. Lockdown now already on the way. I think, yeah, so like the thing with Regnants is it even feels weird, I want to say, against 2 TC players. Like, if you fast castle Regnants against 2 TC, I feel like I've watched that so frequently not end well for Order of Dragon. The problem is, you can't tech, pick up 5 relics, go home. It's not like playing Delhi or HRE. So you're pretty much broadcasting your play, and your opponent gets time to counter it. And the problem with that is if you fast castles OTD, you just don't have an army. This is the difference. With an army, he can protect. With an army, he can actually gather relics. Can't wait to see Gilded Black Ride. Wait, no. I feel like there's a good reason why they didn't give the Order of the Dragon a Gilded Black Ride. Could you imagine the castle population space? You can build one. Why? Because it's a hand cannoneer that hits for 60 and has 500 HP. Yeah, but it makes sense, guys. The Gilded people are just thoroughly bred. It's weird, because I thought that humans were thoroughly neat. But, sorry, I haven't got my... I need to start my soundboard. Anavaku actually doing a great job on the relics. Second one's about to be banked. Third one's going to be coming in soon. 2 horsemen will not be able to stop that? No, no way. And the horsemen have been upgraded, by the way. So they have the 4 ranged armor. Ranged armor 2 also on the way. Nice yoink back. Lash does secure 1. There's 1 more relic up for grabs. And I've got a feeling there's going to be a heavily heated battle over this one. Yeah, especially considering where's the other monk for Lash? I think... Did he send it? No, it just came out. Okay. Is Anavaku going to try to cheapskate this? Oh my god, he is. He's not going to commit. That's crazy. I guess his concern is if he runs into Nesta Beast, he's dead. But really, like, looking at this, the fact he's got 5 ranged armor, I really thought Anavaku was going to go for that. I mean, if you aren't willing to fight when you've got 5 ranged armor and Horseman Gilded Archer Club against you, what is Anavaku's go point? We do have a switch into Guild Crossbowman, the classic, most powerful unit. We actually began this cast by pointing out that this is the king of Order of the Dragon. Actually, I don't think there is a better unit for Order of the Dragon than Gilded Crossbowman. I rate it that high. And by the way, 41 says, just hand cannon beats Gilded Crossbowman. No, you have to put all the thought processes into it. You know, the general applicability of the unit, the cost, the point in the game where you get it, the scalability, the tempo. Crossbowman is king for that reason. There's nothing else that Order of the Dragon have that comes close. Well, actually, technically that's not true. Guild of Villagers is kind of more important. Can't build anything with any villages, but of actual military units, these are the king. Wait. These are the kings. You know, I've started to realize, I think I have a subconscious bias against crossbows most of the time in AoE. I think it's deep-rooted from my experiences with MMORPGs. Because I always thought that Expo users were, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? I don't want to say outright inferior. They didn't feel as cool as bows. I wonder if that leaked into AoE. So that's why I should be a House of Lancaster main. Ah, now makes sense. Yeah, this is why we can't do the Road to Conk series, guys. It's not just about the milestones of viewership. If I'd done it and I'd done it with House of Lancaster, after I'd done it, you guys would be like, that didn't count. Yeah. We got a cracking time on the Agincourt Historical Battles Challenge, and people like, KP, you've done it with House of Lancaster. It's unimpressive. When Beasty's like, I'm gonna beat KP's record, I was like, yeah, but Beasty, you had to use House of Lancaster to do it. Come on. Anavaku, sneaky on the flanks. I guess Lash is just trying to hunker down for Imperial now. He's away, he's going to have to keep bulking. You can't just rush it, because if you rush it, Anavaku gets to as well for Swabia. Now, in theory, Nesta B should be the counter to Anavaku's backline here, but you need quite a lot of them. Because of how fat these boys are. 145 HP. Actually, the Guild of Black Rider? Dude, why don't we just have Osmosis? The ability to absorb other units. I guess it would probably be... Oh, no. Dude, we saved that for Scotland. Highlander, there can be only one. You just got Lanschnectar in the corner, like, beheading each other. Actually, I've just realized what I've really described there is a Kirby-based RTS. Oh my god, I wasn't the only one to think of it. Japan Kirby's. Okay, so it looks like Anavaku is just trying to slow roll this on Sacred side. Gold is going to become a problem for Lash soon. Got 2.5k gold here, and then he's out. Meanwhile, Anavaku is... Sorry, I don't know. It works German. It's been privileged. And Lash apparently was not expecting this. It's kind of crazy how his economy inflated. Well, yeah, but the problem here has been Lash has been shuffling between berries as well. He doesn't have that many farms. Anavaku... Okay. No, that's not even the reality check. It just shows you how much those early fights mattered. Anavaku has 24 farms at home. And obviously has access to the ports. That's crazy. What a really well played game by Anno. Guild of Horsemen are going to be able to just intercept any attempts on the decap. So this is going to force Lash out of the base. That could be a blessing in disguise because it puts him close to the enemy base on this tech up. It doesn't really put him close enough though. Nesta B is debatable. Okay, so Lash, this has to be go time. Does he try to hunker down and go Imperial? Because to do so would take him 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, Anavaku could not just have elite techs, he could also have universal techs. As a reminder, he has 3 sacred sites, soon to be 2, but also 6 relics of income. Not exaggerating. Again, almost 500 passive gold income in there. And now also there has to be the Fear of the Scale. Lash is still just 1 TC. So if he wants to try and play this long, he could set up a second TC now and start raiding. Posture check. I am firmly standing tall. This is squeaky bum time. Order the Dragon about to win against China? Maybe. It's looking bloody good. In fact, I'm realizing the time's getting tight. We might speed this up a bit between nothing happening. We have got all the elite techs coming through. Lash is choosing tech. He's trying to catch up. It's going to be slow. There's a risk, actually, Anavaku attacks you first. I wonder if Ano truly needed Schwabia here. Most games, it feels like dragons don't benefit from Schwabia as much because you want to keep your villager count low to keep your military high. First thing we got to Kirby is RTS's Pikmin versus mode. I never played Pikmin's versus mode. I don't think I ever completed Pikmin. My friend had it when we had GameCubes, but he was very protective. I didn't bother with the new ones. Army's now marching in. It looks like it's go time for Anavaku. And that is a lot of Gilded Horsemen. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be prioritized here, but where is he going to build it? Okay, it's back here in the farms. That does, however, expose most of his economy right now. Doesn't give him much place to hide. On top of that, is priority fire onto the monastery just to try and potentially yoink those relics down the line. Horsemen are going to cycle in. Great Wall Gatehouse should be going up here. Horsemen, you decided to just commit. Wait, really? North side, looks like it's going to be a pushback. He might, yeah, okay, he's going to get him for free. Nesta Bees, they overextend, check this! Just enough horsemen left to get in and clear this, and if he does get rid of these, the Gilded Archers could dominate the fight. Desperately trying to protect them, scrambling to get the spearmen in position, but most Nesta Bees are now gone. The men-at-arms wave is following up. The Gilded Archers are Gatling guns at this stage. No scenarios, mind you, it's the only downside. The army tactics also not there. Could this break him? It's starting to feel like it's going to. Lash. He has no Nesta Bees left. They came too far forward. And the men-at-arms are taking way too long to die. Even with crossbow focus fire, it just doesn't seem to be quick enough. And now in this ranged-on-range battle, you're against a 6 ranged armor unit. Lovely fair here. Anavaku, he's pumping more troops. The next wave of horsemen is just around the corner. And I think he's done it. I think we're going to be seeing a game at number 3 decided here between Anavaku and Lash. Damn, what a play. Anavaku, once again, coming in pristine with his Order of the Dragon picks. Okay, Thick, we're going to have to keep this rolling because I just realized the time is closing in fast. The first series of the day is going to be starting very soon, and we do not want to miss it. So, where the hell is their Discord? Yeah, we've got Louis MT versus Cracky in about 10 minutes. So, let me update the title. Doo-doo. And let's do the deciding game here. So, let's see what we got. It's Archipelago. And it is going to be Lash with Knights Templar. Oh, no. Oh, buddy boy. Oh my god, I hate these variant civs. They're so, like, when you watch them up against the originals, it's the same. Wait a second. Variant Knights Templar up against their Origins French. Oh, they're not even remotely similar. But also, after such an amazing game number 2 from Anavaku, one and all, I've got a bad feeling we're going to be just seeing a 2-1. Knights Templar and Modo are, in the words of most high-level players, busted. Their wood gathering is insanely efficient. Their pilgrimages feel undeniable. It is a very hard matchup, and for the French, there are not many eco upsides. You do get a discount on your sprinkle chips, slight one, and you do get some efficiency around population with dogs. Not to mention the slowly fast-efficient villages, but I just don't think it competes with what Knights Templar can do, especially if they go French in. Oh, God, he's got it coming. Guys, this is not reasonable. With the French choice for Knights Templar, you push out boats quicker than China and Chushi. I am not memeing on you, exaggerating at all. Look at the timings. A 21-second production speed for Galley, meanwhile 25 for your opponent. Springall's 30 seconds over here. Meanwhile, for Knights Templar, 25. This is why Knights Templar look so damn dominant on this map, on water maps in general. It's the lumber preservation, saving on lumber camps, having the quicker gather speed, gathering some food, and then the sheer production rate of the French. I really am starting to wonder if the French choice will get changed. Because I think that commander is by far the most applicable in most cases. And yes, with Pilgrims, this happens. Wait, he was a boat on land? What the hell? Oh my God, Flying Dutchman treat. No, guys. He packs up. He rents a boat. You can see that little pouch is definitely big enough for it, and that gold income is going to be crazy. You also, by the way, do move quicker when pilgriming. We're just doing 2x speed here for the moment. We'll slow it down in a moment because, like I said, we have got upcoming series. Drone harassment also behind this, but check this. So you go from 0.75 move speed to 1. It's very slow still. They actually had to nerf this. I believe it was 1.5 pre-patch, which is insane. The other thing they didn't change, though, and I think it's an engine limitation, is when you change from Pilgrim to Pilgrim, you re-health. So the health pools are separate because what's happening, and like I can explain from coding logic what's happening. You are instantiating a new prefab, like a new entity, and you are removing another. So you're basically changing the unit type, like you're spawning a new one entirely. Now there would be a easy solution to this on a code basis. All you'd have to do is check the health, the current health value of the unit, and then replicate that into the new unit's health. But for whatever reason, the devs didn't think to do that. Meanwhile, we have got a spearman raid? Wait, this was for defensive purposes, right? Yeah, so to hold back the night raids. But now instead he gets to be aggro. Boat has medicine inside? Man, how can they just afford everything? Alright, we're going to stick to 2x speed. Pilgrims are on 2 now. Like, this is pretty brutal. Anavaku does have a slight economy lead. 39 villages to 31. But look at what Lash is doing. Castle just around the corner. And his army is just bigger. Like, this is brutal. Anavaku, I think this is the thing that people really need to clock. You'd think French would be able to compete with the Civ because of the fact that they slowly scale more villages. But what you have to remember is the word slowly. It's not an immediate apparent lead, whereas Knights Templars is. Sure, they sacrifice villages to tech up, but in return, pilgrimages definitely pay for themselves. And this. The lumber preservation in particular is so efficient in the early game. Let's say you're at a point where you've got 10 villages on wood. Me as Knights Templar, it's like I have actually more than that if you have a better gathering rate wood. So it's like 30. It's so powerful. Lash with the overwhelmingly powerful in water. Good demo connections. Anavaku just too slow to pull away. This looks to be game, set, and match. So Lash will be making it through into the next round where he will face off against Louis. Admirable effort from Anavaku, though. I had high hopes when I saw that House of Lancaster pick. And I hate to have to admit it, but if he just played a standard mana game, maybe. I don't know. I think, like, Lash just preempted it very well. Delhi is a solution to House of Lancaster. Mechanically makes sense. What both. And I think that's why we saw a more unorthodox strat from Anavaku. now. OP Republic of Genoa coming in. Yeah, do you realize that Knights Templar are just the master traders? They go Genoa into Venice on water. All about those trade nations. Lash, all about the wins. You thought Lash was winning against Anatan? Oh, wait. Yeah, what? Calm down. Yes, I said this earlier. We have to be careful not to call Anavaku Anno too much because people get confused. So, 2-1 Lash. Up next, though, guys, we are going to have Louis MT versus Cracky. Should be starting in a minute. In fact, I think we may already actually have the draft. Do we? Yes. There we go. All right, let me wipe the slate. And we'll load this stuff in. So Louis MT versus Cracky. Yeah, Cracky looked really good yesterday, actually. And really impressed. I mean, I don't know. I'll just go and give full details. Just say he wasn't feeling well on Thursday. So really good recovery from him. But map number 1's going to be Borderland. I think they're loading a game now. And reminder, the way this format works is one player plays Knights Templar, the other one plays House Lancaster, then they swapsy. Then it's an old Civ versus the new, and they swap. And then finally, the deciding game would be whatever neither used. So you can't use a Civ that was used earlier. So you definitely won't see the new Civs in the 5th game. So yeah, game 1, it's going to be Louis MT on Hull and Cracky on the Templar. All right, let's hop into game. Let's get the logo up. Remove that as well. Knights Templar considered generally weaker than Hull. You'd need more details to give a specific answer. I guess you did say generally. Generally, yes, but the recent results in the last 2 days leaves a lot to be question marked, I think. Can we see villagers? No. I want to see pilgrims. All right, one and all, welcome back to the channel for another competitive series. This is a fun one. We've got Louis MT up against Cracky. Cracky, hot off the back of a win up against a difficult opponent. That's right. If you guys did not catch it on our live stream the other day, Cracky had to run through and demolish Anatan 3-1 to get here. Top 8 in the Trial of Cross and Roses. I told him that's a very interesting format. You will see a lot of House of Lancaster and a lot of Knights Templar due to the fact that they start off by playing both of these civs, and then next game, they're going to flip roles. The question is Louis going to do anything interesting? The answer is no. And we've seen Louis playing Hull a little bit, and with House of Lancaster, he just chooses to take the safety net, which is build banners. Curious to see what Cracky's going to do. We've already seen on Borderland that you can go for an outpost rush, but I don't think I've seen Cracky do that so far. The one I'm thinking of was we had it from SAS, and Myriad had been experimenting with the idea of Knights Hospitalier into outpost rush, or outpost rush rather into Knights Hospitalier. Bold, especially against a Civ that has very good range units. We could still see that from Cracky. In fact, the way he's macroing, is he going for 2TC? Because Cracky has already flexed a pretty cool way of playing Knights Templar here. 2TC into Hospitalier. And then aggro. Yeah, no doubt about it, Louis. Full chill pill mode. What an innovative and different Civ. Yeah, I hope we don't have this for 2 months. Because if we do, it's just not going to get picked is the biggest problem I see. I think Louis has this in the bag. We'll see. Louis MT had a shaky start to his series, actually. I only glanced at the first 2 games, but Numenor was leading 2-0. So, reverse sweep effect from Louis. There we go. It is going to be the Hospitalier and the 2TC. Where do you build this town center, though? Against Lancaster, I can't imagine Cracky wants to go too loose, so maybe on the gold. That could secure one small deer stack. It's just awkward on board land because the thing you're going to be lacking as the game goes on is wood, and the thing you want as Knights Templar is a lot of wood. It's the best resource for you to gather statistically in the game. Yeah, is this a bad map for Knights Templar with that team? No, I feel like they've been okay. It's just if you're against an aggro opponent, you might find this really uncomfortable. But I think that's why he went for Hospitalier. Is you then have this heal, this men-at-arms, so you can kind of be a bit more aggressive early on. And let's be totally real. If there's one side that's going to be aggressive here, it's probably going to be Templar. Sheep check. 23 sheep to 30. This Civ, man. Reminder, that is also with him gathering from food faster when he was doing it earlier, because you have a 20% buff gathering rate. This needs the opposite of a buff, please. I'm going to lose my hair if I keep casting mana games. Alright. We wondered if how Cracky was going to solve for the wood issue. He does take the gambit. He goes loose TC. So, we saw Cracky do this 2TC build against a very different style of House Lancaster. If you guys remember, yesterday we had Anatan versus Cracky, where it was an Abbey of Kings, Lord of Lancaster all-in build. That's where you can't go loose TC, because your opponent is going to full send it, and the split of your base is going to leave you kind of cut, like your opponent could camp here. But because Louis is playing full greed, like this is equivocal to a Malian player just rushing through Lani, or like any Civ rushing 2TC. You know, the reality is this might not look like a town center, but it has the same impact on your economy, also the same impact on what you can do early on. Manas are so weak. Okay, dude, that's a full cap. There's a reason you're called a certified animal. Like, with a statement like that. Yeah, manas are totally reasonable. You just build 3 rams. Yeah, just dude. It's like, you know, everyone thinks that Simple's so good at Counter-Strike, but if you just shoot him in the head, you win. You right? Like, you know, everyone thinks that Beasty's, like, really good at Age of Empires 4. But just, like, build more villages than him and build more units than him, and you can win. Thou does not know what thou asks. 3 rams is very difficult to rush. And the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, yeah, ram rushes might be sufficient if these buildings had 750 HP. They have 1250. And a reminder, by the time you're getting ready to ram your opponent, he's probably got condensed lamb practices, which gives them another 200 HP. So that means it would take 7 ram hits to kill one of these. And that's without you being contested or anything. Which equates to, what, 15 to 18 seconds on top of the mana. We commoners have no idea how a genius thinks. I feel like that should be a meme statement, and the picture should just be a crazy guy smearing his feces across a mirror. Alright, let's see how cray-cray we can get here. Cracky, we are getting the racks. Yeoman already on the way for Louis. Now, one tricky thing you're going to find here is the Knights Hospitalier don't feel great against Yeoman. They only have 1 ranged armor, so they get whittled away out very quickly. The concept for Cracky isn't that Knights Hospitalier is going to win the fight. The concept is that Knights Hospitalier are going to muddy the fight. He's got a scaling eco lead on 2TC, in theory anyway, because manas should eventually cap. So, as you bulk up a 30-40 villager lead, if this keeps trending feudal, you'll have Hospitalier and archers. Wait, why do we have spearmen? Oh my god, yeah, this is the pain. Guys, can you figure out why he has spearmen against an archer? And this is like Exhibit A on the list of why Lancaster Castle is broken. It's coming. 5 demi-lancers. He's been forced to build spears as a reaction to the heavy cavalry. But that now means you're building spearmen into yeoman. This is the absurdity. He hasn't So a lot of people see that this takes 500 resources and they think, okay, that's kind of balanced. He's only getting like 5 heavy cav for that. It's perky, it's beneficial, but they're worse knights. Think about it a different way, though. He didn't build a stables to do this. This is where Lancaster Castle gets very polarized. At this stage in the game, at such an early point in the game, it already has a role to fulfill for your manners, but now what it does is it essentially allows you to make a unit transition without spending to a unit transition. You could say you have to build manners, but building manners is a good thing. You get resources off of doing that. If I have to build a stables, like my stables doesn't start tax rebating unless I'm playing China. Now getting denied. And I think like this is probably where they need to rethink. Some people already suggested that they should actually switch this around, so that you get maybe, I don't even know. I don't think you should be able to get yeoman mustering in feudal. I think that would be too strong as well. Maybe it musters spearmen. I think that can make the most sense. You can either muster spearmen. The only alternative is like you create early Earl's Guard, but I think early Earl's Guard with a dagger throw would just be broken as well. It's just unfortunate because if you remove the Demi-Lancer here, you will rarely ever see Demi-Lancers, which is meant to be their unique unit. So you either move this to Castle Age and get rid of the Yeoman pull, and then add in Spears. Anyway, we've got King's College on the way. This is a very fast castle timing. 10 minutes, he's ready and prepping. Cracky, on the other hand, is bulking. You think you think this should have 8 garrison slots? I'm sorry, what part of Lancaster in the last 2 weeks has led you to believe we should buff Lancaster Castle? Lancaster Castle should be a gate. There you go. That's the buff it needs, guys. You can build walls into this thing. Nice raid. Louis just denied the pilgrimage. And they got upgraded for free? Yarp. Look at that. Shiny. Thank you for keeping the community alive. Okay, I don't think it's just me working on that, but appreciate you. Immediate Knights. Okay, so Cracky's at least going to feel good about the fact he built spears. So the problem with the fact he's built spears, guys, is going to be synchronized shot, which is very cost efficient with King's College. You're already saving, what was it? We talked about this before, it's 50-ish resources, 55 resources on veterancy. Then obviously on synchronized shot, you're going to end up saving like close to 100. So like, it makes it very efficient for you to play into sync shot at around 23, 24 yeoman. You could even go a different way about this, which is you prep sync shot, and by the time the tech completes, you stockpile the resources to just shy a levy. Probably not worth it here, because the weirdness about this build is that this is just a free mana build. Reminder, Louis MT didn't go full green, which I think is smart. We've actually seen the 2TC Knights Templar can outscale manas at a certain phase. And because you turn it into an archer fight for a long feudal, that's really good for Knights Templar because of the extra resources they get. As Lancaster's win rate in this tournament is not that great so far. Yeah, but there's multiple details in mind. It's the fact that you're seeing Knights Templar into House Lancaster a lot, and I think KT have some very spicy builds. I've been quite surprised by the things they've been able to achieve. Also, there is the muddying of things like Holy Island being in rotation. We've seen a few House of Lancaster Holy Island picks, and they do not look great there. Because reminder, the way this works is the loser picks the map. So if, for example, right now, let's say Cracky loses this matchup, which a lot of people would expect House of Lancaster to win, then Cracky, if Holy Island hasn't been banned, could say, okay, we're going to, like, actually, sorry, other way around. Like, if you have the Knights Templar pick, you know your opponent has House of Lancaster, you can force a snowball of L's there for Lancaster by saying we're going to put it. Very weird. And, you might be like, well, why would you want to do that? Some players want to do that because of the strengths of, like, potentially other Civ picks down the line. Like, there's a lot of experimentation and figuring out being done with this drafting format because you have Lancaster versus KT and then flip, And then you have either KT or Lancaster versus Old Civ and then Flip. So the way you approach the map draft is very unorthodox with this tournament system. So unorthodox, I felt like I had to explain it twice just to emphasize like where we're at. That's it. We've got color S's. Makes sense. So Louis' anticipation is that Cracky has to go Castle Age. And when he goes Castle Age, Knights Templar love to whip out the Templar boys. Templar brothers, men at arms, all these things. So he's just pre-prepping for the issue. I think Cracky might just be dead. And he doesn't have a tech coming yet. And the Yeomen are already upgraded. They don't have Sync Shot. That's the only negative right now. Like a Sync Shot in the center here would sink the ship. Oh, sorry. Cracky was teching. Wait, am I blind? I'm blind. Anyway, we have the Knights committing in. Spear count is looking non-existent. He did go with the Angevin Empire. Yeah, I thought so. It wasn't showing. That's weird. I think he teched it out of the secondary TC, which is so dangerous. I mean, this is a fight for the army, surely. Maybe the Angevin Spearmen can stabilize him here because these are just Yeomen. There's not many of them left. The problem is the Angevin Spearmen, they get bonus damage against them. They're heavy spears. You've essentially played yourself into a counter. Wow. The collar of S's. It's going to be the collar of press F to pay respect. That was sick. I think that might be the single best use of the collar of S's I have seen so far. As a reminder, that is the tech that gives Demi-Lancers and Knights +6 damage against heavy, i.e. heavy maces for heavy cavalry. Especially impactful on the Demi-Lancers considering how low their base damage is. Like percentile increase, it's a 66% increase in damage. No, seriously, guys. Like, look at it. You're 9 base and +6. It's crazy. Yes, Knights do get it as well, because if Collar of S's only affected Demi-Lancers, it would be probably the worst tech in King's College by far. Because you wouldn't be able to truly use it until Imperial. It's crazy though. Cracky, after all that hard work scaling an eco lead, he's only 9 ahead now, and on top of that, yep, more manners now on the way. Lou MT, he said, I've played enough Age of Empires for today. Now it's time to play Mana Lords. Oh my god, he's eco booming like crazy. 4th relic coming in. And yeah, so I think what happened, by the way, so there's multiple angles to why we didn't see the tech. I think he teched out the secondary TC, which might have a capture age issue. If someone clipped that, I appreciate it, by the way. And the other thing is also, like, the teching is very weird. If you queue it behind villages, it won't show up in the bar until you've started to actively research it. Most Cracky's base looks so weird because he's hiding. The collar of S's is looking like the collar, not collar XD for once, actually. We still have more Knights roaming around. He's guarding against the golds, but he's going to find the big gold. Oh my god, yeah, Cracky, there's no wall up on the north side. It got blocked. That's going to be a massacre again. So many villages dead. And you've got to ask the most important question of all. Why are we almost 20 minutes into a game with 2 TC and there's still no wheelbarrow? I think, did he forget about it? Oh, that is brutal. At this stage, against Knights, I mean, that might have at least got 2 or 3 away from that dive. And just like that, over here as well, it's probably going to end up losing you maybe 2 villages. He has got the Hospitalier buff, so they can help protect most of them. Lancaster now in full dominant control. 4th relic needs to be banged. 2 sacred sites have been locked. And the Night Rage just keep reaching ever deeper here. This is crazy. Like, if you think about the raw mass of it, yeah, sure, you've got a lot of extra bonus damage in the cavalry. But Knights have substantially more health. And they're getting a +6, like their base damage, like, we always knew that Spearmen, like, weren't meant to be Knights 101, but this just contradicts the layering of the system even more. In fairness, it's super situational. Like, Cracky played himself into this with Angevin. worse. Crossbow plus knights. I just feel like Louis MT's comp looks so much more dominant here. I do think, by the way, they need to change the graphical look of units with color of Essus. There's literally no way to tell, that I can tell anyway, that Essus has been activated unless you hover on the unit. That's not great UX. Honestly, just put a big medallion on the front of the horses. One, that would look incredibly sick, but two, is very obvious to see. If they have like a giant gold trim at the front, you should... He has to be at his tether's end here. The villagers aren't even running away. Wait, what? He pulled the spearman so far back to try and basically bait the crossbows in for a kill. Cool idea. Oh, now he's baiting himself in though. Wait. Kind of makes it okay. But I think, have we got level 3 coming in? Yeah, it's already there. The mana count just bloated again. One more off max, and that could lead to a shy levy. A really big shy levy. Probably not going to bother. I think instead... Yo! We've got hobbies! Okay, so Hobilars are phenomenal against archers, especially with the hill training tech. So if those don't know, the hill training tech is unique to the King's College. She already just got it. It doubles the production speed, so you get Hobilars out every 8 seconds. Not only that, it does something else pretty sick here. It gives charge damage. Look at how hard they hit. These little plastic buckler and dagger dudes go from hitting for 8 base to 20 base on the initial strike. And yes, you're seeing that correctly, it buffs bonus. Hobbies can initially hit an archer for half their HP. Oh man, and yeah, you just saw that correctly. The percentile scaling 150% works on melee techs. So he just increased his damage by... Was that was a raw 2. Yeah. I didn't even notice that detail. Oh my god. Just look at it. 28. He hits for 50. And these units only have 80 health. That is only the initial strike, but still, it makes the initial impact points so painful. Cracky trying to hide in the choke points now. He's trying to rush up more Raxes to protect him, but they're going to be too little too late. The Lancaster Zerg has arrived. This is wild. At this rate, Louis could just trend into Imperial while still stomping on Crackity's grave. And now the other thing is Hobilars, even though they're cheaper horsemen, they're full value on torch damage. They hit the same amount of torch damage as a knight. It's a very good unit to Zerg to kill buildings. This looks over. Crackity, a valiant effort. But Louis MT seems to have adjusted to these crafty 2TC KT builds well. Do we even have many pilgrimages this game? Maybe 2 maximum? It feels like barely anything's got through. You can see as well, Cracky at this point usually have Sanctuary. He never bothered. No bother to be had here. Nothing he can do. GG gets called. Welcome to Lancastrian Cavalry. Demi-Lancers move aside. The Knights and the Hobilars have got something to say. The first Hobilar game we've ever seen where they actually looked truly impactful. And the best Collar of Essos game. That was crazy. So what, like, I think that one's so uploadable. That's going to be to do with the fact that, like, spears get counted by the Knights. This tech makes knights counter spears. Crazy. Refresh the draft browser. Oh, I think Cal done some updates. Thank you very much, mate. So we go like that. And then we go like that. Hey, good job, Cal. So we have central maps now. Poggers. Thank you, thank you. Whew. Okay, so... get ready for game number 2. We know it's going to be a flip around the other way. So this time it's going to be Cracky and House Lancaster. We do not know which map it's going to be just yet, though. Let me choose predictions. So Louis MT, G1 win. sleeping on hobbits. I think Hobbilars are situational. It's very hard to get Hobby Flood going, I find. Like, Hobbilars, you feel like you want to use the unit in Field Age, but it's very difficult. In Imperial, I don't know. I'm not convinced, because they're, like, very pop inefficient, especially if you don't have King's College. I think Hobbilars are specifically going to be a use in Castle Age for maximum effect type unit. It's not to say they can't help you win a game elsewhere, but you're going to feel them at their best at that phase of the game. Okay, so just waiting for the boys to load in now. I'm having that uncomfortable feeling where, like, have they actually made their game spectatable? And do I now need to mold? It is spectatable. There we go. Charge Diamond Imp fully upgraded is insane. It's pretty good. Like, remember, when we originally looked at the numbers, that was before you took them to veterancy. That's why it increased by 6 damage. One and all, Cracky is shell-shocked. He didn't realize it. House of Lancaster, a cavalry civ? Louis MT has defied expectations. Can he now do it with the Knights Templar as well? A civ that is normally about archers and heavily armored units. Is there maybe something else we're forgetting here he could do? We're going to find out. We hop into Dry Arabia for game number 2. And we actually just mark that on the UI, in fact. So, Dry Arabia versus Borderland. Differences here. Arguably, Knights Templar can be on the defensive and do a better job of getting Sacred Sites because there's a wider spread. So this can actually be a beneficial thing for them. My worry is that Cracky is just going to pretty much use mostly what Louis done against him. Louis has moved 3 onto wood already. We're probably looking at Kingdom of France here. A lot of players like to go Kingdom of France. Cracky has been a big fan of the Hospitalier, just the 2TC boom. But I think you can actually still do 2TC boom with French. And the difference is it just gives you a really good scale point of massing archers to try and contest Lancaster's young before. Did we get predictions up? 92% for Louis MT. Wow. Okay, chill. It is a bit of a rough spawn now that we see it. Cracky ended up with a forward spawn stone in a really bad position. Luckily for him, Louis MT is not playing aggro at all. This could have been rough if this was like a spin and rush outpost drop. Sounds really dumb to do against the House of Lancaster because their villages have short bows, but without the attack speed aura and also the Lucifer spawn stone... Wait, actually... No, he would have been fine. Yeah, he got the backstone. So he's willingly choosing this, but I think I actually kind of like that. Because if Louis tries to play a static comp and forwards it, you can still just fall back and gather stone still. That's pretty smart. So Cracky's pretty much turned what should be a negative into a positive. Meanwhile, Louis, love this. Goes, wait. What are you up to? Wait, is he using the villager to dish? I love that. Yeah, but you're gonna... It's gonna push up here now. He knows his timing. Okay, that was sick. Actually, props to him. That was really cool. Definitely lost a bit of efficiency on the gathering, but it'll make up for it in the lower walk speed. Especially if he doesn't want to rush wheelbarrow. So Kingdom of France coming in as expected here. No signs of 2TC, by the way. So, is Louis thinking all in? How do you all in Lancaster here? We've seen a few people try the Chevalier Archer comp. I want to say it has very limited success. It just feels like the margin for error is very big and easy to hit. Because you're using worse French Knights to try and dive under mass arrow slits. In fact, we're already seeing the first arrow slit coming in. Cracky is so paranoid about the tech timing of the Knight, he's rushing it before. This is pretty inefficient. Normally, the reason he's doing this, by the way, it takes 45 seconds. That's almost as long as an outpost. So yeah, definitely some inefficiencies there. The difference between rushing a mana up and rushing an outpost up is a mana is going to pay you back sooner by doing this. And good eyeballs from Myriad, actually. Yeah, you're right. He's pop lock. Oh, God. Yeah, that's horrible. I guess, yeah. So he was trying to... I think he was trying to optimize this. So maybe he didn't want to go normal house because he thought he only had enough for lumber camp. He actually could have afforded a normal house as well. It's just weird because if you start building normal houses, you feel like you're just ruining your own build. Because manors should be the efficient route. You know, by the time you need to go past 50 population, you should be capable of like unlocking the level 1 mana tech. Chevalier are now going to be on the way. With the way he's building these manors as well, there might be more value in Louis MT trying to hit the back of the base, the tree line in particular. Because like there is a risk that Cracky is bulking too much in one location. Normally when we see people play manors, they like to spread them out a bit between the gold and the stone. It's almost like you build 3 gold, 3 stone. Then when Eva gets dove, you get obviously not maximum protection, but you get protection. And there we go. Yeah, wait. Yeah, I wondered why he was building a stable. I didn't want to hold my breath and expect Hovelars. Is Deer going to be good enough? If we can keep playing wider onto the boars, I could kind of see this not being too bad. But after you've added 6 manas, usually you're just starting to think Yeoman here. I think my only kind of criticism of the build Louis done so far is this is, I want to say, very standard, like Lancaster versus Knight Templar, which normally feels like it just favors Lancaster. He has done some small details to give him credit where credit's due. Like going out to the deer, we don't see people do that as much. So it has given him a quicker time on the Chevalier compare. 6 mana defense can hold archers easily. Yes, because the thing is, if this was French with French knights and archers, I'd feel slightly differently. But Chevalier Confrère are a lot less friendly, a lot less health, a lot less damage. Chevalier Confrère feels like the type of unit that you want to scale up to 25 to 30 and then commit to a dive. But with House of Lancaster as an opponent, you feel like you have to dive by the time you have 10 to 12. The reason that matters, guys, is it's substantially less health to work with. If you're up at 30, that's plus 30 health via the Knightly Brotherhood. With 12, that's only an extra 12 health, which is like 1.5 shots from the mana. You know what, guys? I am looking forward to the... God, I'm going to meme it. The center of map, Canal, Lancaster Castle, Mana Rush. Because there is something quite comedial about manas. It's the fact that they actually do plus damage against ships. It'll happen, mark my words. And if no one does it, we'll do it. Oh look, all of a sudden 4 production buildings. Well, that's crazy, right? I mean, there's no way on one TC and any civ in the game could afford to consistently pump units out of 4 production buildings, right? Like, look, he's got 5 villages on food. His income must be like 200 food a minute. Oh. Welcome to the ways of the Lancasters. The Feudal Knights are mostly to buy time until castle, where they buff the castle knights. So the problem with that idea, like in theory it's really cool, but the thing that I find fickle about Chevalier into Templar Brothers is Templar Brothers scale quite slowly, but there's an even bigger issue. If you start showing Chevalier Confrère mass now, I'm more inclined to build spear crossbows anyway. Kind of the same issue we ran into with why Byzantines very rarely do Eastern contracts, is because you're building armored unit into armored unit. So you're begging your opponent to build the counter. Normally, the way people try to transition age to age is like, let's say I build a lot of units for Force Archers. Now in Castle Age, I want to build Defender Archers. Speaking of the Horseback, men at arms. Demi-Lancers got mustered. Oh, God. So, didn't get any worker kills, but forces idle time, and this is slowing down Louis MT's real win condition. He's getting the Rams ready. Reminder, this guy got his hands on 7 of these knights. 600 resources. So that maths out to be less than 100 resources for each of those. And imagine the implications if he had to build stables to get these instead. He wouldn't be able to production surge into archers or spearmen at a spin of a wheel. It would be slow. Does he have Billman? Not yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Billman tech coming in. The -1 armor here allows Yeoman to just melt Chevalier. Louis is trying to skirt until he's up to 30 mass. Let's get instant engagement. It's on him, but wait, the archers, yeah, a little bit slow to turn on the spearmen. Feels like he has got enough Chevalier to break this, but the question mark is going to be whether he has enough afterwards to break into the base. Yeah, Yeoman count. I reckon he's going to do whatever he can to get as many out as he can. Like this, the Demi-Lance is now body blocking the archers from chasing. And we are now at the manors, and this is where Louis probably just doesn't want to be here anymore. The Ram, instead of going in, it rallied all the way across to where the fight was. That's unfortunate because of the time that all took, he probably could have killed one of these. I guess Lancer is just another balance and fair. I mean, the thing really is, if all these arrow slits weren't here and this extra health wasn't here, I think Louis MT could have broken him. With 15 cavalry, he could have burnt these buildings down. But 15 cavalry, when your opponent has almost 1500 HP per building, that's not a good deal anymore. Like, what makes it worse is the fact that that building is also going to shoot you in the face every time you try to kill it. So, triple ram now. Cracky, after that fight, the good news for Louis is he can't just rush the age up. Normally we see Lancaster take that type of fight and then they just scale castle. But there were way too many losses and there's way too many Chevaliers still alive. So you see what we talked about with Chevalier, because the reality is once you have 30 of these, I know it's a lot, but it turns them into normal French knights in terms of HP. Using the Rams. First, the man is down. Like this just pulls back, basically just accepts that the Rams can't be dove right now. It's only Yeoman showing. Sorry about it. Archers, wait, what are the archers? Okay, they're just diving all the way for the spearmen. It does scare him off. So Cracky not able to square her up here. Now, the manors have been staggered back, so the next one's going to be much harder to reach, but that's already a big negation of economy. 200 resources a minute is gone for Cracky. Louis MT, it could be all Chevalier gone if he's not careful about the way he finesses this. Just enough spearmen to hold the choke points, and this is so costly. Louis, I think that was way too expensive. I mean, this is the difference. Cracky done something very smart with the base layout. If he put all the manors on one location, Louis could have just written this one off as worth it, killing 5 manors maybe. But the extra distance, the fact that there's production here instead, makes it not worth. Good news for Louis at least is he didn't lose any of the Rams. That Chevalier number no longer feels like it's climbing. And flank resources are becoming more and more finite. He has moved out now to the boar, which has got... Double check. Can select it. We just did a second ago. Oh my god. Do not make it this hard to select a boar. Bruh. How is that not clicking the boar? I'm committed now, chat. We're going to wait. Yeah, take your time. Boom. Yeah, it's fresh. So he's still got 2k there. He just moved out of the deer. So he's got 5,000 food to work with before he has to take really risky economy or take berries. But remember, he's chopping through the wood as well, which is generating. My micro needs derusting? Bro. You can't talk unless you beat my historical battle standings. Oh my god, the Knight's got in. Yep, Cracky will at least pull back in time. That's going to slow down his research into Spearman. And again, has he rebuilt the manners? No. Okay, so that does actually hurt. Let's pull back on the berries instead. Okay. So game was looking grim a moment ago, but I think if Louis can keep these gaps open, stop the walls going up, he can make this game very uncomfortable. He has got his own pilgrimages happening. So not as far behind, especially with the better food gathering rates than you'd expect. Wait, is Cracky trying to build them on the front line again? Okay. Louis has map control? Sure. So map control is great, but you need to figure out what to do with map control. If you're in a game and someone's camping their base, you go, I have map control. Okay, that's great. What does that mean? That's like saying, I have a savings account. Okay, yeah, but what do you want to do with that? What does that mean? You're saying you could buy something? With that map control, he's going to look to dive. That's archer defense. He's got a few spearmen just layered into the cake here. Running in one by one. Actually, no, sorry. They're all stuck in there. Okay, this is just a messy defense from Cracky. Screamo is just Eagling standing his ground, and yet it's still more than enough. Finally, the manners go down, but they lasted the entire fight. Come on. This is not reasonable. I wish the devs had just been honest and said they wanted to attract city skyline players. So the point of why I was criticizing he has map control is like, the issue in this matchup is, congrats, you have map control. But if you perceive your win condition is to all in the enemy base, the map control is, I don't want to say worthless, but the value is minimized. Map control is really great for things like a castle switch into relic rams. Map control is great when you know your opponent's going to run out of food. Neither of those things are happening. Louis might trend castle now, but if he does, it's more reactionary to another failed attempt to destroy the manners. He got 2 of them, which isn't too bad. As a result of that fight, Cracky now on the way up. Third age ahead of him. The MT, he did just queue up the tech up. Wait, did he? Oh, no, sorry. He added in 5 more Chevalier. It looked like it was actually this expense for that. Oof. I don't know about that one, dog. Who needs map resources? Exactly. Have you guys realized that House of Lancaster feels like you're playing an auto battle game? Battle Aces require... Battle Aces requires more base management and map presence to have an economy than House of Lancaster. And that's not like shade on Battle Aces. The design is meant to be, you know, move this area and secure resources and then battle. That's the intended design. Maybe move Manus to castle? No, I just think you completely rework them. The optimal way of playing mana should never be that you build them next to each other. That's why it seems like bad. There's no risk. You can have manas give you the world, but there's got to be an opportunity for the world to crush them. And that's the issue. Oh, it looks like Cracky actually got scared on the west side, so did end up forfeiting another mana. Mana count is now sitting at 4. Okay, like Louis, if he can keep pinning him in the base here, there is a play, but look at the timing. Like, this is ridiculous. I said it was like an auto battler. You're about to see it. The Shire Levy wasn't really worth it because he only has 4 manas. That was actually a negative exchange. What he does at least get is momentum. 42 Yeoman. Getting ready to fight the Broman. And Louis has to wait a long time here. He just teched up. Veteran C's coming in, but the Archer's upgrade is going to take 50 seconds. And look how close Cracky already is to him. Oh my. Monastery. No, Louis. He thought he was going to maintain map control. He has got a second wave. Wait, is this a bait and switch? He can actually make this worthwhile, especially if Cracky wastes time on the Rams. No, Louis is going to come home, though. Okay, so we do have a sandwich. If he baits the spearman forward and backstabs the yeoman, could get the wipe. But Cracky, he is playing towards these choke points. Very important. Mass Archer. This is going to make you feel a lot safer. I think Cracky played this very well into the chokes. We don't have sync shot. Doesn't feel like it's worth it just yet. The backstab is now coming. The spearmen have to hold in reserve. The Chevalier will pull them away from the defense. He has got one escape on the east side, but you're already seeing the rally around here. Louis MT turning this into a battle of micro more than macro. One way, he's winning. What a sick play. Louis MT, the patience to pull that off. That play was a whole minute in the works and waiting. He had an opportunity to go into the base, but he understood the intricate value of a wipe. Take out the army, take that map control, take those relics, and then take this Chevalier Confrere mass and ram it down Crackady's throat. Batons and baguettes waving a bit too strong here. That is going to be a 2-0 now in this best of 5. Holy shahamok. Cracky might need to call a doctor. What do we call that one? What was the focus? Is that uploadable to YouTube? I mean, it's the House of Lancaster loss. Of course it's uploadable. You only need 30 of them? Is this about to be the game for 2 months? Maybe. Alright guys, so let's pay out on the predickies. Louis MT the win. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now before they start the next game. So you guys don't have to worry about ads. That's where YouTubers going to be like, I don't have ads. Oh, let me check. Did I update the tile across there? I think I did. Let me do that now. What was the price pool? $1,000. There we go. Give us a wink. There we go. Nailed it. Cracky makes the Lancasters look balanced? Yikes. Yikes. Soft, that's so toxic. Did we not learn the lesson from the previous week's experience? Jesus. Chill. Guy's already about to be put in hospital. You don't have to put him in hospital again. Oh god, he's going to be put in hospital. Oh god, one and all, this may actually be a speed run to the casting booth. We're back for game number 3 between Cracky and Louis MT. And in this format, game 2 and 1, you know, you play the new civs. Game 3 and 4, it's old civ versus new, and Louis MT We've seen this before. Actually, we've seen it with Cracky featuring on Gorge. Anatan, it was the one game he was able to win in the series against Cracky. Roos versus Knights Templar. Not a nice experience, actually. Roos, Pro Scouts, usually quite free when your opponent goes to TC. Mass, Death Ball push, very strong, actually, at the start of Castle. So, Cracky, we're going to see if he learned his lessons from the Anatan game. What's the difference going to be here? Because 2TC feels like it's inviting Roos to get all the things they want. Oh my god. The 3% believe in Cracky. This poor guy. Cracky's better than Beasty. And technically, based on KPMM matchups between the two, statistically, Cracky has got the better win rate there. Look at that. Stats are very interesting when you pluck them in a very weird fashion. So, opening for Cracky is going to be rough on food, theoretically, because of the extra scouts. So far, he's doing a good job of competing. It's going to be 11 sheep to 11. That's actually like more than you can usually ask for. And you can see why. Louis, he's going to be just following in the shadow. So well played. Cracky got the correct rotation. A little bit of a gamble sometimes, because Roos can pump that second scout out quite rapidly. And we do have the double hunting cabin opening. Wondered if we were going to see this. We've seen a few players already move away from this particular build and just go for the one. For a start, you've got to walk longer without wheelbarrow. That stings. And the other thing is obviously the bigger initial wood investment. The other thing you have to keep in mind is they did nerf the bounty system. The tier system got changed. Instead of being 250 to get tier 2, it's now 400. So you don't really get as much payback in the hunting cabins as swiftly as you once did. Yeah, and it means that usually by the time your hunting cabins are into tier 2 with a bit more gold trickle, you're already in age 3. One Mali cow ranch costs 375 resources and produces only 75 food. Meanwhile, manners at 105 and defends itself. That's true. Counter trade there is like ranches build much quicker than manners, of course. And also, you do already set up other passive systems to feed into the cow. I'm not saying that manners are worse than ranches, but I am saying like there are more convoluted elements to it that you have to dissect. Okay, so looks like Cracky is doing 2TC. It's Hospitality 2TC. This was exactly the build that lost him the game against Anatan. And he's probably going for the 4 deer pack as well, which is very risky against the fast castle build. It's going to give Louis a very clear send point. We might even see him actually just adding in, say, knights in H2 with archers. Because you can actually just play a feudal send. Because remember, although Knights Templar are very good when it comes to wood economy, so are Roos. Nice deer shoving. Louis MT. Makes a lot of sense. We will see pro scouts here, I think. You can see the gold trickle coming in. He'll be close to 200, and then, of course, he can just trade across the gold gate anyway. Normally, it's a giveaway that you're going to be seeing 2TC if a Roos player goes 4 scouts. 2 to 3 scouts is a bit more debatable. You could argue 3 is like worth it because you can go for a deer shove without pro scouts. But 4 seems to be the threshold where it just becomes obvious. It's very efficient as well, the way he's done this. He hasn't got all scouts here. He's using 1 to see what his opponent's doing, and he was going to try to body block it. Nicely done by Cracky to make sure that doesn't happen. A little food income. But this is the whole idea. By going onto the wood, he was able to afford the gap to not miss out on much. And yeah, he gets the drop off just in time there. Nicely done. Isn't going to miss out on villager production. Well macroed by Cracky. Every little counts. Like at this stage, you're already 15% behind on raw villager count. So missing out on another, it just amplifies the doomful feeling in this game right now. There we go. Deer pretty much home. Is there ever a world in which Louis just walks across and gathers these? Because that would be sick, actually. He doesn't have wheelbarrow, but you've got enough deer to hang out here with 5 or 6 villages for a long time. And it means you don't waste time not gathering the risky deer. You just get rid of, like, you basically bring in the ones that you shouldn't later on be able to get into. And I like that. There you go. He does pull some good. Does still feel a bit rough because obviously it doesn't have wheelbarrow. So there's a walk distance to kind of calculate in here. This is a big part of why Pro Scouts look so good. The way I describe Pro Scouts is Pro Scouts isn't just... I mean, now it's 450. Before it's 400 and 350 even before that. It's not just that you pay that. It's also that you kind of save on paying 200 for wheelbarrow. Because the early game doesn't really require it. Because most of the time when people go Pro Scouts, they're going food and gold. Gold is a walk out once and stay there. You basically just turn around and drop off. And when you have Pro Scouts, because all the deer get dropped off at the TC, you don't have any walk distance to calculate. It's already efficient without wheelbarrow. You could argue that wheelbarrow gives a slight increase in efficiency and that you have extra carry capacity before you stop gathering and drop off. But it's a minimal effect. Alright, guys. I wish I had a 2x speed right now. It's gonna take so long. Soon. So, do you guys come here often? Oh, so many people are going to give up on Pro Scouts. I think pros are still going to try to optimize it, but I'm just thinking of the impatience of an average gamer here. This is... Dude, I am so impatient myself. I like fast pace. Ain't no way I'm doing Pro Scouts. Oh my god. Alright, high trade house on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. Love this. He drops it near the hunting cabin. So this kind of makes sense now for the pull to the deer. He had to walk out to eventually do this anyway, but now he's going to be generating extra deer so he doesn't have to walk away from here as quickly. That's cool. Love this from Cracky. He has learned from his Anatan series. These walls, he tried them, I think, quite late last time. So he gets them in earlier to ensure that he just doesn't get blocked. Because remember, Cracky hasn't really started building units yet. Look at the little roost hats. They do look adorable. Gotta give them credit for their consistency on skinning the deer as well. I do still find it comical that you shoot a deer in the face once and all of a sudden it loses its hide. Like, what? You know, shoot it once and wow, all the clothes come off. Pro Scouts are still good for Roos and maybe French. So still good for Roos. Delhi because they just get it casually. China and Shushi are still going to be fine for it. Honestly, I'd say like half the civs in the game, Pro Scouts are still viable. It's not going to just be an insta-GG like it once was, and I think that's important. Pro Scouts is now deniable and interactable. And what I mean by that, in the past, you had people floundering, desperately trying to stop Pro Scouts and failing, or they would just go Pro Scouts because someone else went Pro Scouts. I think one of the biggest changes you're going to see over Season 9, outside of the obvious addition of 2 new civs, I actually think Ottomans are about to come back in a big way. They already had some really cool experimental builds, but limitations. Now, with the changes to Pro Scouts, I think finally Ottomans have an opportunity to flourish. What am I? I'm sorry, are we playing Age of Empires 2 Arena? I don't think I've ever seen someone wall gorge like this. This is a first. Like, maybe I've seen people wall their starting TC with the tiny tree line. But halfway out, like this? It's pretty smart, though. He secures the central sacred site. It's not the best gold gen, but it's safe. He's also locked one of the relics away from Louis MT's fast castle build. High trade house in the end was 161 gold. Not bad. And now, time for another 80 gold. Dude, this is this is genuinely the wildest wall. Not the wildest, but I've seen so many games of Gorge. I feel like I've seen almost every single form of walling. And yeah, this is different. Now, because it's called Cracky, we do need to check if there's any cracks in the wall. No, he's fully secure. No shoddy rendering here. Those walls is like a campaign mission. I couldn't put it better myself. I'm getting flashbacks to playing Cossacks and having my little palisade defenses with my units in place. So looks like we got Genoese crossbowman coming. Hospitalier as well? No, he needs a solution to knights. Would it have been better to have done Angevin Empire here? Because you'd answer everything that Rus are likely to do. Knights and archers all in makes a lot of sense. The only other possibility is like horse archers, spearmen, at least don't die too quick for that. I think the thought process here for Cracky is Genoese crossbowman just outrange. So you can stop him on the burn through because, yeah, look, he can't attack you. And if he walks away with the archers, the base damage on Genoese is high enough that the knights will slowly die. That's pretty smart. However, you've built very long, wide walls, so Genoese crossbows do have one negative. That shield is very heavy. 1.06 movement speed. Oh, that's cool, though. It's so hard to actually snipe one of these villages with the Hospitalier effect. And yeah, he just needs to commit faster. Oh, that's sick. We're Gandalfing. Gandalfing OP, chat. Okay, I really think... So right now, everyone's like, people are going to rage quit because of House Lancaster. I think, give it a few months, there's going to be some people cheesing with Hospitalier in gold plat that will force people to rage quit. Because they just won't know what to do when this healing happens. This is a sick defense. Shield's heavy but useless. Hey, that's not true. You get one ranged armor. It's made out of clay. Chill. Okay, so finally Louis has realized what the actual solution is. Because so far he's just getting griefed on this. It is going to be a ram instead. Yeah, that's sick though. I was about to say, Cracky, if he builds a gate, he can still burn this down with the Hospitalier. He's even going to run out. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Calm down. Hospitalier heal. Hospitalier heal. Hospitalier heal. They're like, we're not a dog. Oh, for God's sake. No. Cracky, no. There's no A-click for healing. All right. It was a cool idea. He's even planting wood. Wait. That's a misclick, right? Instead of just building a fortified palisade wall, he's double wooden fortressing. And now they're charging. I mean, the problem here is the Saint's Blessing on the Knights. Like, you just don't have a unit that actually counts Knights right now. He's trying to switch into crossbowmen, but there's just not much front line. The Hospitalier are decent. Against Knights, they can't stand long. Villagers also now being sacrificed. Culled even. The ram. A single ram moving onto the TC. I think this is going to be F's in chat for Cracky. Because he's Frackady here. Archers still have that Saint's Blessing. Lano and trade really well into the crossbowman. Now, well, the ram actually gave up on the TC. Okay, so that's like, whew, sigh of relief moment for Cracky. It would be if we weren't... Oh my dear God, what are the villagers doing here? This is not safe passage. Unless you want a passage to the afterlife. Okay, that's it. GG gets called. Call an ambulance. It turns out that Age of Empires 4 was not ready for arena mode. Oh, Cracky. So we call that one Pro Mistakes AoE for Age of Empires 2 Arena. Oh, GG. Cool idea. Genoese crossbows just feel so tricky to scale quick enough. When you do a defensive format like that, though, for sure. So Gorge. That was Rus versus KT. All right, trip win. Okay, so GG's. Cracky is aus. Next series. One sec. Just checking if they're going to start earlier. Games left like the table. You can see the picks. They're kind of small. But there was Relic River still to play. I think that might have been Highview. But I'm just going to double check. The next series, I'm going to see if it's actually going to start earlier. We've got Beasty versus DeMu happening in half an hour. So, I guess we watch Beasty's ladder game? Because it's only half an hour. Hold on, let me update the title. Forgot to remove the KPMM piece. Whose tournament is this? Warman organised it. It's a cool concept for sure. It's tricky on the... Because I think this affects tournament elo, so it's going to be tricky on that effect, but... it's like the sacrifice. The reason it's tricky is because it's obviously not a play or 5. So there is kind of a first pick advantage thing that could occur based on the third game. Okay. So... Give me a sec. Up next. DeMu versus Beasty. Give me a sec. I'm just confirming it in the background. Because, I wouldn't be surprised now with that series being done if they asked them to start a little bit early. But obviously, Beasty's in a game. So, what we'll do is we'll check in on that game. While we wait. Hey, let's get old Llock. What rank is he? 49th in the world. What a Giga Chad. Algerian player. Finished last season 96th. Respectable. All right, one and all. So we're waiting for the next tournament series, which is going to be DeMu versus Beasty. And it happens to be that Beasty right now, who's in the yellow, let me update that name cover, is... Wait a second. It's all over the place. What? Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, so Beasty right now is playing against Llock, who we've actually seen in our KPMMs before. Llock is actually doing quite well, though. He's in the top 100. He finished in the top 100 last season as well. I'm curious to see what he can do here. HRE versus Knights Templar. We've seen this a few times in comp, and it has actually looked really good for HRE. Principality of Antioch. Yo! Wait, but is this... No. I keep wanting there to be some really cool axe thrower games, but the reality check is they just end up being pretty much a bypass to get a boost from the later phase of the game. It would be nice to actually see like more axe thrower builds early on, but I feel like people have tried them and they've realized they're just very, very high risk, low reward, I want to say. But interesting start. So we actually have a Knights Templar Spearman opening into double merchant camp. That's 2 extra villagers to work with. Yet he's punishing Llock for a fast castle build. Wait, really? Castle rush here against KT. Is this counterplay to 2TC? Oh my god, it's a Burgrave rush, of course. Like, why is my brain even thinking about this for more than a few seconds? And look at the reaction. This is... Please, please, that. Yeah. This is sick, though. Beasty knows what's coming. He's going to go for the double palisade wall. And now he has the sergeant defense. Okay, so we'll stick on the 4x speed for the time being. This just turned into a really, really interesting game. I'm very curious to actually see what Llock's reaction to this is going to be. The rally point is already sucking. He'd have to go all the way around. You already kind of hate this game a little bit. And more balls are coming. Oh my god. So the reason this is important is sergeants have quite good base damage. They do 10 base damage at this stage, well 9.9. Compared to Archer, that would be 5, that could be scaled up to 6. So you already see actually the thought process for Beasty. These are much more effective killers as range units against mass men at arms. That's like me right now. I guess you could turn this into a relic grab. I think the boyos are going to get ready to draft. Basically, we decided to do this game while we're waiting for the next series, which is DeMu versus Beasty. So we'll occasionally speed up, but there's not so much happening. That's crazy. What a sick reaction. Beasty with the big brain. I'm impressed. Like, you know, you'd think this man has experienced a little bit of sleep deprivation at this point, the amount of hours he's putting in. But I remember I was talking to Wam this morning, she's like, we got good sleep. I was like, okay, apparently it's showing. This boy be cooking. Okay, so burn from the wall. Oh no, he overextended. Can he repair? Beasty's gonna try for another wall. What? This is ambitious. He has got the tech up on the way. UI, yeah, so can confirm. Capture Age does not show the tech up if it's not in the primary TC. Doesn't get the walls up though. Yeah, you can see he's trying to find the position. So the flood begins. Uh-oh. This is crazy. Men-at-Arms are going to start breaking off. Sergeants will be able to hide, but the villagers cannot. We're going to stick on the 2x speed here. So I think the draft is kicking off in just a sec. Veterancy just kicked in. This is big. The sergeants can start counterplaying. They've got 5 melee armor now, 13 base damage. However, there are heavy maces against them, so you have to show a little bit of respect here. Llock. Is he running out of food? I think he is. Yeah, Arkin Chapel with no farms. D is about to expire. He's running for the boar now. This is the thing about Burgrave. Even with the changes, like in theory, you have scalability for the late game with charge, but reality check is actually you're still just playing the Civ that is on the clock. What a cool strat. I'm really impressed by this. He's also had pilgrimages happening this whole time. It never really got blocked because the men-at-arms wanted into the base instead. Llock is on shaky grounds, guys. I think the tricky part is when people pick HRE, the Burgrave Rush is just almost self-implied on this map because of how short the distance is on the light horizon. Great reaction already by Beasty, though. We said we wanted to see an Axeman game, and although it wasn't like the Axeman Rush, he shows us exactly how and why the Axeman can be incredibly valuable. What a sick play. Now Mass Axe Throw is moving out. Llock. Correct reaction is Crossbowmen. Crossbowmen counter these because there's no ranged armor, and they're counted as heavy units. So you can cost them quite easily. Especially marching drills, you can keep your distance. Remember, the sergeants have less range. Llock. He has at least started to garrison the relics. 5 relic gaming. The sergeants, they found their target. Nice little bit of raid there. Does see the boar as well. Remember, sergeants have decent range for a melee unit because the vision is the attack range. Step back. This was difficult actually for Llock to kill enough fast enough here. I wonder if line formation would be worth it. I mean, probably not because he needs to kind of very much target fire to guarantee a kill with each volley. Good micro, more worker kills happening. A reminder, this is 2TC versus 1, so like Llock, it feels as if this is gradually just going against it. Yeah, we even have Genuine's crossbows following as well. Beasty and his big range. So most people so we talked about why walling is usually not good. So walling against a burglary rush, it buys you time, but it doesn't fix the problem. You know, it's like you're addressing the symptoms instead of the cause. Axe throwers address the cause. They are a counterplay to Men-at-Arms Flood. Because the walls buy you time to make sure that you just don't die to heavy maces. And you have high enough base damage that you can just destroy them. Did I cast the Corvinus versus Puppy Paw games? Yes. I did cast those. That was on Thursday. Wait, what is that tree line? Oh, it's loose trees. I love those. That's cool. I didn't realize they were using those. So I think Avali was the first person to use these on Oases. Because you can walk through the trees that look like they should be like blocking you. And Llock. He has at least found enough food for one more pump. But at this point, does Men-at-Arms really solve any of your problems? Spinman defense is interesting, but it makes sense because of heavy maces. The whole goal here now for Beasty, you can see he's just trying to scale into Genuine's crossbowman, but make sure he has a cheap front line to last. And this is the most efficient thing to last against H3 Men-at-Arms and crossbows. You see Beasty in the bracket. That's because that's the midweek muster bracket, not to be confused with the trials of Cross and Rose. TC performing well for Templar. I think it's the go-to build right now. I don't know if I would say it's going to remain the go-to build. The thing you have to keep in mind is when a new Civ gets added to the game, it's almost always the case that people default to 2TC because it's safe. 2TC is reliable. You know, it has a lot of risk, and people have to somehow attack you to stop it. So as the meta develops, I think we will start to see less 2TC play out of the Knights Templar, and more one all-in, even some situational fast castles. But for now, it is the dominant strategy. Now definitely looking like the dominant player. We have got the counterweight trebuchets out. No E-repairs. And another fortress on the way. I don't think Llock can stop this keep from going up. I mean, if he fights near the outpost, the double swing on placement could save him. But in the mid-map, it's a Llock crossbow. I think feudal all-in is the best strategy. I don't know if I'd say all-in. Pressure into tech, yeah. It's very rarely the case that feudal all-in is like the optimal strategy with civs. Oh, nice raid. Oh, wow. Yeah, he didn't send the army. Sick read by Llock. Now passive Schwabia coming. And yes, H-Reed did choose the burger. 2TC resource balancing is easier to figure out than aggressive builds. Exactly. But there's like a counterplay argument to that statement. It's like, yes, if you play more 2TCs, you can play deeper state of the game and maybe do more strategies, theoretically. And it can work because people don't know the counter strategy. So like, you can afford inefficiency. But you get less gain in compared to maybe all-in field aggressive players. So it's a trade-off. This is an insanely valuable trade-off for Beasty. And what on earth was that? The Pulsar Swabio on the front side when there's already trebuchets. And you're about to see the Genuine's crossbowman dominate. This backfight, not great. More health on the Genuine's and crossbowman. More damage as well. Those Men-at-Arms completely melted. At this point, you're close to that. I think Llock is going to lose the tower and then probably wave the white flag. What a cool game. I mean, you know, like some people are like, oh, Beasty won. I've seen this a million times. Who cares? You've done something great with it. This has always been our focus. We've said this in past as well. Like, we don't focus on, like, uploading wins of X or Y player. We focus on how they got it. And Beasty, that axe throw play was sick. Wow. Okay, really cool game. Let's get everything updated now. So, is that uploadable? Maybe. I don't know, like, we speed ran through it, but maybe. So are we good to go on the DeMu series? What are we waiting on now? Oh, I think they've got 10 minutes until their scheduled start, if I'm not mistaken. And no, you haven't missed DeMu Beasty. DeMu Beasty is going to be starting in about 5 to 10 minutes max. In fact, the draft driver is now live. Ooh, let's test if Cal's draft system works well. So, this should technically auto-update based on picks, is the idea. We're going to find out. We basically are the test guinea pig for a new UI system. Is it working? Well, they're now doing the maps. So, yeah, the bands aren't showing. Okay, Cal's system sucks. Okay. Wait. I think one just came through. Yeah, Enlightened Horizon is showing. But Holy Island is not. If I refresh, does it work now? Relic River shows. Regions doesn't because it can't ID it. So I'll just fix that. I can't fix that. Okay, manual override doesn't work. So I'm just going to open it and show it to you guys. Boom, there you go. So we've got Gorge, Regions, Relic River. Enlightened Horizon banned out. No memory. And Dry Arabia as the default beginner. Interesting, like, DeMu does not want to play Carmel. I think Carmel is a map that, with a few more iterations, will be far superior to Regions. The problem is just the food. There's too much safe food. If they fix that, it'll be Gucci. Like, I think you theoretically could have a map with that much food. It's just the position of the food needs to be risky. And right now it's not. It's like, that's what they're going to need to fix. But we have got our drafts. Let that bad boy in. Make sure it's definitely showing. So game 1. I think Beasty starts his House of Lancaster here, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it like higher seed begins whole? And then it's going to be Dry Arabia, we said. Okay, so I can set up all the maps to show on this overlay. But the trade-off, if I do that, is that there won't be the name of the maps when we're in game. It's really up to you guys on what you prefer. We've got regions. Stored land. And then gorge. Because I can do it like this. I can go upcoming, upcoming. Upcoming. Like that. Ta-da! Jazz hands. Honestly, might make this bigger. The problem is, like, basically, like, it looks good in this scene because it's bigger. But obviously, we've got the KPMM logo and everything. I need to create another scene that's identical to this for non-KPMM tournament games. Oopsie. Okay, the boys just loaded in, so let's get ready to go game number 1. Whew. What in all, we may have just discovered the matchup of the week. Beasty up against DeMu in a best of 5 single elimination. That's right, welcome one and all back to Trials of Cross and Rose. This is, of course, the 1 weekend long tournament, well, 4-day long tournament in total, featuring 16 of the top players and featuring a lot of the new civs. We're going to have Knights Templar vs Lancaster, and then they're going to flip roles, so Lancaster will be in the hands of DeMu next game, or as he's known on ladder, the Lancaster boy. I'm going to see if that Lancaster boy has learned enough to be able to slay the beast. Has Beasty got anything interesting in mind? I haven't really caught many of Beasty's streams. Has he been playing a lot of Lancaster, or is he just focused on Knights Templar? My understanding is he's been primarily figuring out Templar, which makes a lot of sense strategically. With the upcoming tournament, the EGC tournament just around the corner, the reality check is that House of Lancaster is very rarely going to make it past the ban check, in my opinion. So focusing your time instead on Knights Templar that has a realistic possibility makes a lot more sense. So looks like it is just going to be the normie build. Lancaster Castle. Nothing quirky here. Other side, DeMu. 10 on wood. Ooh. Is this 2TC? Might be. Yeah, it's 2TC. He's rallying across now. Okay, so French is going to be... Kingdom of France just feels very good for the delayed scaling. It does come at cost, though. So we've seen a few different approaches with 2TC recently. Cracky in particular has been quite obsessed with the Hospitalier. But we have seen that Knights Templar French can make a lot of sense. You pretty much just play mass cavalry archers and try to dent the mana spam. Predictions. Wow, 73% for Beasty. Wonder which way Beasty wants to play this, because we know it's going to be about manas, but there's 2 approaches we've seen, primarily anyway. One is you don't rush the mana techs, you get the free manas, and then you start scaling army to defend against KT. The other is you just go ham. You spam as many manas as possible, very lightly add in infantry, and stand your ground. The value, by the way, in the mana strategy here is meant to be in the levy. There's an ability in here to spawn a bunch of heavy cavalry. And if you rush up to 9 manas and wait to pull the trigger then, you get 11 Demi-Lancers. Can we just agree Demi-Lancers is kind of a crazy name for a unit as well? It sounds like it's straight out of Age of Mythology. I know it was a real unit, but like, if you didn't have that context, for most people with Demi-Lancer, you just immediately are probably thinking of Greeks in Age of Mythology. So mana's on the way. Where does DeMu go with the second TC? Probably Deer front side? Yeah, I could see that making sense. Secures the gold, your primary tree line. That also lets you start full production for a quicker push into the enemy base. Alternative options, you could just secure the back trees, but yeah, there we go. Bob's his uncle. He's going to be under the deer. And final vote, did it change anything? No, okay, 73% still for Beasty. I'm not going to go over the changes that need to happen to House of Lancaster because this would be the 15th time. DeMu Lancers, you have to wait for game 2. Like, what would Beastie's name replicate into unit-wise? The Balls Guard? Nah, it doesn't really work.
And you work it.
So yeah, I'm gonna get the Chevalier prepped. Oh, this is cool. The way DeMu's doing this. Yeah, he's trying to hide the intent. So Beastie's gonna lane the deer. Well played there. DeMu did snipe most of them, but a few got too far away. So, like, little tip when you go for a second TC. It's quite optimal as you're walking in. Just grab groups of 2 villagers, snipe the deer, because the loss in build time is so minimal, but the secure on the deer is very important. So if he does at least kill 3 of them close by, there might be a 4th hidden that I don't see. No, it looks like it's the 3. Beastie didn't scout the Chevalier, but he surely knows. I think he did scout when the tech came in. One thing that's quite annoying, actually, when you play against Knights Templar, is the secondary TCs tell you nothing. You have to check the Templar headquarters to know exactly what your opponent got. And you can tell via 2 things, guys. So if anyone has been struggling to figure out what your Templar opponent built, the first obvious one is the flag. There'll be flag for H2 here, flag for H3 here, and then flag for H4 will be in top. But the other thing that gets added into the courtyard is the unit. So we've got Chevalier, and let's say you engineer his crossbowman, there'd be a crossbowman over here. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, no. For a moment, I thought the chicken entities get replaced by the units. They kind of do, just not exactly in the spot. So you can see, like, a chicken here. There's not a chicken here. Oh, that's actually interesting, I just thought about. Did you guys notice that most of the time, units inside buildings aren't animated? This is a rarity. The Knights Templar units are animated, so I wonder if maybe this is a preview to a change that might be introduced in the future. Because theoretically, it looks like there was an intent for that. Like, this is a very sad horse. He's been so depressed he hasn't moved in 4 years. But you could see what the intent would be for it to walk around in circles. That's cool. I reckon they're going to use this to see what the feedback is visually on whether this annoys people or not. And if it doesn't annoy them, we might see them add in more animations. Meanwhile, other side, first Chevalier arrives. Nice snipe there. Beastie gets caught on the stone. Yeah, because he pried over at the gold. I mean, he had to. There's the kind of a roughness to Beastie's spawn we didn't talk about. Stone and gold spawns are on opposite sides, so you can't actually protect both. Alright, I actually kind of like DeMu's position. It might be about to change. I hate this so much. Muster the Nobles. We're not even 9 minutes into the game. He's about to get 8 DeMu Lancers, which are statistically comparative to Chevalier. Chevalier are slightly better for sure. But also Chevalier are going to cost you a lot more. Is DeMu only building knights? Yeah, he wants a reason to do something else. He's about to be given it. Double racks on the way from Beastie. Does Beastie just turn this into a fast castle? Usually people want to go mass yeoman. Could he maybe do a different way where he goes spearman into Elsgard? I mean, Elsgard should demolish Chevalier, and then obviously you don't care about archers. But you do need your opponent to build archers first, which hasn't happened. Pilgrims are going to struggle to pilgrim. Golders are going to stay in gold, maybe even go to bronze. So these boys might be in trouble. DeMu is going to be quick on the fingers. Yes, but without wheelbarrow, that's still going to lead to losses. Nice striking, 2 kills gained. Beastie definitely not behind on villager count, guys. He has got 6 manors. This is equivocal to having an extra 15 villagers. Yeah, he's safe. More than one way. Nested Beast could work? Maybe. You can't think of anything as good as DeMu Lancers? What about DeMu ships? Ah, there you go. You forgot about those. DeMu has it all. Or Sacra Bluey Knights. I still like that one. Man, if only Myriad was a Red Alert 2 player, he could have had Myriad tanks instead of Mirage tanks. So, Beasty is getting the final manas in. This is starting to feel more and more like Castle. The Spearman is just defensively to stop him getting dove. DeMu, does he feel good about the current state of the game? Switching into archers now, when your opponent's likely going Castle Age, it's going to be a bit rough on the timing. And the Chevalier haven't really been able to raid him to death. In fact, Beasty's done more raiding with Demi-Lancers. But welcome to Mana Life. Like, this isn't DeMu's fault. It's how do you raid this? Reminder that each of these are doing 8 damage. 8 times 9. That's going to end up being 72 damage before mitigation. Even with mitigation, that's going to end up being... what's it end up being? I think it's 45 damage you take every 4 seconds on a Chevalier. It's a tasty question now. There's no pressure for White Tar. Right? He might consider White Tar because of the paranoia of DeMu all in. But the Demi-Lancers can confirm that's not happening. They're just diving around the base, not really seeing much of an army. So Beasty's quite safe to go King's College if he wants. But he has a lot of wood, so might be seeing a production switch as well. This is the thing, when you don't produce Yeoman, you end up with an insane amount of wood. He has got 14 people there, but like a lot of this is just the raw mana spam. 45 per. So remember, he's generating 405 wood passively per minute. And it is going to be a mass Yeoman switch. Which is going to require a Broman switch from DeMu. I know, I just done it for the rhyme. Genuine's crossbows is not going to feel great into Yeoman. You haven't got many reasons to anger in spears. Do you really want to be doing Genital? Post-game, after everyone I've talked to has done Kingdom of Castile, every single one has got PTSG, which is post-traumatic stress genital. They regret doing it. Guess we'll find out in a second. Do you know it's usually the safest just because you can generate gold? But the Pilgrimage isn't very strong right now. They should list the unique unit. They do in-game, it's just the capture age UI is drunk. Just memorize them like me, actually. Looks like DeMu is trying to get a timing around Fortress plus tech. Good idea. If you want to lean into Genoa, you're going to need the keep protected. DeMu's at least doing a good job of controlling the mid-map right now. The Demi-Lancers, although vetted up, are outnumbered, so they don't want to fight with Chevalier. Beasty has a lot of speed. Veterancy is on the way for them. He has also already got the Billman tech. That's going to minus armor. This is the plan, like very smart by Beasty. You go Billman into Yeoman Mass because then these Lombos hit really, really hard with the minus armor, even against heavy cav. Even if, for example, DeMu decided to now switch into Templar Brothers, because you can't really scale Templar Brothers swiftly. They're a slow mass unit. They take 32 seconds, even when you take the French commandery. Templar Brothers will be way too expensive to lose to the Yeoman. This is the thing as well, I think that is a big problem with the manas. Even if the Templar Brothers focus on raiding, which they could, and let's say they find 10 villager kills. Who cares? I've got 10 manas. That's the flaw. Raiding doesn't really work. So, like, against House Lancaster, not being able to raid is a big deal. Against most civs, raiding is a viable way of coming back in a game where you're behind. The problem with the mana design is your way out is either eat good booming beyond them or all in. And you can't all in a civ that's ahead. you can't out-eco boom without risking getting all in. It's like, it's a catch-22. Every single way is solved. Yeah, we are getting the Junoese. Nice dodge here. Beasty knows he's got momentum on his side right now with the veterancies. He's going to slow down to recheck. He's got synchronized shot on the way. Remember, this is all much cheaper because of the King's College. It's not about the unique techs. It's about the fact that he's getting discounts everywhere. I mean, you can see it, like, over here, for example. Oh, mate, it's not going to show it there in the UI. But, like, you know, Siege Engineering 43, 106. Whereas if DeMu wanted to get it, who does have a blacksmith, 51. And yes, it discounts everything. This is why I've been saying King's College is secretly a very, very good castle landmark. Like, King's College, even if you don't use any of the unique techs, for the simple detail of discounting all your technologies, it is a... I've been saying, like, probably top 10 castle landmark with just this perk alone. But obviously, if you use any of these, it goes into almost the top 5. Freaking amazing. By the way, little tip to people, if you ever want to know if your opponent went King's College or White Tower, just click on any building that isn't an outpost or a house, and you'll be able to tell. Because they'll all have the King's College. Beasty trying to relax. He's very reluctant to cancel them here. We do have an Earl's Guard switch on the way. Ooh, but that's going to be in a crossbow and Templar Brothers. Shot in the sink. Spin line should be decent enough to hold here, especially the debuff being applied. He's spinning now. Just not much cavalry left here. DeMu pretty much sacked the entire battalion. Now you're left with yeomen versus archers, a fight that shouldn't really feel better for DeMu. Ay, ay, ay. Another worry here is DeMu, like, what's your long-term solution? Food has to be getting a bit worrying, a little bit of a paranoid factor for you. You're playing on the berries right now, also going to be found there. Meanwhile, your opponent just has in for food. A hell lot of it as well. Now the Earl's Guard. I can't believe this, man. I was a little bit skeptical that the Earl's Guard transition was going to cost him, but because of the wipe on the cavalry, it's perfectly timed to ruin DeMu's offensive. Meanwhile, Shiv's out over here. A little bit of kiting. Can just make this better, though. DeMu knows he can't really afford to send troops over here. We'll eventually clean this up, but ends up losing a worker or two. Not to mention, of course, the idle time. And we just got Shire Levy. Oh my. Sir, this is not reasonable. 17 extra yeomen like that. You have to queue the tech and wait, but totally worth it. It's 60 yeomen now. I'm telling you, everything about yeomen that makes you think they're broke circles around Lancaster Castle. And nice spread. I love that. He didn't overkill one location. He just weakened the entire backline. Second wave of the Bromans coming in. The Templar Bros. They just can't do anything. There's no scale route here for DeMu. He'd need a lot more stables and actually a lot more income for this. I think we're on the verge of hell. I mean, props to DeMu. There are moments where, like, I thought maybe he'd be able to come through in a castle and hit his timing. But this is what Lancaster does to you. And I think this is actually why Lancaster is going to make more people rage quit the game than if Mongol TC rushes came back, probably. Mongol TC's... Actually, Mongol TC's a bad example. But, like, Fast Castle HRE when it was best would make less people rage quit. Because, like, at least you knew where you stood and what your opponent was doing and what was coming. With Lancaster, the way they play, especially if you don't aggress them, if you aggress them, you just feel it's futile. But if you just chill back, by the time you realize how far behind you are, it's actually very jarring. Have you ever played a game where you don't quite understand why you lost? With those type of games, you stop playing. With House of Lancaster, it may be quickly obvious why you lost when you just learn what manners do. But then that just makes you like 20 times more angry. This sim is wild. And it's crazy because that might end up causing it to have a reverse effect than intended, which is House of Lancaster was meant to be clearly more encouraging for casual players. It actually may start to discourage casuals. To be fair, people don't know how to use passive income at low. No. So I think it's going to be just as much of a problem at low rank, because at low rank, people are going to build the manners, and like at bronze, silver, gold, most people stop building before 60 villages. So if you build manners, but you stop building villages, you're miles ahead of your opponent. And that extra resource just turns into faster Imperial damage anyway. Like, that's what happens. You know, we've all been there. When you miss macro because you're too focused on the fight or whatever else. Oh, look at that. I've got 2,000 food. I guess I might as well go Imperial. This Civ feels like it can do that quicker than almost anyone at every rank. Sink shots. Great micro from Beasty. Just splits them. Really, like, important, crucial detail here, guys. You don't want to just blow it all on one target. It's going to be an overkill. Spread it out. Do more damage. And send him to the Reaper. Can't line that well. Stand around. If the mangoes go down, I think they'll just be GG. This is DeMu's last hope. Mangoes in Castle Age are... How do you say socks in Knight's Temple? Depends. Well, actually, yeah, he did go French, so it'll have to be French. Oh, you can't at least be up the ramp. Yeah, but Beasty's going... Look at the size of his military, and he's going... Yeah, this is less Deus Vault and more Deus Retire. Actually, to be honest with you, playing against House of Lancaster feels like you're experiencing Deus Ex Machina. Struck by God. Ram spam. Line formation, boys. It's time to send DeMu back to the lobby. Straight off the headquarters. Mango's just so far away as well. And he knows there's a sink shot. Beasty's holding it intentionally. He's trying to just force him to overextend, and there it is. Doesn't get maximum damage, but gets enough. And second flurry. Oh, no! Man, Beasty's styling. Maximize and synchronized shot. It's like the villagers will come in clutch to the repairs, barely keeping the town center alive. Cost so high just to try and remain in this game. I mean, DeMu, he does have a 20 villager lead. If he can turn this into a counteroffensive, there is hope. He has got 14 Templar brothers. And now the Windguard armies begin to spawn. It's going to be the Demi-Lancers. Every 50 seconds, more and more. And guys, why this is ultra scary, there's a tech, and I wonder if Beasty realizes it, just how good it is actually against Mass Templar brothers. Collar of S's. Collar of S's, okay, we won't even get to see it. It's going to be GG. Game number 1 will once again go to the Lancasters. This Civ, man. This Civ. I don't know if that one's uploadable. That was quite... We've seen this every time so far. Okay, so 1 win on the board for Beasty. Win on the left side. Where are they going to go next? So they're going to be flipping, we know that. What's your best... So you know you're going to have to play House of Lancaster now. Your opponent's going to have Knights Templar. If you're DeMu, is Relic River like the easiest one to close on, or Regions? Regions has a lot of like kind of safe word, the way it usually protects you before tree line. Gorge feels like it could be good for Knights Templar because of like the spread of sacred sites. Do you just board land? Okay, what's going on? What counter are you guys talking about? I noticed some talk earlier about Yeoman, and I've said this, so I stand by it. Like, people are obsessively focused on Yeoman, and they are a strong unit, but I really think people are fixated on a symptom and not the cause. Okay, it looks like it's going to be Gorge next game. One sec. There we go. So, Gorge. Knights Templar versus House of Lancaster. Boom.
Ah, finit.
I'm mad? Come on, man. You say that again, I'm going to take a dump on your car. The smear feces over your rear view mirrors. Don't mess with crazy people. All right. Well, the boot is on the other foot. One and all, welcome back. It's time for Lancaster Lad to take to the Lancastrians. Beasty with the Knights Templar, and we are going to be on Gorge. And this is chalked down again, isn't it? No, this is actually European. What? Is this standard Gorge? It is. What have they done to Gorge? Something is different with this map now. These tree line spawns are happening more frequently on European since the patch. Wait, that's actually like a busted spawn for Knights Templar. Oh my god, what? What two things do you want as Knights Templar with a secondary TC? You want deer and you want wood, because wood is your best resource anyway. He can just, like, slot it in there. It's a jackpot. Meanwhile, DeMu got the risky stuff. Oh. So I guess you I guess you Lancaster Castle here, and then you build the manors around.
Now
What's up, League Chronicler? Appreciate the raid, buddy. Okay, so outside that, is there anything else really ridiculous about the spawns one way or the other? Beasty has a brilliant east flank. This is kind of crazy. He gets the deer, double gold, berries as well, all on one side. I mean, this is nice to extend into for the TC initially, though, because like you push behind for ball. Question is if he even wants to do 2 TC. Because we've seen 2 TC attempted by DeMu, and it left me very wanting for solutions. The other way we've seen people play against Lancaster, and I'd say actually on average have more success, is 1 TC budget French. So basically you just build heavy cavalry and archers. And yeah, Lancaster Castle is exactly where we'd expect. So normally the way that most Lancastrian players are setting up their base is you just kind of build a few manors here and a few manors here. The logic in that is that it makes it very hard to dive either early on. The trade-off is if your opponent goes for an all-in, it makes you weak on one side. Right? Because they can just throw everything onto the gold or the stone. Usually your target ends up being gold because by the time you're ready for a full all-in, your opponent's probably got all the stone they need. He has backstone, but I don't think that changes anything for Beasty. Like, he'd go to the forward stone because it's closer. But as we said, right now at least, it doesn't really look like the macro for 2 TC. And we have got the priority on the Sanctuary, on Safe Passage rather. Okay, so, DeMu. Does he want to invest in 2 or 3 archers to stop this? It could be a valid strategy, but it's very expensive to do that initial investment. So most likely, we're going to see a rush into Pilgrim 2. First 3 Pilgrims at least get through for free. And then maybe DeMu, by the time he has the first few manors, does something about it. And yeah, he has gone for Safe Passage to Sanctuary. Really good scale point. Obviously, you are sacrificing villagers, but it just pays off so quickly. Alright, how did you guys predict, by the way? 66% for Beasty. People not trusting Benny Boy. I mean, guys, he's British. That's like plus 400 elo. Actually, I never asked what part of England he's from, so maybe it's not.
Okay, on your salad.
I will say one thing for sure, though. I think I said that this is the interesting thing. So for those that don't know, Warman organized this tournament. She also done things like King of Dry Arabia before. I remember saying about King of Dry Arabia, it was really cool at the time. But by the time it was done, I was like, we probably don't want to do this anytime soon again. And seeing so much, I mean, it's obviously release week as well. We've already seen so much of it. But even on top of that, then seeing so much Lancaster and Knights Templar, it's kind of making me eager for the KPMM games where we're going to see a lot more Civ deviation. But like I said, it's a good thing, right? That we got this out of our system. We got to see this matchup. It allows us to see all these different permutations and figure things out. And then we can get back to the nitty and gritty of the deep. And thank you. Yes, sorry. Score is flipped. Beasty is leading. Reminder. Okay, so Chevalier on the way. Archer Rangers are being dropped now. Knights Templar is actually one of the best civs in the game at scaling archers, because of the food-wood interaction with lumber preservation. Chevalier, gonna go in. DeMu, ooh, that's gonna be a villager loss. Okay, well played. Does dive towards the TC, less than ideal, but still gets out just about alive. So once again, just imagine a version of the game where this Lancaster castle, this mana and this mana were not attacking him. What does the health bar look like then? You could argue he built an outpost instead, but an outpost is a big investment. You still want to see more Hole and KT? You clearly have not been watching this channel every hour of the last several days. I want to see more Knights Templar and Lancaster versus other civs at this stage. Although, actually, like, I want to be bluntly honest that right now I want to see more KT and not so much more Lancaster. Unless it's something other than this. Beasty. Ah, great body blocks there by DeMu. This time he can get through. So, we do have a rush into the extra mana tech. Fourth one down the way. No units. Okay, there we go. Spimmer now coming in. But the archer's already here. But the tricky part about this is the archers are going to struggle to dive the manas, which is why you're seeing Beasty rush. And the message, not just for the knights, it's for the survivability of the all but the other landmark. Yeah, but the problem is, right now in comp play, if people want to win, they don't do Abbey of Kings. It's not necessarily that Abbey of Kings is bad. It's just that Lancaster Castle is so much better. And there we go. I wondered if BC was going to do this. It is going to be rushing the Rams. This early on, it's not too bad. Like, your opponent is going full greed, and he has confirmation of it now, because look how many people in the goal. Not just that, the body blocks. Beasty gets perfectly positioned there to convert into a double kill. Let's make it triple. Nicely done. Okay, so pretty much offset the sacrifice of teching as well as going pilgrims. Beasty, I wouldn't say is economically ahead with the amount of manas in the field. But if this ram timing hits well, and he takes out, say, 2 manas, I think Beasty's ahead. DeMu, how only the stage is going into the archers? With so few spearmen, it's kind of difficult to actually run out and defend against these rams, especially when you know archers can just rear in and guard. So likely we'll see DeMu sack the first mana, possibly even the second. Yeah, the other worry I have is DeMu is just behind on blacksmith timing with this build. So, yeah, people highlighting that this is the way for Knights Templar to play into this. True, the other way is an outpost rush. I do think there is a counterplay for Lancaster. We actually saw it from Louis earlier today. Is instead of just rushing 9 manas, you go 3 or maybe even 6 as maximum, but 3 usually. It puts you ahead on economy, and it lets you prep an army against it all in. But DeMu, he went full greed. Quadra ram now. I get Quadra ram, like, the goal here is to have 4 manas dead before DeMu has 12 spinmen, I think. Crazy. And remember, every mana going down isn't just removed economy, it's actually removed units as well. Because he has one less bow attack. Yeah, like Beasty's gonna have to sack 1 or 2 archers for this dive. It's worth it. If you lose 1 archer to kill a mana, it's worth it. Oh, no, DeMu. He's mustering the Demi-Lancers with practically no manas. Oh, crap. Yeah, this is the timing that everyone fears. Anyone who's played against this, the max manas into Demi-Lancers is huge. But DeMu went for the 9 instead of going for 6 into Demi-Lancers, which is why this is falling apart so quickly for him. He also is housed right now because he was relying on the manas. We finally have Demi-Lancers coming out, but he gets scammed. He doesn't even get the full amount because he's still got a housing problem. Oh my god. Any boy just looks dead. Even the Lancaster Castle now. I really want to emphasize how rare it is that you can feudal all in someone to kill them. But Lancaster is the type of civ that demands that because otherwise they might snake mana in. And with 5 rams, mathematically Beasty is at a point where he could just kill him in feudal age. And he shows no signs of letting up. Not stockpiling resources. We don't have 2 TC. We have him moving out onto the board now, just to make sure he can keep making the Chevalier numbers bigger and bumper. Good news for DeMu is at least he got the Demi-Lancers out of Lancaster Castle before he died. I haven't tested it, but my theory is that it does not spawn them if it does not. Oh, if he kills the blacksmith, actually. Yeah, this is a sick target. It's 30 seconds. Mathematically, you will kill the blacksmith in time. Ooh. Is that just it? DeMu has way too much gold, no way of really using it now. He can build another blacksmith. But yeah, this is too much. 5 worker kills so far in this game. Has he lost a single ram? I don't think he has. One's almost dead. And now he finds them out in the stone. DeMu, he was trying to remaster the manas again. No wheelbarrow. Chevalier charge in. And that has to be curtains. Damn. Beasty's on fire. Whoo, whoo, whoo. Benny boy not waiting around at all. I mean, I don't like. I feel like people would want that to be uploaded because Omega lol Lancaster L, but damn, was that quick. Lancaster Manorish. Maybe try some different ways, like how to counter the Lancaster mana build. He literally put a count guide out. I'm surprised DeMu didn't see the exact thing coming. Yeah, I haven't seen that video over, so I wouldn't know. I think if he went maybe maybe you can get away with 6 manas into the Demi-Lancer, maybe. But yeah, going 9 manas there is like opening the door. And yeah, this is a BO5. But hey, guys, like big brain, maybe this is a good thing now that he can't have House of Lancaster. Actually, he could. Crap. I think he has new Civ first versus then old Civ. I just realized we didn't change up next to live. Let me do that now. Whoops. Does the person who hosts the game have a better ping rate? So usually the way that's resolved, they'll be, I think they probably use German server. Typically when there's any high amount of ping involved, the solution is you have the game hosted on an intermediary server. So for example, if Myriad is playing against Louis MT, they'll play on either US West Coast or US East Coast. We specifically always avoid India because India is really bad for ping. It has huge lag spikes. Has for a very, very long time now. Okay. Posture check. Yo, we're good. We got a good seat for it. Okay, so Borderland. Is it KT versus Byzantines? I think we got KT versus Byzantines. I actually think this is quite a hard matchup for Knights Templar. But we'll see. Like, my theory crafting is, like, it's very, very tough. Because of the merc timings. Like, the Byzantine economy scales so well. Alright, let's get ready to go, though. Let me flip score. And we'll start predictions. Yeah? Oh, they would if they didn't realize they have 0 delay, they're good. Well, I said I wanted to see old Sis versus new. We're going to get treated to that. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Beasty up against DeMu. DeMu is having a rough day, and it may be about to get rougher. Borderland is going to be the map, a good one for Knights Templar. But if you're crafting this out, Byzantines, I think, are actually perfectly positioned to ruin a lot of what Knights Templar want to do. For a start, Byzantines, the rumors of their nerf on the systems was greatly exaggerated. You have to do something different. You're seeing it already from Beasty, but you can still get good system timings by going onto stone early. Reminder, they did change this now, so it used to be 50 stone and then scale up per system. It's now a flat 125, but mathematically, by the time you're at 5 systems, you actually spend less than you did on the old system. That's actually very important. The other thing I've noticed is the only thing you sacrifice with this new system build is the timing on your first mercenary pull. It's a little bit slower, but your secondary mercenary pull is quicker. Why that's important, and why I think Byzantines are very good in this matchup, is Knights Templar are pretty much playing a poor man's French to a certain degree. Their Knights are worse, but their Archer spam is better. But if their Archer spam is better, and you spam Javelins, which you can now move out to additional berry bushes and system buff them more easily, you can see where I'm going with this. The Javs become a very hard to solve problem for KT. So, very telling moment coming up. If DeMu does go into French, this very easily could end up being an uphill battle. Knights Hospitalier could prove interesting against like what your opponent has. The only threat is maybe Longbow. I don't think you want to do axe throws against double range mercs. Okay, he's gonna try. Now, I'm holding my breath on this because usually when we do see Antioch, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person's going to build axe throws. A lot of the time, people are just getting Antioch so they have the buff down the line. But this is going to make the first 10 minutes quite scary. In theory, Antioch very, very good against Horseman build, against Limitane build. Because Limitane don't damage mitigate due to the fact that the axe throws don't do ranged attacks, they do melee attacks. Grand Winery is going to come on the other side. Stone gathering as it is, Beasty's almost ready for level 2 system already. No, so like you probably aren't going to see Hippodrome much in the Knights Templar matchup. In theory, actually, guys, it can be quite good, and that's if you think your opponent is going mass pilgrims, because Expilatores does work against pilgrims, so you get paid. The Grand Winery feels way too good for the mercenary opponent. Like most matchups, actually, for a very long time now. Okay, and it's going to be Rax beginning. Wait, is he expecting Longbow Horseman? Oh no, he's actually just going Axe-Throws. So I forgot for a moment. I'm being a bit of a muppet. Alright, so we're actually going to see how good or bad the Sergeants can be. That did get scouted, though. Yeah, and Beasty, he's not a dum-dum. He's fought this out. He's played probably more Knights Templar than almost anyone at the stage because it's been his main focus. you're not likely to be opening racks for spearmen here when there's a risk of longbow. So, sergeants going to be coming in. And here's the other kind of crazy thing, guys. Like, the longbows actually counter everything that you can do out of the racks until Castle Age. They counter the spearmen, and they also will counter the sergeants. Jav has bonus against sergeants? No. Sergeants are classified as heavy melee impacts. See that? Because the throwing axe is melee damage. And that's why I was saying, that's why you don't want to build Limitane against them. Because they have a lot of melee armor, so you're already losing out there. But the other problem is that your range damage reduction on the shields doesn't work. Because it's melee. Throwing equal melee? Yeah. So, it's a bit confusing. And that's mainly because of name tagging. Like, realistically, this would make more sense in people's brains if we just use the name tags that Age of Mythology has, which is piercing, hack, and is it slash? No, it's hack and I think like blunt. So we'll be a little bit of poke damage coming in. Oh, this is kind of cool though, because he can slow down the scaling. Unfortunately for him, Beasty did get away with the 5 stone required for initial assistant. Doesn't mean he's got enough aqueducts, but could be worth it to kind of switch tree lines in a moment. If need be. Crush. Yes, that's right, Crush. My brain was failing. Age of Mythology Rebel Warlord caster, by the way. Beasty's going to go archers. Yeah, this is probably Archer Longbow. Kind of reminds me of a really sick build against Delhi when they just tried to mass Archer tower victory. I wonder if does DeMu have a switch coming though, because Horseman would just be an Etta Gigi feeling. He's got plenty of food to dirt right now, 15 sheep underneath the TC. And also he has map control, so you can even think about moving up to deer later. Even maybe just archers your own, because obviously with the landscape preservation, you get a lot of wood. Or want to get a lot of wood anyway. There we go. Confirmation in is going to be the Western contract. Guys should have a caddy carried axes. No, dude, this is the axe version of Mjolnir. You throw it and it comes back. You guys ever played God of War? Kratos. Just for once, he hasn't got his nips out. Okay, first berry's about to exhaust, but Beasty, he got enough stone. He's going to be able to move out to the 8 stack. First longbow group has been queued up. DeMu yet to make a transition. When he makes it, it's going to feel pretty good here, though, guys. One thing that's very powerful about this sergeant timing, at least theoretically, is by going for sergeants and the horsemen, you get maximum value on blacksmith tech. It's one of the more rare examples where melee tech is a great priority, because melee tech buffs this damage, and then we'll buff the horseman damage afterwards. But he does get confirmation of archer and lombos. Should be all the info required. DeMu, oh my god, like, wait, let me check. Is DeMu secretly Fey today? Because we still just have sergeants. He's starting to stockpile wood now, though. So, like, when you've got 400 plus wood, it's very likely someone's going to make a switch. Lovely. He's moving out the deer as well. Meantime, he's going to take advantage of the better movement speed twice next time. Lombos are now approaching. If he wants to make that horseman switch, he's going to have to be very aggressive, which is why he's going for the double stable. Okay, Beasty, none the wiser right now. We don't have a Rax play. Villagers are going to get found. The scout. No, just touch him. Come on. Come on. Scam. Scam. So I can explain this. I swear, he's not hacking. But these guys are just not hacking hard enough. So sergeants do 9 base damage, but they get 10% more. They're at 9.9 damage. That's the problem. So after a flurry attack, like, your opponent is going to have 0.5 health left. Around here, though. Not this pressure. Second group of longbows coming out over here. And that has actually created the space. Yeah, Beasty understands that this many sergeants requires the whole army. He backs up. And still is none the wiser. Okay, DeMu's making me believe a little here. The dive is still going to be difficult. theoretically, you can see the way that he makes this work. Because mass scaling into sergeants also deletes buildings. So let's say you just keep lobbing your opponent goes castle. If you go for the dive, win the fight, you can then start just hurling axes into the archery ranges to break them. Which means no crossbow counters. Some people have said they don't like the fact that sergeants cost a lot of gold, but I think it makes sense actually for Knights Templar. I think you prefer this to being wood, well, maybe not wood based. Maybe a nice change for sergeants would be if they were 70 food, 20 wood, 30 gold, something like that. Here you go, Horseman reveals. And looks like he was not expecting it. He's going for the steel arrow now, it just ticked in. And he's focus firing onto the sergeants. Does not want to deal with the horsemen. Just kind of accept this for what it is. But the longbows are slowing him down more. He needs to protect them. Gets them behind the archer front line. But these horsemen are the MVPs right now. Beasty finally starts to kill the Limitane after dropping double racks. That big hit. And also, that's kind of set off his timing. Beasty, he was looking for castle. You have to switch to the back gold now. The sergeant count still looks scary. Remember, Limitane are not going to like sergeants at all. DeMu is just going to back off a bit. The tricky part is you want to start killing the buildings, but the issue is the tower range. If you start killing buildings, longbow archers will snipe you. Instead, DeMu, if he wants to try and get in, it actually might even be worth going for a ram. There we go. Oh, I love that. That's really efficient. He goes houses. The ultimate feudal age siege infantry. Heavy infantry with 0 ranged armor? Yo, you gotta have counters, bro. Chill. You forgot Chuganu? No, Chuganu suck compared to Sergeant Sieging. Are you kidding me? You can either do 3 damage per Chuganu, or you can do 10 damage. Like, what? Why are you trying to scam me? Refund your Chuganu. I mean, Chuganu will destroy Sergeants, but in the role of a siege unit, nah, no. He's a king. He's on it. Not broken enough. The axe throw is clear quick enough. Remember, you actually don't care if the Limitane reach you because you've got heavy melee armor. It's obviously more damage into you, but it's like not the end of the world. It's funny that most units, when they're ranged, you want to kind of start a step and be careful. This is the epitome of the unit that can just stand there and get hit in the face. Just getting calm. He's just making this game so uncomfortable. BC's still got one hand in his pocket. You can see what he wants to do here with the castle play. It feels like that lack of full reinvestment is maybe costing him. The tricky part is the way you want to reinvest is longbows. There's so much that you can do. Get in. Limitane Flood is really just keeping Beasty in this competitively. And he's got just enough. This is the thing, he's at level 4 assistant, so these Limitane, they come out every 9 seconds. But here we go, the horsemen go in, they go straight for the longbows. There's still a few spearmen left over. Enough. He's going to leave the axe throws to just trade out against the LBs. And that's going to be it. Golden Horn Tower. Oh, dude! Come on! This looks so good. DeMu isn't too far away from castle himself, mind you. So definitely not the end of the game. And Sergeants actually tech very well. By going into your veterancy, which only takes 30 seconds, by the way, you get an extra 40 HP. Plus an extra 3 damage as well. So it's a really, really good upgrade. And cost-wise, I believe it is discard. Yeah, only 175 resources. Because usually that's the way you get feudal to castle age units costs. Unless they're like units that are dominant there. So for example, horsemen, archers. Usually it's these men-at-arms type units when they go from feudal to castle that they don't cost much. DeMu, now an Angevin Empire play. Why Angevin? I guess you're British, you gotta be more British. But like in all seriousness, Is he really worried that Beasty's going to go Caddis? I mean, heavy spearmen are a good all-rounder. It will protect you against both Limitane and longbows. Genuine's crossbowman would feel kind of weird here, but the gold from Genoa would be good. We don't ever talk about Castile. If you guys haven't figured it out, like, Genitors are me. I've yet to see them look good. Chase in here. Remember, Beasty, he's already got the veterancy on the Lombos. DeMu, still a few seconds out. Does protect the Pilgrims getting in. It cost him, what was that, 3 units for 1? He kind of needs the gold for tech choices, so it's forgivable. I think it's worth it. And now we've got the brothers. Their attack is just weird. Why is it weird? It's an axe, bro. Throwing an axe at someone should never be a not weird thing. You psychopath. Chill. I think my only disappointment is that they don't have beards. Oh, genitals. Okay, sorry, I get you now. Actually, in fairness, the face cover on these doesn't... Can't even see the eye slits. I'm not trying to start them. It's just difficult to use movement speed. We do have Templar Brothers on the way, so Beastie needs to be careful not to overextend or overstay his role. And the heavy spearman reveal is going to be frustrating. However, does this not just give Beastie a very obvious counter? Crossbows counters literally everything that DeMu is doing. This is the thing that I do believe is a bit odd about Angevin Empire after Antioch, is you are more or less saying, build crossbows the whole way. In fairness though, Beastie doesn't have any coming. He's got the archer range. Isn't queuing him up. The spearman actually proving the MVP just for the absorption of damage. The Lombo's just not able to get in on the target they need to be killing. And the Templar brothers are now marching in the back. With chip damage to come. Beastie, there we go. Crossbow's now coming. Cranching gonna be a little bit interesting into the axe throwers, but I think he just feels as if he's got enough food to pump into it, and it's going to make a better front line than the Limitane here. Limitane, nice clean up on the back. Templar Brothers, worth a kill. Ultimately get shut down. Relic Race is a big win for Beastie. It's looking like it's going to be a 3-2 split this rate. It might actually even be 4. Axemen are worth it? At this point, yeah. So we talked about the damage scaling and the health scaling. 40 extra HP, 1 extra melee armor, and then an extra 2 damage. So I said 3 before, didn't I? And remember, he's also got 2 melee techs, he just took them. So 14 damage per strike. So raid here, a lot of other time being achieved. These are the more worthwhile raids. It's going to be very difficult to kind of catch a very defensive Byzantine player off guard to the point that you kill a lot of villages. But if you can idle 20 villages for one night for 30 seconds, it's still worth it. So the crossbow answer is now coming. Jimmy probably is thinking about a switch now. What could you do? Is it worth going Horseman? Probably not, because Beastie is still spamming Limitane. Standard men at arms is going to feel weird. Is it time to just go back to good old art? Hello. Beastie, he does find the gatherers out in the deer, so DeMu's going to start hemorrhaging a few villages here. Army not even bothering to react. Eventually, the outpost should clear this up with the smells coming in. It's like nicely done. Templar Brother does actually block out the 4th relic. We do have another raid coming in. Beastie is getting so much value out of these Limitane. Eventually going to be mopped up, but little bit of chip damage here or there, especially when DeMu just has so little food income. Check this. Beastie's game sense is crazy. The read on the flank plays, I mean, it would have been signaled by some of the deer being sniped here, but the read that is going to be berries as well, just sick. Military can't even follow us up. Beastie's now at flood point. This is smart because what he's realizing is he has olive groves, infinite food. And he's currently blocking food sources from DeMu. So the best thing you can do right now is just double down on mass. Templar brothers, despite their best efforts, haven't really done enough. We talked about it being like the archers. There you go. It's going to be a switch across. He has got the resources for a fortress drop. The problem is, has he got the space? Maybe if you build it in the corner. That's also 6 Lash Nectar. And you don't have archers yet. Okay, DeMu, I figured it out. I think we can build a castle here. I don't think it's going to do anything for us, but... because you kind of want it on the front side. Beasty already getting ready with the hero siphons. Damn. Dominant series from Beasty. It feels like it's going to take a miracle for DeMu to get back in this one. Maybe a wall log, but I don't see no monks. Ain't no heresy to be had here. Longbows just spreading out. The crossbows are thinning the last of the heavy spears. And then pretty much what you got left over gets countered by LBs. Beasty is going to just back up a little bit here. He's built an eco lead. Going to wait for the next wave. Temples are technically a third French variant. Yes. We've been over the details of that. It's due to budgeting constraints. Okay, so yeah, DeMu punts for it. It's going to be the aggressive fortress. Kind of have to at this stage. He's going to run out of wood in the corner. He needs some variance play and also a way of securing the equipment. This is going to be costly. DeMu, this type of push. You are outnumbered. Outgunned. In a retreat. Does he at least get the space? No, the outpost is going up. Beasty doesn't know about the fortress. He was just looking to block sacred sites. And that's crazy info for a guy who was prepping hero siphons. In fact, where are his hero siphons? Oh! Oh no. Oh no. I've been waiting for them for ages. That was just to deal with the deer. So once again, starvation. I'm so bummed out because I so badly want Sergeant to feel viable. This is a cool idea, and I think some people are going to take this forward, see the potential of it. But you can't fault Beasty's defense. Correct reaction, good patience as well, and a clean series from the sub. Oof. G to the G. Wait, why did it say gorge in the bottom? It shouldn't have said gorge. Sorry about that. I just realized at the end. Okay, so the ultimate siege infantry in feudal, probably. Desperate wants sergeants to be a viable unit. They're a very, very interesting unit. They're one of the most unique units for sure. So I believe the next series is... how far away? I think in half an hour, unless they're starting early. Let me check them. Also, Emma brought me Mackie D's. I got some burgers. Some sustenance. Some very dirty, unhealthy sustenance. I hope she didn't bring it all the way from a different city where she was at. They're very slightly warm. What'd you get me? 4 hamburgers. I have a lot of hamburgers. I don't know, man. I need to get a new default meal because mass hamburgers used to be super cost efficient if you just want the calories and didn't care. But nowadays, like the price of hamburgers is just going up and up. All right, so we're gonna see if the next series is happening now. Not seeing a draft just yet. No cheese? Hamburger cheese is usually like very fake on taste. And it costs like an extra, I think 40p. 30 or 40p. It adds like 25% on the cost of a hamburger. No response from Korf. Yo, is your series now or in half an hour? So I'm just checking in the boys to see if we're getting Lucifer versus Korf early or if it's on a fixed schedule. My no poo secret? Yeah, that's how you get the no poo. Eat loads of unhealthy hamburgers. Get clogged up. The 37 degrees? CPU. So I think recording, streaming, and playing AoE4, we cap out maybe at 41 degrees. We stay cool. Would you ever do a subathon? Sure. When they make sense. I'd also try to find a format that is actually a real subathon. I'm not a big fan of like subathons where you go off. So maybe we'd have the creepy watching me sleep, or we get like someone else to come play on certain hours. Because like otherwise, like if basically your subathon is you come on, you stream, and you go off, and then you come on, you stream, and you go off. You come on, you stream, and you go off. It's not actually a subathon. It's you doing what you do already for a living, which is streaming, but with milestones, if that makes sense. I don't know if the boys are playing now. Your Intel has never gone past 30 degrees. I mean, dude, okay, at this point, you're literally just an Intel fanboy and no one's going to change your mind on that. It's pretty obvious. But you've probably gone through underclocking, etc. I literally have not modified my Ryzen at all. Right. I'm going to put a pub game up while we figure out... Oh, there we go. That's why Lucifer hasn't responded. Oh. Their series is now? Okay, give me a sec, guys. Are they mid-series? Nope. It's game 1. Okay, that's good. Alright, we're gonna do like a scuff stream of game 1, I guess. Where I'm eating. And then we're talking about the game. Like a watch buy. I don't have the draft yet. Lucifer, Corvinus. Can you actually hear the chewing? Surely not.
Yeah.
Before we're going to watch B versus Wham? Is B and Wham happening as well? Have they literally just like ran 2 series at once? I'm confused. Let me have a look. I think, isn't that B Wham? I can't remember. Whatever, we're doing this. All right, one and all, welcome back to the channel for another tournament series. Is Lucifer up against Corvinus? I'm so excited for this one. Corvinus, after the way he played the other day in this tournament, has proven his creativity can prove to lead to domination here. His win over Puppy Paw was incredible. Lucifer, a player who's in some ways still playing catch-up on everything new, could theoretically prove to be an easier opponent than the Canadian, who was considered a top 3 player. The opening map is going to be in Relic River. We are on 2 times speed just for the early game because it's Lancaster, and also we're 2 or 3 minutes out from live. Curious to see which way Corvinus wants to go. He seems to be one of those kind of Lancaster slayers. So you guys remember we had that phenomenal game up against Puppy Paw where Puppy Paw was on Lancaster. In this game, it looks like Corvinus is going to go for the classic 2TC build that historically so far for Knights Templar, I want to say has been the #1 most popular build. 2TC Kingdom of France. So this is going to be the delayed all-in aggro. That is a little bit risky. I think Lancaster has more wiggle room to deny you with this play. 1TC all-in, very powerful, very popular. But 2TC, although it gives you a more powerful time down the line, it's essentially saying, I'm going to let House of Lancaster set up their buildings. They set up their buildings. It's the equivocal to letting them both set up pit mines and set up outposts at the same time. Good deer shoving from Lucifer. We'll give him extra surplus food to work with down the line. He does have a weakness with his layout, by the way. Kind of unlucky on the spawn. Stone and gold on opposite sides of the base, and that isn't always guaranteed. For example, if he had Corvinus' spawn, he could have built the Lancaster Castle here, and then built 3 manors around each vein. Very good sign for Corvinus. Very good spawn here. Deer pushed in, berries plus the gold. Wood a little bit lacking, but that's cool. You can just use your primary TC to be your wood gathering TC, and then shift food and gold production over to this side. I wonder, is this intentional for the boar as well? Because you can pull the boar to about here, which is pretty much safe at TC range. You just put a mill there, and then if you get raided, you run in. What? This isn't a mana? Okay, wait, so this is going to be the 2TC mana build. So Lucifer is looking to max greed to mirror Corvinus' max greed. Doesn't this mean Corvinus can get ahead by going into Pilgrims, though? Because now your point of aggro is even later as Lancaster. And there we go. Manas are going to start being built in. So he's trying to somewhat protect the stone with this spread. Because you could build the manas around here, but like this tree line's going to disappear so fast. Same with the deer. If you build all your manas here, it actually doesn't really protect anything. The best thing you do is like lean to the gold. Okay, and we are fully caught up. 1x speed. Full in game. So final predictions, 78% for Lucifer. How many of... Okay, so like, if you voted, how many of you caught Corvinus and Puppy Paw series? Press 1s if you caught it. Press 2s if you didn't. Because Corvinus has been brewing, man. I've kind of been impressed by some of the builds he's come out of the gate swinging with. And it looks like this is just going to be a castle rush build. Ooh. Genoa? No, he's not pilgriming yet. Is this a very rare Kingdom of Castile game? thought being is if you do it quick enough, it's actually not just a crappy meme. For a start, your opponent's spamming manas, and you have insane ranged armor and ranged cavalry, so you can just dive everything. You don't kill villagers quickly, but you gradually kill them. There's too many villagers to keep them all safe as well at this point in the game. And then on top of that, most of the time, Lancaster wants to go into longbows, the yeoman. Honestly, like, maybe I'm selling him out and selling myself out, but I'm kind of digging... Okay, there we go. It's going to be Genoa. No Castile. What unit does Castile give? Castile gives the unit called the Genitor, which is basically a anti-range unit on horseback. So it looks like we are getting Lucifer into the second tier manas here. So we'll be able to go up to 6 soon. Like you went 2TC to mirror 2TC. You've got a slight lead now with that plus the manas, but with Republic of Genoa, if Corvinus rushes into the passage text, he can actually float a lot of gold. Likely the opening goal here is to rush relics, because at this stage, Lucifer doesn't have units on the field. He's vibing at home. Javelin Horse, yes. And it's quite funny, because there's a history of that type of unit in AoE being, I want to say, polarizing. There's been times where it's looked OP and times where it's looked really underwhelming. So I think people was telling me that Age of Empires 2 Genitors are just not really built. Age of Mythology, there have been metas where the Terma, which is the Genitor for them, kills everything. It doesn't just kill ranged, it would destroy everything. But we won't see it this game. And there is going to be the monastery drop we talked about. And it's really, I think there is something a bit awkward about this type of playstyle where when you rush Castle and 2TC, you're rushing relics probably. And because you're rushing relics, you kind of wish you could rush a fortress. But similar to Delhi and why they don't rush a keep with 40 villages, it's just too much on stone too early. Why do pros always wait to get economic upgrades? Scaling point logic. There are other things you can invest in an early phase. And the reality is, like, getting a 15% increase on, say, gold gathering if you have 2 people in gold, it's not even an extra villager. I'll say, like, over the years, the devs have done a good job of making getting those ecotechs earlier mathematically worth it. And we do have the DeMu Lancers. Okay, so what's the target? Primary gold? Not a bad idea. Lucifer's vision is limited there. If you run past him, you could block the retreat. King's College coming behind us as well. Lucifer. Corvinus quick on the reaction though. Pulls. No wheelbarrow means probably 2 worker kills. But with an acceptable tolerance range there, especially considering that in return, he's now getting relics uncontested. Was Lucifer's thought process that... Did he actually scout early on with those 2 relics down here? Because I've seen most spawns, on average, Relic River puts 2 relics down here. I'm wondering if that's why he went south side, anticipating the monk play and thinking that's where his opponent would go. It's going to be a pivot into the center. We have got Genoese crossbows plus the Chevalier coming. And the DeMu Lancers, wow, look at that. You teched up and they're immediately upgraded. Huh? Sometimes it is crazy mechanic. DeMu Lancers definitely ticks that box. Chevalier, they did get upgraded though. Like, they're definitely no pushover now with the veterancy. Wasn't really expecting Chevalier, but there is a logic behind this. You build them a lot quicker than if you go Templar Brava. Cheaper, faster. So with King's College, there is a huge tech ramp up here for Lucifer. The discounts stack up real fast. A lot. Good luck. I swear to God, DeMu Lancers are so jarring. You kind of look at DeMu Lancers and you think about their stats. You're like, these units actually are bad. What? They have worse health than a knight. They have worse damage than a knight. But it's just the presence of them at the point in the game where you get them that just makes them so good. Looks like Junior's crossbowman is now arriving to defend. Corvinus is a little bit slow on the pull away. But the Chevalier, nicely done, does intercept. And sick micro, love that from Corv. Tries to buy a bit of time. Shivs out, ooh, and the crossbowman here. So nicely done. Another relic coming home. That's important for timing here. Lucifer may have been considering going after relic himself. Instead, he's going to look to go after Yeoman. Does Springald beat Yeoman? We've seen it in fights a few times, but it feels like you just don't blow the sync shot on Springald due to damage reduction. Most times, people just choose to pressure the front line down quicker. Alright, ones if you think Corvinus is going to win this game, twos if you think Lucifer's going to take it. I love the one person who's given the request to say a number and just chose a name. That's nice though, 50-50 split. I mean, usually in these type of games, everyone's already leaning Lancaster at this point. Corvinus has played this very well. One villager too many out here is going to lead to one death. Can't hang around with this many spaces trying to snipe that down. We do have the Demi Lancers again! He paid 500 resources for these, and it was definitely worth it. And this is it's quite funny because Lucifer is playing a Civ that I don't think anyone would equate to him because English. You think Vortex does these type of builds, but for Lucifer, it's always been Night Civs. But that's where the Demi Lancers are quite comical. It's a detail that allows Lucifer to play his signature style. And the lead is building things. Chevalier needs some counter damage. Corvinus is going to go for the dive in. Pull away on the villagers. Crossbow reaction is revealed. We even have Olsgard coming now. Is there ever a world in which Lucifer goes for Hovelars here? Really good raider unit. Would deal with the siege and with the crossbowman. And remember, he went King's College, so he has this tech. Hill training is crazy. It allows your charge attack to do 28 damage with veterancy. Instead, it's going to be a focus on the Roman. Looks like we've got Shire Levy on the way. Oh my god, these guys need to die. Like, come on. They are solely, singularly winning this game right now for Lucifer. Pathing is going to grief them a little bit. Who cares? At the moment, Corvinus is distracted. He's diving the base. He doesn't realize what's happening on the stone line. The panic finally sets in, but look at the kills. No textile still. Reminder, this unit only hits for 9 damage, but it's had so much time to pummel. Genuine's crossbowmen are now frontlining because they can't go in against the spears, which also have got Billman. Now can't dive onto the crossbows. Corv, I think he's dead. He's so dead. Look at the Shire Levy. Any sort of semblance of close hit militarily disappeared with that one button press on the Lancaster castle. Demi Lancers are finally dead, but worth their weight in actual raw horse meat, let alone the armor on top. What do you mean we missed the entire fight? We caught the raid and then caught part of the fight. Oh my god, KP, why have you not got double screen? I don't have double PC set up. The raid is just as important as the dive. The dive's kind of futile all the time. Oh dear. And resistance feels futile at this stage. I mean, Corvinus does still have sacred sides, relics, so you want to say it's competitive, but then this. You don't need double PC setup for dual monitor. You can't open 2 versions of the game on the same PC. Why don't I have a double PC setup? Sorry, I don't make enough monies. More people need to subscribe for that. Oh, no, the village. The Sing shot? He didn't take it, right? Oh, thank God. That would just be a massacre. I mean, it's still a massacre. Right now, Corbin is still in this game. Feels like he's a masochist. Villagers have to stay here for the repair, but without textiles, they shouldn't be lasting long. Lucifer doesn't really need to rush this fight. It's Corvinus who needs that fortress up. How many pilgrims are we up to now? This is the second? No, the first. He actually doesn't even have the tier 2 tech yet. There's only going to be 2 pilgrims. And now we do have Sync Shot on the way. Point Earlsguard also just sneaking in to the unguarded Springles. Aight. That's one way to intercept reinforcements, because Corvin has put everything towards the fortress. I wonder, okay, so synchronized shot's still a few seconds away. Reminder of why King's College is definitely that damn good with the tech discount. He has not taken a single tech out of this, and it was still worth the investment. But that's about to change. This is crazy. Corvinus is going CG Corvinus in age free with mass mangoes. And they will melt. These boys mean business. But dump them up. Check that damage. 22 damage on the charger. Yes, statistically they are a weaker horseman, but not for initial contact. No, this is like when you turn up to the planet and the aliens there, like, I'm sure they're friendly, and they vaporize your ass. This is, what was it called? Was it Martians? That movie from the 80s. They're like, we're glad to meet you, and they start vaporizing. These guys are going to vaporize Siege. They're going to vaporize ranged, including those Genoese crossbows. Corvinus is desperately trying to get the knights together now for a front line, but blood speed is crazy. Lucifer, he's sitting with 7 stables, producing out of them every 8 seconds. I love that. He even went for the wall of Trebuchet. Reminder, this gives you an extra 2 tile range with these bad boys, as well as a lot more health. 50% increase. Bulky boy. Siege begins. Corvinus is going to get his own 4 siege workshops. A few villages are found on the front side, so it will be culled. But plenty more being culled at home here. It feels like the primary TC has been Corvinus' weakness this entire game. Always getting raided there. Yeah, these guys are brutal, guys. If you actually have 3 Earlsguard, you can basically one-hit villager. And just like a Donzo attack, it's only a 15-second cooldown. Corvinus has been a bit delayed on the repair. Is he pulling the cap? Oh, no. No. Lucifer sees this. Can't wait. Trebuchet's giving vision on this. This is the perfect moment. It's the hobby reveal. For Harry Potter! That's a full counter! Everything that Corvinus was holding on to, like an old lady clutching at pearls, has disappeared. We done it. A hobby game where they rule all. A hobby game where they look as OP as Dobby in the later Harry Potters. I'm happy, man. Finally. We've had ones where they are relevant, but never one where they've looked so dominant. And now the follow-up raid. That charge-in attack, it's going to matter on the villagers as well. There's no textiles. He 2-hits villagers on initial contact. Templars are now going to be able to body block, but where were they for the fight? Lucifer with his signature raid him to death. Incredible. Even melee tech 2 coming. This is quite important actually, guys, because the 150% more damage on charge, it applies with this tech, with the Blimmeries and the melee techs, but it also applies to the bonus, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check the bonus, but definitely the base. So we'll see in a sec. In 20 seconds, we'll check in on them. Meantime, it's Barky Boys time. Berkshire on the way up. That could allow a really potent switch in late game into Ulfsgard if this game goes deep enough, because we get +6 damage. Yeah, here you go, guys. So melee tech complete in 8 seconds. +3 damage. It's actually +2.5, but rounds up. So when you get elite and you get melee tech 3, I think these guys hit for something like 35 damage on initial contact. Crazy. Very situational. I think Hobbelars, we talked about this, like, they feel like they peak in Castle. Their relevance feels very hard to scale. In Imperial, your opponent has enough production that he just builds Horsemen, and Horsemen for long fights should be better than Hobbelars. Like Castle, man. Before someone can really get 200 balls. Okay, at this point, Corvinus is just swinging for the ropes. House of Lancaster is just too strong at the moment. I haven't seen much pro games with House of Lancaster that lost. We've had a few. They're not completely unassailable, but I gotta say that 2TC KT feels like it's becoming progressively the worse and worse way to count them. And he is still playing hobbies. I mean, when your opponent's 50% siege, sure, why not? Do I think a Lord of the Ring RTS game would be bigger than AoE 4? I mean, there's been ones in the past. I don't think they were bigger than AoE 2 at the time. Debatable. Hobby's still raiding, man. They got a fortress drop on the south side. Potential intercept here. Where's the other wave of Hobbelars? I think they haven't been unleashed yet because he needs units to die. He's actually not losing units quick enough. Hobbelars have found their way over the villages. How have we still not got textiles? At this point, I think Corvinus has just forgotten about it. He's lost so many workers. Spring's are going to carry him with the initial 5, but the replacement crew might have something to say about it. A lot of Hoblars are now on the way. I'm going to try to get rid of that pesky Lancaster castle, but I don't think it really matters that much. Villagers actually never garrison, they're just standing there the whole time. It's just getting raided to death. 134 pop to 200. And plenty in reserve, and here we go. It's gonna be an absolute smash. Hobbelard is just going for that initial charge in. Nice body blocks from Corv, but like the numbers don't lie. He just doesn't have the unit capacity anymore. This was the Ura, the all-in, his last hope, and it has failed him. I don't fear much in life, but I fear the Lancastrian house elf. Oh, that's sick. What a sick game. And the way he revealed... Like, this is the thing, though. So, like, mathematically, it is kind of crazy in Castle Age to do that play. Because the speed at which you build up and then reveal the play... Like, you have so little time to do something about it. Like, if he has 3 stables, he's able to produce 15 of those horsemen a minute. So it's very, very difficult to actually, like, if your opponent has the economy stabilized for it, to reveal the play in time. Just sick read. Stop mixing Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. What? How am I mixing Hobby, Dobby? Like, what are you missing here? It's that simple. It's much better. Alright, so... we got game 2 ready to roll. Ooh, I think they're ready in a second. What an entertaining series already. Alright. Let's hop in the game.
What?
Alright, just gonna take another bite of the burger and then we'll start talking.
Ambulo. Vado. Tabou.
Alright, everything updated. And yes, Core picked this map. Wait, actually, why did Corvinus pick this map? One and all, welcome back to Lucifer vs. Corvinus, game number 2. We're on Holy Island. And I'm pretty sure this was Corv's pick. It should have been, by the way rulebooks usually work. He picked a water map against Knights Templar. Knights Templar, who are meant to now be the new Kings of Water. House of Lancaster that are questionable. No, House of Lancaster don't have 0 plays on Water, guys. They do have some interesting details. So one thing is Admiralty. They have got that tech. They also do have the boat discount that English has as well. Outside that, though, I guess Corvinus is valuing the Abbey of Kings build for the Lords of Lancaster. They are great raiders. Well, the trade-off is you're against one of the, if not the best, wood macro civ in the game. Full stop. Look at the start already. Lucifer is already, by comparison, say 50 wood, because Corvinus is going to have to go and drop a lumber camp that you never will as the Knights Templar. And we're already seeing like a difference on timing here. Corvinus... Wait, why did he start? Oh. Oh. Oops. The dot placement means that the deep war is a little bit far away. If somehow Corv can bring this game to late game, Lancaster crushes Templars because broken caracks. Yes, this is true. But it's still Knights Templar versus this. You know, it's kind of the concept of HRE Black Riders. Okay, maybe not the best example because the early game is good. Imagine HRE's early game and mid game suck. Black Riders OP and all this stuff doesn't matter because like you can't get there. There's been loads of examples of this historically. Think about Ottomans. Ottomans late game sounds crazy. Janissaries, Sipahi, Great Bombards. But when are you ever getting Imperial these days a lot? So while I agree that House of Lancaster could look good in the late game, the challenge is definitely going to be getting there. In theory, if you could just delay losing water and go for that classic transition onto land when we're seeing more and more, that's where Lancaster's kind of dope. They've got the manners, they've got TC spam, and the late game will be good. And yeah, people wondering about the caracks. There's a unique tech in the King's College for House of Lancaster. You have to take King's College to get it. But it will give you 20% more damage, range, and health on caracks. It is probably the most broken naval tech in the game. Full stop. Because with Admiralty as well, that increases your carack range to 12. You did just hear me correctly. 12 tile range. What hits? What can hit you? Nothing can hit you. There's literally nothing that can reach you at that stage. So Kingdom of France going to be coming in. This is to be expected. Kingdom of France just feels too good on water. Wholly believe that. Your military units producing 15% faster affects docks. The cost of gold affects docks. I think, and I've said that I would rather see the other tech choices get buffed, but my feeling is that Kingdom of France may get refought in terms of the bonus. Because the bonus feels like the most jack of all trades applicable on land, and is definitely the most applicable, and actually, I'd say the best on water. And then you also get feudal cavalry. Heavy would be debatable. It's almost like a medium cavalry because they're not as strong. But they're still good enough. So cool. People saying GG is going to reign to death. Nuh-uh. We got the Lord of Lancaster. He gets to raid first. Great reaction. Lucifer realized at the timing that he was playing on, he was going to be behind. So instead of playing Archship and Archship, he already has a spring with a counter. Oh! Oh, that's a sick thought, actually. I haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure Lord of Lancaster works on boats because it buffs siege. We saw it in a different game of Anatan. If you have 4 Lords of Lancaster with a ram, it gets 80 more health. So that should actually work with boats. I don't think you exude the aura in a transport ship, but if you did, that could end up making House of Lancaster one of the top water civs by far. Because 20% increase in health is like getting armored hulls in Asia. It's a big deal. So it looks like he's going to hide the Lord of Lancaster. For good reason. I guess these type of walls are much easier when you don't have lumber camps in the way. I feel like I just signed into a campaign mission. Oh, no frick. Lancaster are going to get intercepted. Chevalier Contraire should be capable of target firing them down. Remind you can't really run away with the Lords. They're pretty much committed. He's not winning anything on water while this is happening either. Yeah, he hasn't even killed a single Chevalier. With the slow attack speed, it feels so easy as well to just micro away injured Chevalier. Compared to, like, against men-at-arms even, that have half the attack speed. Or double the attack speed. That's expensive. The first one was free, the second one was 160, and he hasn't killed any knights. He did at least force a wall to be built, but this is like looking pretty rough. Worker kills. What happened? Is that a UI bug? There's no way we missed 7 fishing boats going down, right? No, because they're neck and neck on fishing boats. Is that a UI bug? I'm trying to think what could have caused that. There was a demo ship? Oh, damn. Okay. Like, we were distracted by the Lords of Lancaster. So that's, like, if he actually got 7 fishing boats, that's sick. The crazy thing is it hasn't really put him ahead. He must have committed a lot to get that demo here. My bad, guys. A lot of Lancaster fight looked pretty important. We are getting some return worker kills now. Fishing boats are in a bit of trouble here. Corvinus has got that one demo for Hail Mary. The galleys gonna dive in. The demo comes out. Okay, Lucifer minimizes the damage. Spreads out beautifully. The manual detonation, no! Alright, Corvinus is going to be a whiff. Wait, no, it just disappeared. Wait, what? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. That's destroyed value. Yeah, chat. There, someone check me out there. 7 destroyed. Okay, so he killed it. Yeah, we didn't miss Ortito or something. He killed a piece of wall. Actually, he didn't kill it. What would have happened is the wall got cancelled. I think that is still a bug that exists. My bad. I was like, I'm so hungry right now. I was like, I think we missed something big. But this is big! And with that, sinks Corvinus's hopes of walking away with a win here. That has to be game. There's still Chevalier Concret on land. Corvinus now has no fishing economy. 1 fishing boat versus 7. The Chevalier are in on the gold. You walked onto a hiring map against a raider, and he raided. What else is really going to happen here? Lucifer may take breaks from the game, but he is still a king of the sea. Damn. G to the G. Starting to feel like a 3-0 wash. I think Lucifer's just on another level today. 4 burgers. Cold burgers. Sag. A terrible pick from Corvinus. Trying to remember what the other maps were. I don't know. In Corv's defense, I think he was trying to just do something out of the box. It might be that he's like, seeing how Lucifer's playing today, he's like, if we turn this into like a rating focused gradual game, I'm in trouble. So from that perspective, I'd understand. Time to eat. Whoop. Mukbang stream when? Dude, I want to lose weight, not gain weight. I'd never make a mum joke on that. Your mum really loves Muck. He can do what he wants to her. Wait, is there a merchant nothing game mode? Just gonna eat another bite of this. Nom nom nom. Oh, and let me flip that around.
What?
I'm starting to feel like playing the new Civ first is not an advantage. Oh no, one and all. Welcome back to the Lucifer Corvinus series. High hopes for Corvinus, but so far not able to put a dent in the shining armor of the Spaniard Lucifer leading 2-0. Now has the Rus. If this is 2 TC from Corvinus, there's going to be a stench of death about it. We've seen multiple attempts at 2 TC against Rus. And every time, it just allows Rus to pro scouts all in or pro scouts fast castle. This is rough. I'm wondering if this is like one of KT's worst matchups. Yeah. Because you both do the same thing, but KT's worse, technically. So, right now, the most popular play for Knights Templar, outside of 2TC, is Archers and Knights. But your Knights are not as good as standard feudal Knights. They cost less, but they're not as good. Roost have some passive gen on the side. They have 20% more wood. They get gold when dropping off food. And their knights are better. And because they get 20% more wood, it kind of offsets the balance factor of the lumber preservation, the landscape preservation, giving you 20% food from your wood source. So like that's a very interesting balance point. The other problem there is you're tempted to say, but KP Knights Templar have got pilgrims. Yeah, but if I'm playing Knights, I block pilgrims already. Like, that's the best counter to pilgrims, because I just have mobility. Archers is the second best because they can just snipe. They don't have to get kited by the run. Yeah, this is tricky. Maybe Corvinus has got something creative in mind? Hospitalier? Roost versus Genitors when? When you want to lose a game. Going Genitors keeps your opponent off of Horse Archers, but it just encourages them to do something else. And they can still build a pocket of Horse Archers anyway to raid you, because Genitors are just substantially worse raiders than Horse Archers. Want to open Gamba again? Okay, I'm going to do a re-Gamba because there's no point distribution. I rarely do this, but we will open Gamba again for 2 minutes. Go. So it looks like we are going to get standard Golden Gate. Lucifer has gone free scouts. This isn't 100% indicative of pro scouts. Free scouts can just be about 1, getting the majority of the sheep, and then 2, shoving in the deer. Because if you have free scouts, you can concave them to shove them in direction. Usually, you're almost guaranteed pro scouts if the person goes 4. I think you can make a 1 TC all-in kind of work here, though. See, right now, he's definitely very spread, so if it is going to be a deer shove in, it's not ideal timing. So first scout, yeah, he does the check. He wants to know if there's a TC build. Great scouting by Lucifer. This is, by the way, I think at the core of it, why no matter what, actually maybe not no matter what, but no matter what they've changed so far about Roost, Roost keeps relevance and competitive. There is no other Civ in the game that gets as much information in the first 5 minutes as Roost. Information is king. Opening builds are important. Knowing what your opponent is doing when they don't 100% know what you're doing allows you to counterplay. And your opponent can't just rush to see what you're doing because he needs to get sheep as well. So one way around this is actually if you fix the sheep roulette, create a different system, different food source, etc., it would probably fix and you disgusting filth. Run! Run! He has your scent! If he body blocks now, I'm going to lose it. He's going to do it. It's the body blocks. Oh, no. Lucifer is such a slick Rick, man. Oh, God. And this is like a permanent issue with this board now, so you have to go for a riskier Sacred Site. It's going to be East Side. Oh, my. Thank God the other boar is over here. And it's going to be Pro Scouts. I mean, that's a big delay on Corvinus. Missing out on 100, 130 gold, probably. Yeah, I think that might have been the 130 gold route. He has now got the Chevalier coming. Pro Scouts. Lucifer's probably going to need spears to get away with this. And looks like we are going to be having to move on deer. Smart by Corvinus. He needs to remove as much deer as possible because at this point, it's becoming alarmingly obvious that it's Pro Scouts. He's going to lame the deer a little bit, just spreading them out. Because Corvinus doesn't have wheelbarrow. Typically, Knights Templar don't often rush wheelbarrow. Because like the biggest value point for wheelbarrow folks is tree lines, usually I'd say. And the thing about your tree line is you're never walking back to a lumber camp. You're always efficient. The only like loss of gathering is when you walk to a new tree. Very minimum. And that is very impactful. Nicely done. Wooden Fortress on the tree line this Kron. Get the kill. Profiteering is at least beginning over here. The deer is starting to come home. Love what Lucifer done here. He sees its knights and he knows if he goes to one location, he'll get counterplayed. So he spreads out, knowing that probably one of these scouts won't make it back alive. Like, what's that classic meme from the general? Many of you will not make it back. Dismissed. Wait, what? What was the final gamble after the re-vote? Okay, 82% for Lucifer. I don't even feel like it's an insult to Corvinus. It's just a praise of how well Lucifer's playing today. Oh yeah, that's the other part. But this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. There's a reason I haven't learned all of your soldiers' names. I'll call you Cannon Fodder 1, Cannon Fodder 2, Lemmings 1, Lemmings 2. And I will count that too. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, Punk Puck. Remember, guys, got Prime subs, get them in. We're streaming day after day after day, delivering you the #1 spot to get your caster content. So any Prime sub, of course, helps towards making it a not negative revenue endeavor. Let's run now with the Knights. I think this is the way you're probably going to see more people playing Pro Scouts now. Not so much rushing the Castle Age, because it's so hard to get them back. But blowing Knights is profitable. It allows you to keep competing. And remember what we said. These are better Knights. Look at the stat check. Chevalier Confrère, they have less armor, less health, less damage. However, they do have more numbers. We've got to kind of respect that. An ambitious first fight there. This one just trying to run before he can walk. Corvinus now to switch up the spears. So this can force archers. Not a bad choice necessarily for Lucifer. At the end of the day, you've got the Wood Fortress already. No lumber camps for Templar is such a random and unnecessary design decision. Really? I think it's a cool design decision. I'm fine with that. Randomness, not necessarily. You need to go watch my interview with Winston. He even describes this a little bit. The concept of it is like the Knights Templar didn't really have this idea of setting up like camps the same way or setting up cities, etc. They lived off the land and moved across the land regularly. That's the idea of landscape preservation. You could argue they should have taken it to extreme and allowed that for all resources, but that would have been a bit broke. And what is up, Blue Dream Legend? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back. Okay, so the Knight Cannon's kind of getting a little bit scary here. Corvinus, spears are great, but the problem with spears here is they're immobile. And right now, you need to be in position to stop this breed. What in the everlasting name of a Marine Lord farm transition am I looking at? That's a lot of wood. You're not playing Knights Templar. You don't get food for that. So there must be a transition in mind here. Triple archery range, maybe? Okay, so there's the blacksmiths. Trip archers could be possible still. Because at this stage with this many knights, the thought process I think from Lucifer is there's no way Corvinus wants to keep building knights. He does see the spins, gets confirmation. It's going to be rams coming from Corv. Double ram at that. Corv hasn't gone for the second tier, so only one pilgrim coming. Kind of limits the amount of Chevalier like to keep spamming here. I think Corv, he did actually queue up archers and then cancelled. Yeah, so he didn't like what he saw. Yeah. I think Lucifer was planning an archer transition and then realized what this really was. So Corvinus was prepping archers, expecting to see archers. He saw nothing. This knight saw everything. If I was Lucifer and I saw that, I'd be like, what the hell did I just witness? 5 rams. Lucifer probably going to reinvest. There we go. Triple archer range gets dropped. You just blob archers? Because going castle is probably going to get you killed against 5 rams? Maybe? He doesn't seem convinced. He's holding tickets. I mean, this is more rams than you can get in a PC. Like, come on. This seems overkill. And there we go. It's going to be the archers now. Okay. This will either win him the game instantly or lose him the game instantly. And the knights, he sends them raiding. Cheeky little raiding party here. Body blockers are going to come in, but we'll be able to clear up the spears because the knight numbers are good enough. And this So the reason I actually think that Lucifer's committing like this, it blocks the food, but also he can intercept new waves of reinforcements. This is all you're getting. This is like playing a campaign mission where you have no base, there's no reinforcements. The villager reinforcements arrive. They're going to stop this down. It takes out stable, raises a villager. That's going to be a sacrifice, though. Billies do get away. It's a full melee blob coming in from Corvinus. And the knights are hanging around the base. Okay, this is just classic Lucifer. 3 games in a row. 3 games, he gets the raid. Exactly how he feels most comfortable in Age of Empires. And this just feels like a reminder as to why and how it's so hard to make a ram rush feudal age work. It rarely does. That's going to be a Frio. Corvinus not able to put a mark on the Spanish camp. What do you think, guys? Is Roost Knights Templar's hardest counter? I think it might be HRE. The Roost seems to be up there. It kind of feels like anything you do, they can do better in the early game. Could have just made a house a drop-off point for them? Maybe. I think I'm fine. Like, honestly, anyone who's complaining about this wood, I don't think this is something you complain about. I think from a design encouragement standpoint, it actually makes a lot of sense because when you play Knights Templar, you're thinking about food gold units because all of the heavily armored options. This wood detail at least encourages you to go back to wood type units. There's no going back. There's no comeback here. Frio defeat for Corvinus. Lucifer now through to the semifinals. G to the G. What's the point in Chevalier and Knights Brothers? Same unit. Demi Lancers, Knights, same as well? Not really. Demi Lancers are a tempo unit. Chevalier is like a premium horseman. Is the easy way to think about it. Like more premium than a Ghazi. Chevalier's role is to be something between a knight and a Ghazi. And I think they fulfill that role. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a knight unit that felt so fragile. And that's a good thing. Okay, so there is one more series playing. I don't know if we're on a rolling schedule or not, though. So it's meant to be B versus Wham. B is online. I don't know if Wham is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, we got the series now. So, choose prediction. Lucifer from Whim. Get the... Let me reset the screen. And map 1 is going to be Boardland. So, B versus Wham. Oopsie. And then we'll switch over. Okay. So the boys are getting in lobby. They should be kicking off in a second. B versus Wham. Who do you guys think will win? 1s if you think B is going to win this series. 2s if you think Wham. Fairly balanced, slight lean towards B. YouTubers, any opinion? Not seeing it. So I think the boyos, are they getting ready? The game? Yeah, they're in lobby. So we're just waiting a sec, guys, and then we should be underway. This will be the final series of the day. Originally, I was going to like, we'll do 3 series and won't cover the 4th, but like 3 O's. So I figure we'll roll them through. Ooh. By the way, I won't be live tomorrow because family day. But the main channel will cover, obviously, semis and grand finals. So you better watch over there. Let's go. Nice. Around 1.5 ads now, and I'll eat some snacks. Cold hamburger. Whoop, whoop. The things I sacrifice. Gonna get some Prime subs. This is what I do for you guys. Cold food. Most of my days, I eat cold food. I do love it when brands are like, this is a time urgent thing. We need a quick response. And you're quick. But it's the weekend. And they have a 9 to 5 Kushki job. So they're not quick. All right. I may have mistyped B, but you guys know what it means. I'm going to take one more bite.
Cheerless Abidende.
Hold up. One and all, welcome back. We got something different here. Wham! Knights Templar up against B's House of Lancaster. Is this a fabled, like, is it 4-minute TC timing? I think so. He's immediately pulled 4 and then 5 onto wood. Yeah, I noticed this was theory crafted. So the alternative is you can get feudal a little bit quicker and open with a knight, or you can get the quickest TC possible. It looks like that's what Wham is going for. Okay, very interesting. Or, oh no, it is a rush! I was eating a hamburger because we've been live for many hours and I'm hungry. I didn't see this guy sneak out. We've got a very sneaky Rax rush play. That's so cool. That's smart. So, there was a gamble here. When you play against House of Lancaster, some Knights Templar players' play has been to go for a Rax rush. So you'd think to scout down the center. B wasn't suspecting it. So he didn't actually have a look down the center at all. Otherwise, a high probability this would have got seen. So now instead, normally what would happen is you go on the wide Arkham board land, you gather your sheep, and then you'd come and see the racks. And you'd have time to react. B is going to be able to check the base and find nothing. Meanwhile, the spearmen are going to allow you to get nothing. Okay. So, Lancaster Castle's on the way. Villagers going to be maybe a bit slow here. Because you have to build the outpost this close to block the gold. But I don't think this is quick enough. Maybe? Okay, he pulled 2 back. What's the math? So it's 3 minutes, 10 seconds. 25% gets added on per. 4 villages is going to take you about 2 minutes. So outpost, yeah, will be quick enough. If it was 6, I think it's tight. The reason this is important, by the way, if the outpost goes up, no gold, no bueno. You'd have to play really far out of your base, which I think is what Wham is looking for, because then you can't just mana up. There's a risk. And, okay, here we go. We've got the short bows. This is risky because the spearmen. But the problem for Wham is he only pulled 1 villager. And that is going to block him. Can you not just pull the short bow villagers? You can, but compared to English, there's a few issues here. You don't have the aura triggering for the better attack speed. And usually, like, you'd think just bring 2 villagers because then you can't really snipe them quick enough. But with it just being 1... it's going to be a denial. Yeah, also, Wham just didn't really continue the spear spam. He thought he was getting this up. Well played by B. Man, he reset from the panic brain and just went straight for the aggro. And these spearmen can't contest this. He won't be able to get the outpost up. He can't even kill the villager. The spear damage is just too low. So all that, and you achieve nothing. You get nothing. I say good day, sir. Apparently it's a good day for Lancaster. Damn, well, it was a cool idea. Felt like he was cooking. I think, in hindsight, the issue is, do you maybe just need to accept you can't build it in range of vision at all? Maybe. Spearmen are still going to be able to harass the stone a bit because, like, B does not actually have a good spawn for the House of Lancaster build. Ironically, if you had Wham spawn, it's much better. That's maybe something that could give hope to Wham. Is like, this is very frustrating, but maybe recoverable because of the fact his opponent has got an exposed stone. And we are going to be seeing Knights Hospitalier. So we've been seeing actually a lot of Knights Hospitalier against Lancaster, even though... oh, that was sick. Yeah, he got that right. He didn't go for the low HP one, he went for the full. Great save. But no, we've been seeing a lot of Hospitalier against Lancaster, despite the fact that Hospitalier are meant to be countered by range. Because they have less ranged armor. But the idea is, if you're building units and your opponent is not building units because he's building economy, you can chain heal your way through problems. It also means if you get an archer off going, which Knights Templar is actually, I'd say, like a top 6 civ at archer spamming, then you can win off of muddying the fight. And what I mean by that is when he's got yeomen and you've got archers, his yeomen are going to be shooting the Templar so much, the Hospitalier, that they begin to look like hedgehogs. Better bet is just power the stone. It's fair. I wonder if Wham scouted it originally is maybe my only concern. Maybe he just saw the gold and went for glory. Might have been the problem. Because I wonder, like, if you get seen towering the stone, could he not go for an Abbey of Kingsville instead? Let's see if Wham's able to recover the game. We do have Sanctuary in the way. And he does have that forward racks for the Hospitalier spam. So this will be the thing that lets him camp here. Because these short bows have been ruining his plan so far. But you know what counters short bows? Healing. Unless you walk into 20 villages. We'll save that problem for another day. It does waste the spin. Yeah, and this is where you just don't want to short bow back. It's 140 HP on an infantry unit. I do think, by the way, that Hospitalier are reasonably balanced. They have extra health in certain situations over men-at-arms. The extra health matters less in Castle and beyond, I want to say. And the reason I bring that up is because where you'd worry about it mostly in feudal, but scaling mass men-at-arms of any kind of feudal age is usually quite difficult at the high level. It'll probably cheese people at low level, but like a high level, I don't think this is necessarily easy. Yeah, because even the heal factor, like the way healing works is quite clunky sometimes. You basically have to stand ground to try and guarantee a heal. It is powerful when you have scale though. And yes, they have less armor in feudal, specifically the men-at-arms. But once again, they have more health. Normal men-at-arms has, I believe it's 120 health, while the Hospitalier has 140. So mathematically, they have actually about the same health. But they do cost slightly less. And they do have the ability. By the way, that heal is pretty strong. So by going Knight's Hospitalier, there's a side effect, a bonus that really matters for this strategy. Normally, healing is 7 per second and half in combat. But you get 30% more when you play as Hospitalier. That's interesting because that equates to an extra 2.1 health per second. Or in combat, you heal for 4.5. So you can kind of out-heal archers. Definitely in small numbers, and this is what is... Dude, I love this. So if anyone's been watching a lot of stream, we done this in the career preview against Warman, and I completely fumbled because I accidentally toggled stand ground off. But the concept is solid. Like, nothing should die if you're on point with the heal. Because it's just small arrow slip fire. And the math supports him here. Because you've got a castle which hits every 1.25 seconds. Manas take almost 4 seconds to do 8 damage. And each of these guys is capable of 4.55 healing a second. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what I like to refer to as Gandalf. And that's why. I just love the fact that they keep the swords out. You shall pass. Wow, okay. The problem now for Wham is this never actually converted into siege. Oh, this is the exact issue I found. You know, my stand ground micro aside, the problem I had with this build was that you still at some point need to build rams. B is just rush Castle Age. And could he just summon the Demi-Lancers? He'd get 5. More likely, you need a little bit of gold. If you can get a little bit of gold and you get a handful of Ulsgard together, I think you're fine. He might just prioritize the archer upgrade because Yeoman with high base damage is going to be able to just shred these guys. Look at this. You build, I heal. And I attempt to kill people and then realize it's a bad idea. I wish I had an APM tracker for Wham right now. Get a heart monitor on this guy. Like, this is very high micro. Often doesn't feel high reward. Because the issue is, once again, scaling it quick enough to matter. As we've just seen here, B was able to ignore him and just go Castle. Oh no, you've almost killed one of us. Heal! Oh no, he's letting him die. And the Yeoman upgrade's on the way, folks. Wait, why is he killing a house instead of a manor? Oh no. Is he hoping to pop lock him? This is not working anymore. This is pre-upgrade. Villager Paul baits him in deeper. Mana's just so tanky at 1250. I respect the fact that he's now committed. There's no comeback if you lose this fight. And you're about to. Veterancy for Yeoman's in. Ram has at least got rid of one of the buildings, so a mana down. B's probably at the point now where, yeah, he can pull the villagers. Yeoman are standing their grounds. Maybe not ideal here. He's going to start pulling away. But the extra manas now are too deep. I don't think Wham can dive this. He's at edge of TC range, which means we'll get hit. There we go, villager's going to start burning. They need to go for some repairs here. Looks like another mana. Ooh, he's going to save it. Expensive on the wood, though. But he once again baits the commitment. Wow, I'm losing even more Hospitalier. At this point, I think you've lost critical mass. 15 Yeoman is just going to erase you. And remember, they're quicker. They can chase you. There's no getting away from this now. I don't think you even care about the Rams, like stopping and hitting them. You just want to chase. It was such a cool idea. And this is why I find Hospitalier a very intriguing unit. But also, I think we can agree a balanced unit. Some might even argue it needs a slight tune-up. We don't often see them. I think actually a semi-fast Castle Hospitalier build can be pretty impactful. But yeah, this is a very situational build. It's definitely not oppressive or OP, like mana spam. I like it. And I say that as a person who thinks that Feudal Age healing is broken. It contradicts the balance of the game when certain civs have it. But this is possibly one of the most balanced forms of Feudal Age healing I think they've created. If not the most balanced. Oh, well, that was a quick G1. So B with the opening win. Cool idea, though. And then obviously it's going to be flipped for game number 2. Weird game. Made it fun. It's weird's best sometimes. Okay. So next game. Just gonna finish this burger. Why we don't see more Earlsguard? They can be good on certain maps like Enlightened Horizon with a Castle Rush. They're quite situational, and I find that Earlsguard are even more clunky than Hospitalier to micro, because they have a very specific range to throw daggers. If you're too close, you charge instead. And hello! Took a long time, but cold McDonald's hamburgers have been eaten. God, that sounds depressing to say.
Yeah. Work see.
One and all, hear me out. The most alpha Giga Chad move you can make right now, as B, is the nice Hospitalier and all-in. Okay, in seriousness, it was a cool build. I don't think we're going to see it twice in a series. Really big shout out to Wham for that creative idea. Let's see what B wants to do when it comes to KT versus Hull. Gorge is going to be our map. I think we've just gone European Temperates. I kind of like the chalk down spawning. Wait, I think some players are using Gorge Ladder and some are using EGC Gorge. I remember this happened in like the last Age of RTS tournament. It is confusing sometimes. Yeah, that's right. I remember because they had the Ladder Hero tournament, but some people were using the EGC versions. I don't blame Age of RTS for that, by the way. That's the player error. Like, you're playing a Ladder Hero tournament, it's very obvious what you're meant to use. But yeah, let's see how this one is going to play out. Usually I do expect Lancaster to do a bit better on most maps for Sheep Hall. This might be one of the rarer exceptions, just because of the way that Gorge is a 50-50 split. The B. Oh, you cheeky son of a gun. Yeah. Wham didn't see him. That's sick. He got across in time before Wham would have seen it. So look what's going to happen on the scout patterns. He knows. Wait, no. I thought he'd sensed it because there was no sheep coming up. So Wham is now just going to waste a lot of time. And B's going to get a huge sheep edge. Now, for House of Lancaster, it's not the end of the world because you do start with 4 extra sheep, but this is still pretty brutal, and I think he's getting suspicious. Golf clappers, he's realizing. Wait, I just thought about that. Has anyone thoroughly checked that? How close can sheep spawn to relics? Because there is such a thing as resource allocation slots. And if sheep aren't allowed to spawn close to relics, that means that you can know where to go. Because look at B's vision. He would have seen that this is 3 relics on the west side, which means going east side makes more sense. I need to check in on that. I'm going to actually write like a note to the devs because I am very curious about that strategically. There's a spawn rule to stop sheep from spawning too close to relics. Because information is everything. Vision is huge. And look. That's not the information that Lamb wanted. So 12 sheep to 22. Great start for B. And it looks like we've got a beneficial spawn actually for Wham. Yeah, the secondary stone spawned on the goal. This is great. This is safety. What was the question again? Ah, there's my resident map maker. Thank you, Carvalho. So, Carvalho, is there any interaction between sheep spawns and relics that inhibits or prevents sheep from spawning close to relics by default? Same with sacred sites. I think I've seen them spawn on sacred sites, but I've never thought about relics until now. Because if you cannot spawn sheep near relics, then actually Knights Templar have an insanely big information edge at the start of the game. Equivocal to French knowing where trade posts are on a trade map. Definitely more important on these maps where you get this type of split. Like Dry Arabia, probably not as important, but on Gorge, where one side always gets an extra relic, it could be important. Each resource has a needed clear range and a blocking range. Okay, yeah, that's insane. That, like, actually, Knights Templar has a huge edge on scouting and sheep game then. Hyping it up way too much? Dude, you think I'm hyping everything up way too much? Because I don't say that Intel stock's about to go to the moon. Chill. You need to understand just how big the sheep roulette game is at high level AoE4. There's a reason why historically in comp games we've had 5-min GGs because of sheeps. And the sooner you understand that, the sooner your brain begins to expand. Does that detail matter for a gold level player or a plat level player, even a diamond level player? Probably not. Diamond player, it might affect their game, but they don't realize why. But when we're watching 2 of the best players at Age of Empires 4, clear info on where more sheep is going to be matters. Just ask Wham. I feel like I've had Wham in more competitive tournament games where he's like locked down on the sheep and been with 5 or 6. Not even because he'd done anything wrong. His scouting pattern made sense. He just didn't get anything. And he just loses because of it. Sheep spawns can decide. PC said on EGC Gorge, map sheep only spawn on the side. That's not just EGC Gorge. I think even Standard Gorge has a maximum of maybe 4 sheep that can spawn in the alley and the valley. Arguably, they spawn on the ramp anyway. The fact I think sheep RNG only matters at pro level. It's not that I don't think it matters at lower rank. It's the fact that at lower rank, there is more margin for error and recovery. For example, if Wham miss macros and holds on to 800 extra gold and has nothing to do with it, B's going to have a more clear idea of what he can do to punish that than, say, a gold level player. So, talking about the game and its expansion a little bit, we do have the mana spam coming in. Level 2 unlock should be there soon. Is Wham going 2TC delayed? No. The gold gathering as it is, I think he's just waiting on the open field unlock. Meanwhile, B is already 2TC, and we do have the Chevalier Cracky on the way. Both players play perfectly, the number of sheep collected matters. Exactly. So, you know when you watch Age of Empires 2... Oh my god, what? Well, that was quicker than expected. I guess he saw the 2TC. He lost his scout, didn't he? What? Is that is that another sheep win? That I'm gonna double check and see if that's a crash. That has to be a crash. He DC'd? Okay. Alright, they're gonna remake. Nah, like, I was looking at it, I was like, there's nothing to lead to this game being over. At all. So it is a crash. We're gonna get a remake in a sec. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, dude, the UI is so bugged. Alright, I've done a pause recording, so we're going to try something interesting where we continue on from that point. No, channel points, dude, you don't get rewarded channel points like that. Chill. All right, it's a rerun. We're going to continue recording from this. So this is the vision I was talking about, guys. This time, 3 relics spawn this side. B actually goes towards them. So he's not gigabraining it with a thought process around relic spawns and sheep spawns. But we'll see if it actually makes a difference. Yeah, okay, it's going to be 50-50 split this time. One thing to keep in mind is, like, this map, I think Gorge, EGC Gorge in particular, was optimized, and Kayu's here, so you can comment on it. I think it was optimized to always 50-50 split the sheep. So this theoretically shouldn't be a map that matters as much. You could argue, though, like, for example, with this detail around the spawn, where there's a relic here and here, it would be more efficient... actually, no, not this spawn, because you got 2 here as well. Let's say 1 relic was here and 1 relic was here, but 2 relics were here. If you're going for a central cut, it would be more efficient to go here where there's no relics in this theoretical situation. Because sheep cannot spawn too close to other resources. Relics especially. Like, you can see it here. Actually, you ran past it. A bit harder to see. Okay. So, sheep count overall. Much better for Wham this. Oh my god, dude. That's actually day and night difference. B had, what was it, double the sheep at the end of the rotation? I think Wham's going to have double the sheep. He's still got maybe 1 or 2 to catch. So 14 sheep currently to 17. So someone we were saying towards the end of the cast, actually, I think it was great to pick it up there. We were talking about my theory that, like, actually what I'm saying is at the absolute highest level, this matters because getting 3 or 4 extra sheep can be the difference. Yes. Because at the end of the day, and this is so true of 1v1 RTSs more than any other RTS form, generated maps at least mitigate some of it. But at the end of the day, players are playing 1v1 RTSs to a point of perfection, not to a point of least mistakes. Does that make sense? It's a term I've used before on this channel. I'm hoping people clock on what it means by now. There are more areas and capacities for areas when you introduce other variables like other players to the game. When you're playing a 1v1, especially on a game like StarCraft where you have a static map, there is a theoretical perfect way to play the game. Now I say theoretical because your opponent's going to do things that forces you to do things. It changes the dynamic. But it's almost like you can go for the perfect high score. So when you're talking about a game like this, and it's why I used AoE2 as an example, when you watch AoE2 and you watch like T90 Dave and they cast, and 1 villager dies at like 8 minutes in the game. You've heard me before go, it's 1 villager. It's not the end of the game. The difference is how long AoE2 has been out, how much players have grinded to certain points of perfection. The small microscopic details, the granularity of these older RTSs. Same with StarCraft 1 compared to 2. Means that those fractional errors or losses are much bigger than they are in newer RTSs. So, Final sheep pool. Can confirm now it is going to be 14 sheep to 18. Okay, why do you find more sheep when I say that? Okay, never watched SC2. Dude, like, with your resistance against subscribing and sucking in ads, I have a feeling you don't ever get to watch anything on Twitch. So we got 20 sheep to 13. Still going to get 2 TC like last game. I don't know if this is something I need to discuss with admins. Because it's very hard to enforce because you don't necessarily know what the player's going to do. But because we don't have a reconnect function AoE 4, you have to wonder, is there an argument that you have to do the same opening strategy? I think there's been 1 or 2 tournaments that tried that before, but I wouldn't say it's a catch-all and everyone uses it, because it's like, it's very hard to enforce. There's a lot of theoreticals and the yes and no's of what is or isn't being done, if that makes sense. Like, we can say, oh yeah, you need to do this exact build the way you're doing it, but the implications, like, you could technically switch what you're doing, we just wouldn't perceive it. You built the second TC, but what you were doing next is now drastically different. So one thing that is different, by the way, is the spawn. Wham somehow got an even better spawn, I guess. It's forward, but the stone and gold is tighter and closer to the TC. I think this is actually an improvement. Yeah, because also it now protects the front of your base with all the mana spam. Okay, so Wham basically got more sheep. He got a better Lancaster castle. HOLOP? Question mark? What does B want to do with this now? 7 on gold, 12 on food. Could be that we're looking at Castle Age. Castle Rush would be interesting. I guess you would play relics to justify it. Logic being House of Lancaster is slowly scaling into manas now. And by the way, Templars do get a very fast castle unlock. Courtesy of the fact it only takes 45 seconds. It just always feels weird when you look at Knights Templars economy in the early game. Because with the way they tech and miss out on villages, you're sacrificing a lot. Remove sheep RNG? I've been begging for it. I know I'm not alone in it as well. There is a fundamental issue of removing sheep RNG, and it's what do you replace it with? Now, some people have suggested just have sheep spawn intermittently at the TC for several minutes of the game. That has a ridiculous amount of knock-on effects for certain civs. Remove sheep entirely. That also has a huge knock-on effect. Hello, French. All of a sudden, best civ in the game. So it's never as simple as just take something out. And what's up, Fable Fafa? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Smart man. Don't have to worry about ads if you're subscribed to the channel. So Am does at least know which way he's pilgriming. Would be interesting to not reveal yourself, but it's so tricky because for some reason, pilgrims actually have really good vision. I don't know, I just kind of have this picture of someone dehydrated. They can't really see clearly. They're hobbling through the desert. But apparently they can afford spectacles to see everything. Okay, so Wham's going for a castle build. No interest in playing the Age, but that's because B isn't either. Alright, we're going to see which one's Castle Rush is better. I mean, Wham's economy is going to be booming here. Soon 6 manas. Castle timing should be quicker. He is going to sacrifice villages to build it. That's something that's very big here, guys, is, you know, the trade-off of like, hey, yeah, I lose villages in my TC by doing this, but what I benefit from is Knights Templar. It's kind of similar to Abbasids, where everyone's gathering. Oh, what's that for? Reinvestment. I don't think Wham's looking for more than just the Demi Lancers. So this is intentional to delay Beast timing. That's cool. And does he get optimally? No! Okay, just a few seconds off. It's going to be 7 instead of 8 Demi Lancers. Be on the ball. Good eyeballs. Yeah, it's parked actually right in the corner. Very good eyeballs there. Unlikely this gets discovered. In fact, I don't think Wham ever scouted the boar out there. Which is a shame, because actually, the Demi Lancers finding that boar would give him an insane lead in this game. Can't what spawn normally an area 2? Like an area 2, not all around. What? You talking about sheep? Sheep's the thought here. DeMu Lancer charging. Has got the undermesh coming in a few seconds in. Rogan? Alright, Master Chef, what are you cooking in the kitchen? Kingdom of Castile has been very much a miss and miss strategy so far for the majority of players. Does he think that Wham's going Mass Yeoman? Because if he's not, then like your unique unit is useless. You can, however, and I think this is the idea, play Templar Brother into Mini Abbey of Kings. Yeah, so you can cycle knights. We'll dive on the villages. Scout. Good idea. He goes to the body block. Shivs out as well. And the first Templar Brothers are almost here. So he has to buy a little bit more time. Nah, I love this. The Demi Lancers have plastic swords. So mass villagers, like this is very smart. B has intentionally flopped them all on top of each other so they can defend him more easily. But now the upgrade comes in. Wham! With the gang bush. That's the Demi Lancer effect right there. You're confident, you believe you can kill them, then all of a sudden their effective HP rockets. And this is about to get crazier. B's concept is cool, but feels flawed against what Lancaster's doing. That tech is happening. Collar of S's, this gives +6 damage to a 9 damage unit. It's almost doubling the damage you do. And Knights also get the +6 against heavy. So Templar Brothers are now in trouble. If you fight near the Sacred Site, a 20% damage buff is equitable to almost 5 damage. And then the healing as well basically offsets the effect of Collar of S's. But it does feel like this one tech into Mass Knights counterplays exactly what B wanted. The other issue B will have here, Night Flood is going to be quicker than Templar. Probably. Only a few seconds. It does matter here. Why does Demi Lancer get upgraded automatically? Because it's cool. So the reason why Demi Lancers have to be upgraded automatically is there's no way to build them normally. So to make someone have to upgrade them would be kind of dumb. You know, you get a maximum of 8 Demi Lancers, you're never going to get veterancy, so it'd be a redundant thing. And historically, there was no concern for this. There's already an example of units upgrading automatically, multiples in fact. Iabids with Bedoans, you've got Shinobi from Japanese, and none of them have ever been a problem. What would have been cool instead is that you have to walk back to your building to get all upgraded. Just dive in. Oh, B. Crossbow's meant to defend him, instead get massacred. And we do have the Shire Levy on the way. Is this with mass manners? No, he stopped at 6. So he's going to get his hands on 30 yeomen. Sorry, 14 yeomen. Worth the investment then. Like, it is a positive exchange for him. And it will give him an immediate counter to crossbows, but he's still going to need an archery range to vet them up. Which is quite pricey. All in all, though, things are looking great for Wham. He's playing onto the relics. Despite the fact that B went Templar Brothers, that initial hit means that he hasn't been able to play towards that objective yet. Here we go. There's the healing we were talking about. So you basically get Chivalry, but you only get it on this spot. So the range is from Sacred Site to here. It's pretty big. Usually feels more impactful on range units for obvious reasons. He's playing a blind game. He doesn't know exactly what's coming. He already knows about the Knights, but the Yeoman switch has been masked very well. Templar Brothers are at least going to charge on the back. Could get a little bit of a wallop, but remember, guys, this isn't House of Lancaster's economy. this is... Now the counter-attack. Yeoman reveal themselves. No synchronized shot, luckily for B. But the TC's now in peril. Upgrade just came in for the Yos. Crossbows can't stand here and take that. So second TC's going to die. I'd be surprised if he somehow defends this. The problem for B is the crossbow needs mass and Templar probably needs time. We have at least still got him flank raiding. So B, I kind of respect what he's doing here. He's sacking the town center, but the trade-off is he can slowly kill the Lancaster in front of him. Or at least try. If he just goes north. This is crazy. There's 23 villagers out here. Obviously, he doesn't know that. He might... Like, he should suspect it, though. The gold's gone. And Wham's playing knights. So I think B's maybe a bit panic-moded right now. Because he's not checking any of the golds. Maybe he thinks that there's no more gold gathering and it's full yeoman. You can just heal off a few knights at this stage. The bonus damage is enough to offset the bonus damage. Nice blocker against the moment. I just feel like Wham is getting away with murder here in this corner. We have gold vision. It's very hard for B in this moment to conceptualize what's really happening there. He is now trying to check the golds. So he'll at least find some... This is actually... When B sees the end of this game, I think he's going to thump his keyboard with his head. Because if he does see these gold workers, he might just think this is it. Like, why would you walk 2 villages out into a mining camp? Meanwhile, back at home. B... Oh my god, he's building. Okay. If B wins from this position with Knights Templar, we are ordaining him the best Knights Templar player in the game. I don't know what Genitor are meant to do here against Mass Knights. Sync shot is also on the way. Templar Brothers in again. Now remember, he needs to win because of Genitors to be the best Knights Templar gamer. He's maintaining that villager lead so far. The farms are looking uncomfortable. But the Genitor count is actually big enough to destroy the Yeoman now. He still hasn't solved for the Knight issue. I kind of feel like you want to switch Spearman. These units feel so odd because of the attack point. It takes a long time to wind up. Wouldn't the Arm and Spearman have been a good choice this game? Yes and no. So, I think B wanted to raid, but there's something else interesting here to consider. Heavy Spearmen get destroyed by Lancaster because of the bonus to heavy. That's coming in. Oh my dear god. Speaking of that bonus to heavy, where did they go? The brothers are no more. Now the yeomen have been purged, but the Genitor do nothing tonight. Gonna be a flood in. At the core of it, B doesn't actually have a counter to knights. This is game. Hollow of S's strikes again, and that S stands to S tier. I really am curious what B's fault was with Genitor though. He's clearly had some sort of build that's finding success, but every player we've talked to, every player we've watched so far that's done Castile, their immediate remark in either the game or afterwards has been, I should have picked something else. Don't worry, guys. He'll kill him soon. 230 shots later. Oh, God. You got found gold as well. That's going to be curtains. GG gets gold. You thought English Mass Knights was scary? Wait until you meet Lancaster. Whew. Okay. So mark it up. Can't call them House of L if they keep winning like this. Droman has a challenge. Yeah, but Knights Templar have 2 of the units on there. I think we talked about this the other day. So I have Genitor. What was the other one we said? Oh yeah, Genitor and Condottiero. So like on the podium stand for worst units in the game, KT has 2 of the 3. Oh dear. All right, I'll start predictions now. You guys will be able to see in game for a minute. Are they playing on Xbox? Yes. That's why Wham was able to win so easily with Knights. They have aim assist. No, I'm kidding. They're on PC. They were horse archers? Yes, but they are anti-range horse archers. So the way that Genitors work is they have very low base damage, but instead of doing double damage against their counter, they do triple damage. So 5 base damage and then plus 10 against ranged, while having 4 ranged armor default. So, like, for their role, they're meant to be quite good. Meant to. They're usually not. All right, let's hop in the game. The expos have been better. I'm just thinking of how I would play that. I think you get flooded by knights still. Because those expos, they're only good against melee infantry. You'd actually just died everything. So Genoese crossbowmen get bonus against melee infantry, specifically. Ooh, this is going to be a bloodbath. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Wham versus B. House of Lancaster up against HRE. Okay, I'm excited for this. This is the most... In fact, let me do this another way. This is like the correct way of really amping this up. One and all, this might be the most prolific mindwork spammer in competitive Age of Empires 4. B on the HRE up against Wham's House of Lancaster. Could we see it? Could Mindwork Mass Horseman be the strategy that squashes Lancaster? Possibly. I think maybe it's even simpler than that. Arkan is still looking very good in this matchup, guys. HRE against Knights Templar, I quite favor HRE, but HRE versus House of Lancaster, you can talk about the mana buff all you want. You can talk about how powerful it is. But in that initial surge of Feudal Age, HRE with Arkan will buff their entire economy by 40%. If you have 20 villages, that ends up being an extra 8 villages. To mirror that, you'd have to have 3 manas. So you see what makes this interesting. I think HRE, you know, everyone's talking about House of Lancaster, OP, Gigabust, etc. I don't know if I feel like they are the most broken. Definitely if you leave them to their own devices to build manas. They are definitely the most dull when it comes to economical design. But HRE is actually one of those civs that could take their title. In fact, guys, if you look at most banning phases in tournaments so far, I have a look at Midweek Musters. You should watch those every time we're live because it is like the go-to content for competitive RTS. In Midweek Musters, currently, House of Lancaster and HRE are the most banned. Even Roosh seems to be more allowable right now. And here we go. It's happening. We're getting Mindwork. So cool little detail about Mindwork here. With Mindwork, you're going to want to build additional prelates and move out onto Deer. Lancaster doesn't really attack you that early, so you can do that. Also, HRE is a little bit better at dealing with the Demi-Lancer pull, where they get the heavy cavalry's Lancaster because they're spimming it fast. Typically, you won't rush into Spearman. The reason being is, like, Lancaster does have Yeoman. But I could very easily see Archer into Horseman making a hell of a lot of sense here for HRE. Can't HRE tower rush in this matchup? In theory. But if it's a back spawn, I don't think you like it. Because you're still tower rushing, and i.e. spear rushing, short bows. It is definitely more possible to tower rush Lancaster than English, but the choice for HRE is different here. If you rush, are you more advantaged than if you just rush your H2? That's the thing that B is processing right now. You guys think HRE is going to get nerfed next patch? I think a lot of people were surprised they didn't actually get the nerf bat with Season 10. Technically, they got buffed. Cistercian Abbeys is a buff. Getting a Black Rider unit, we'll see if it's actually impactful, but it's not a negative. Like, what's that classic one? HRE highest win rate. Ottoman's lowest win rate. HRE buffed, Ottoman's nerf. No doubt this is going to get nerfed again. So Mana's coming in. It's interesting because I feel like sometimes when we have new things introduced to the game, and I've always tried to be mindful of this, you need time to let it breathe. You can't just call something OP and leave it at that. So a strategy can be OP, but then you can discover a better strategy. You know, so for example, when we were doing our historical battles world record for Agincourt, we didn't check the flanks. We probably should have. Beasty did. Beasty went in and broke our record because he found, I think it ended up being 2,000 extra surplus resource in the first 3 minutes that we didn't see. He discovered a better version. So normally I'm very careful about this process of like when something new comes out, it can seem OP, but until we figure it out, it's not. I think Dota 2 helped me with this all those years ago, because when I first played Dota 2, and every time I'd encounter something, someone would tell me how it worked, and I went, that's OP. And then eventually, if everything's OP, nothing's OP. I usually take that notion, give it time to breathe, find solution. I'm not sure this is going to find a good solution. You can theoretically 1TC all in them, but that is wholly reliant on them just mana spamming. If they do something different, like actually add in units, it's a different ballgame. Oh, that's true. They did actually nerf Swabia slightly, didn't they? But check this timing from B. This is the power of the HRE. Minework gives them a 50% discount and 50% faster tech speed. The archers have marching drills, so they get hit substantially quicker. And I love this. I've got a smile on my face right now. Look, I'm not even kidding. Because I warn people about this. Everyone who's saying Yeoman are OP right now, because they have movement speed. And range and damage. Well, it's not really damage. The damage is base archer. It's range and movement speed. Well, this unit has so much movement speed, it negates your range. And this Civ has such good economy, it eclipses everyone in the early game. Why are we so focused on trimming Yeoman's abilities and we're still allowing archers to be this? I don't know, man. Like, I feel as if HRE archers are even more oppressive than Yeoman. It's just the mana detail for Lancaster that's the real problem. The money shot? Dude, you don't get money shot until castle, though. These archers are oppressive and feudal, and we're going to see if the Demi Lancer pull works. Like, he just mass archered in the Steeled Arrow to delete this. Wham is now building Yeoman himself. Demi Lancer count is still looking good. He's going to try to peel away the injured ones because he wants to use them for ram kill. Okay, so, but like, B's economy is still booming. The Demi Lancers have been mostly removed as a threat. Ram has got the goal to go blacksmith. He needs a little bit of space here. But the Ram is still alive, and a second one's coming. Oh boy. I don't think Yeoman are OP till synchronized shot. They're obviously good, but an archer is here. Yeah. So the reason why they seem OP once they're synchronized shot is because of how many you build by that point. And at the heart of it, this build. We've got some farm carrying going on. I love this. He doesn't care about the Yeoman. He just wants to deter the Demi-Lance. It's really smart. He's going to pull away with the Ram now. That could bait them out of range of the defenses. And he also just wants to try and min-max this so that he doesn't basically get stuck underneath the manas. Undermesh is still not there. This is so rough right now. Wham is a huge damage differential. Right now, B is doing 50% more damage in these exchanges. Now, one tricky part for B is he does still need to build these rams, but if he keeps fighting, it's difficult to do. Wait, I just thought about it. Is this the battle of the most broken archers in the game? Yeah, I actually think it is. Does B consider horseman at all? He has moved out now, so there was a gap in the push, and that's because he's shifting out onto the deer now. Deer could allow horseman push here. The problem now for B is, like, if he can actually just get two rams together, this works. But the longer he fails to do so, the more mana spam that could come in. And remember, that skilled arrow isn't just about the yeoman, it's buffing the manas as well. You can cancel the ram, wait, what? Oh, that's sick. I love that. B's going to repair the injured one. So that's... Oh, that's kind of smart. At this point, Wham's probably a little bit suspicious. Like, why hasn't he just cancelled to refund the wood? But this is buying time, so the villager can repair the ram. It's not fast. I guess it's something. Demon Lancers are going to raid, also just drawing more attention. Synchronized shot has 10 range and I believe a 25-second cooldown. No. It has, I believe it's 45-second cooldown. And the range, I haven't been able to find the exact number. But Yeomen have got 6 star range, which shoots from about here to here. They can shoot to about here. I want to say synchronized shot is probably a 50% increase over base range. So maybe 9. 8 or 9 tar range. Okay, so chill pill mode. If B switches horseman, he should run away with the fight. But there is only one player switching horseman. It's time. Alright, people want to be Lord of the Rings references. We're off to Isengard. Hobbler spam underway. Oh, you needed something that can gap close the faster H3 archers. This will definitely do it. Demi-Lancers, oh my god. The Demi-Lancers, I think, are genuinely the thing that stopped B from winning this game by now. Wait. Is that another DC? Oh, come on. Can you stop having trees fall on your power line? That is definitely... There's no way that was GG. Apologies, folks. It seems Mr. Wham has got some tech issues. So I think we'll just have a moment's wait before we're able to get back in the game again. Remake prediction, what's the point? What do you mean, what's the point? You can only maybe argue spawn change. But most people haven't cared for the remake of the Predickies. Are they playing on India? Shouldn't be. So... The Midway server's probably UK. 'Cause I think WAM might be Midlands, Canada, and then B's Russia. Kind of units like Yumi exist, then create Yeoman and call it balanced. I mean, that is polar opposite ends of the scale. You've got the most expensive archer bar Gilded Archers compared to the cheapest archer in the game. Who DC'd? I think it was WAM. Just checking in what's happening with the admins. I don't know, I'm kind of experimenting with a format where we pause the recording and then bring it back in almost like the remake. I don't know if people are going to like that on YouTube. We'll see. Sorry, just double checking something because I think I got a message through. We can call them most expensive given the HOL eco. So, like, then that comes back to... This is what I'm trying to really emphasize to people. Everyone who's saying Yeoman are OP, got it. See where you're coming from. See why you feel that way. Are Yeoman truly the full problem? Or is the problem manners enabling Yeoman? So, once again, like, what we're really big on here doing is trying to emphasize to people to focus on cause, not symptom. He also lost 2 villages. Possible that, yeah, it could be that maybe. DeMu Lancers are annoying quite often. They do catch you on guard, or off guard. Oh, your push-ups, Jesus, chill. So hard to freaking push up in here now. I've got a freaking baby seat. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, dude, like, you made me do this after hamburgers. Where's the timeout? Take manas out of it. You cannot give a unit higher range and speed regardless. It's fundamentally not balanced. I've already said you just put it down to 5.5 instead of 6 tile range, and then actually the speed doesn't matter. Because a 0.5 tile range differential allows the unit to gap close. Think of how often you've played archers into Chiganu, and they always seem to attack you when you attack them. Same mechanism. Solves the problem. And also, like, once again, to bring it back to H3 archers, people who are acting like there's not a faster archer than Yeoman are a bit delusional. H3 archers are faster than Yeoman. It's 1.31 versus 1.38. Yumi are actually, or 1.36. Yumi are actually quicker as well. I'm not saying speed doesn't matter. Like, you're just twisting the words. What matters is the checks and balances of all these elements. So, you've got a unit that's going to cost more than a standard archer, and you're going to take away its range and movement speed. What the fuck's the point? Pardon my French, but, like, if you do that, why am I ever building Yeoman? You've literally, like, made the unit the worst unit in the entire Lancaster arsenal straight away. It has the same damage as standard archer. It would have same movement speed as standard archer. Same range as standard archer. It's now just not worth it. Let's say you take away their range, but you keep their move speed. It's now just a worse version of the H3 Archer that I pay more for. Give it sync shot and fuel, just make sure it isn't busted. There's no easy way to solve that being busted. The reason why it's locked behind Castle Age is because the scale point of the game that you get it at is one where I have a bigger economy and more units. So that offers more money shot value, but also offers more recovery if I hit you with one money shot. If you put that tech in Feudal Age, the first fight, if I hit you with sync shot, you're going to GG. Is that better or worse? Imagine Cataphracts with Trample in Feudal Age. Just worse stats. Imagine they had French Knight stats in Feudal Age, but they had Trample. You think that's not going to be broken? There's a reason why the devs are quite careful about adding in activatables. Okay, guys, so we got confirmation in. It's a default win. B gave it over. All right, yeah, so confirmation in. We're actually hopping to the next game. B just said he wanted to go next, so Wham gets the win. Bit unfortunate. Kind of understand where they're coming from, though. And we're hopping into what map? Wham with French versus Lancaster. Oh, and Carmel. Yeah, I'm just going to delete that prediction. Sorry to people who feel scammed out the win, but like, I think it was trending in Wham's direction, but like, it wasn't imperative. And if you have to start calculating someone's chance of predictions into, like crashing into predictions, it's going to get wild. He just gave up. He just wanted to go next. He felt like it was enough of a lead, I guess. So he just said screw it. You guys prefer 1 or 2? Do you guys like the more vibrant minimap or not? I feel like it's better. I've been weighing it up recently. Will Wham crash? I mean, it wasn't Wham, it was B in the end. First time was Wham, second time was B. Oh, let me flip score as well. One and all, that's adorable. Look at Myriad right there. This map is crazy. I got 108 food med garden with Shushi. Wow. I got one for you. This map is crazy. I picked House of Lancaster and built a manor that gave me 105 resources per minute. Yeah, I win. Okay, welcome back, folks. We've got potentially the last game of the series here. If French have anything succulent to sink their teeth into. Map is going to be Carmel. Actually, a really good map for Pro Scouts. There is 60 deer on offer on this map. You did just hear me correctly. There is 21,000 food that you can pull back to your base on this map. Going to be an interesting one. See how B wants to try and contest. Oh, look. We're going to be getting a mana build. How unique and different. I've never seen. I'm so annoyed, man. I wanted to believe in the last game. So those don't know, it ended up being a crash and default win in the end. But we had H3 for B, House of Lancaster for Wham. Battle of the best archers in the game. And I think H3 could genuinely win if it wasn't for the Demi-Lancer point. Well, the Demi-Lancer point should be more mediocre in effect here. French Knights should be kings. So we might actually have a game where Yeoman isn't on the menu, even though historically Agincourt was a thing. Most of the time, people are going to lean Spearman first. Where have you seen this build before? I don't know. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. I just can't put my finger on it. Have you guys seen this build before? I've definitely seen it somewhere. It'll come back to me soon. Shout out to the devs for the hotfix the other day, by the way. That hotfix was needed. It's crazy to think that Lancaster's still pretty good than how they were before. But I hope we quite quickly get something other than just a hotfix to fix this hot mess. So, Wham with the tech up on the way. 3 on gold. This is going to enable him to get into the first. Has he scouted this side already? He has. This is a ball pull. Oh, that's interesting. Look at the optimization. He goes straight out into the deer with the mill. Wheelbarrow doesn't come in quick enough, unfortunately. But now he follows it up with the ball pull. Unfortunately, B is eyeballs on. Yeah, he's going to look to lame this. And that does force Wham to commit, but this is fine. He's got full damage absorption on the scout. Pulls him away. Doesn't mean the villagers take a little bit of damage, but not enough that I think the scout should be able to achieve anything here. Good play on the ball. Wood is a little bit lacking, and unfortunately for Wham, he actually... Okay, there. He gets the 4th wood drop off. That was almost a big whoops. I think B... he's going to take the very slow kill. The alternative that B could be doing here right now is shoving the deer and spreading them out. So that it just means that Wham can't get as much value in this area. Because it's starting to feel like we might not have a Pro Scouts game. Instead, we've got a 2 TC game where he already has the TC builders out here. And great pin. Yes! No, no, no! Oh, it looked like he had him. He's gonna try again. It's annoying because the scout heals, so if you don't pin him, it's really not worth having to shiv all the time. And I believe Wham scout, yeah, he's gonna have to come back, patch it out, low HP. This has to be so tilting. It's like, is there a way we can cram this guy further in the group? Oh, he's got to run him back. Knight is here though, so that should save him. But idle time achieved, and B will get away with the scout. So overall, got to be happy with that because it means the knight isn't now diving over here. And now it kind of feels too late to send one knight in. You know when you're playing French and you see someone going under the stone, you're like, "Oh, good! I'm gonna dive that and kill a villager. That'll teach them to be greedy." Yeah. Good luck. Wham does have a good timing in mind here, by the way. This is probably going to be very similar to what we've seen from Knights Templar, where you go Knights into delayed archers. I don't know, though. Like, seeing that he's going 2 TC does make me wonder if he's just going to scale Raw Knights. Which is pretty much you saying you get to have your economy and I get to have mine. But mathematically, is that beneficial? Is what I'm not sure of. And the timings don't feel like they should line up that well for French initially. It's already triple mana online. You've got a 2 villager lead. Your opponent has got an extra 7 villagers in economy. You have got better gathering rates on the board, so let's equate that to an extra 2. Even when you rough the maths up, like it kind of feels as if B is going to be 3-4 villagers ahead. Then he has to sidestep into expensive techs to get more manas. Basically like adding another mana. I think B has a raid opportunity here. Okay, but this is cool from Wham. He's spreading out wide. It's cool, but also risky against Hobblars. I don't know, man. If I was seeing Hobblars right now, I feel like I'd be scratching my head a little bit. Because this is the light cavalry of House of Lancaster. So cool in that your opponent can't reach you, but weird in that Knight destroyed them. And no, these are not hobbits, these are hobbies. These are House of Lancaster's house elves. I do love this unit. I even love the small details like the fact that it has actually got the appropriate emblem on the back. Can they not be hobbits? They're small. Don't size shame them. They're not small. They're not smaller than a scout. They're bigger than this villager. Look at this villager. I mean, in fairness, they do get described as riding a pony. Nah, you're forcing it too hard.
Yes, sir.
Just let them be. A hobbit wouldn't be able to hold a spear that long. He'd be full over. It'd be comical. He'd basically turn himself into a catapult shot. Like the spear would go on the ground, and then he'd just get into the enemy. Okay, so this is full cavalry, by the way. We've got demis. Chivalry's being prepped by Wham pretty early. We are getting the outpost coming up as well. Under Mushroom B, so he knows he's going to have to sustain a dive. This feels as if it's designed to take out the second TC. That's why you go Hobblears, by the way. They're great raiders, but the really big jackpot value here is their torch damage is 1-1. As in, it's equal to the knight. A knight does 13 torch, so does a Hobblear. Cool idea. Marching over there now. In terms of villages, there is one excess villager, so nothing too crazy here yet for Wham. Now, this feels like the type of build that would be a lot better with Abbey of Kings, but obviously the trade-off is that you would have to have extra protection against Night Raids. So the reason why B has chosen this over Abbey of Kings is you don't have to keep anything at home. Also, you wouldn't have the same answers. We have got castle on the way for B. I think this is where the Hobblears can work. It's something I've been very fervent in my belief of. I don't feel like Hobblears are a unit. If your opponent goes mass archers, sure, great. And doesn't have any spinmen, great. You can produce them pretty quickly. It can work. But in most feudal games, your economy is so small it's hard to bulk. And they are just a flimsy horse. But when you go Castle Age, if you go with the King's College, there's a tech in there that actually makes these things pretty cool. We might be getting it soon. B, he's going for the second tier. So now, is Wham ahead? Well, the reality is you're up against 6 manas, that's 15 villages. Wham hasn't got a 15 village lead right now. B still maintains his economy lead. A little bit further down the line, 2TC is going to feel better because obviously manas are going to peak. Trade-off at the stage where that's going to happen, though, is if B is in Castle Age and building knights, you've got a lot of exposed economy in here. Lancaster versus French, we only had Agincourt multiplayer. Okay, I kind of want someone to turn that Agincourt map into a multiplayer map. Just basically a muddy lane that you fight up and down. I think that would be really cool. These economies are a little bit off tilter right now. It's the gold location. This is the tricky part about Carmel. Carmel, the gold veins are only 1600, so he's actually suffering. I think Wham realized that he already scouted the exploitation of it. So, love what B's thinking. He's like, okay, in this position, I'm screwed if he dictates flow. I need to get on his side of the map. I need him to react to me. That's what War Lanes is for? Yeah, but War Lanes is like, there's a lot of value in the outer lanes. That's the problem. I don't think War Lanes is a good 1v1 map. War Lanes is a good team map. This is a good fight for Wham. Gonna peel a few knights to go charging in. Good boy blocks coming in from the scout for B. Gets caught trying to blob the spearman. He is out on the gold though. So this is kind of a gamble, but worth it for B. He can afford to expend food right now. He's got way too much in reserve. If this keeps pressure off the gold, it's a win for the Freedom Clan network. Credit to him though. Wham, not really losing many knights, and we know what that could mean. Go for his own castle play. Hobbies are going to go charging in again, but guess what? TC fire. Okay, there we go. Garrison comes in. Knights are still circling. Cool thing is now with Chivalry, you can offset a lot of the tickle damage from the manas. Gold workers are going to be added again, but he did get enough gold for the King's College into Hill Forts. He cannot afford the veterans yet. Spearman's still outnumbered. No Billman tech either. Billman would be pretty sick here, but it's so expensive. Remember, he's gold light. He could barely afford it. But if you do get Billman, it means that the Mana Fire is going to shred these knights. We now have 18 knights. This feels like the point in the game where you're starting to contemplate Castle Age. He almost just feels like he's not sure what his villagers can do. Yeah, this is the thing about this build. You have pseudo villagers infinitely, but the actual villagers just have no role. That's why so many people just end up losing them because they have to send them out into weird locations. The manners are designed to defend one location. That's great for the first 10, 15 minutes, but then after that, where do you send your actual vulnerable economy? You think the war lane's the Garbo team map? It just sounds like you need to get better teammates. War lanes is 100% better in team than 1v1. See, the series wasn't too interesting? That's not true. If you're a really big fan of NASCAR and crashing, you'd love this series. Oh, man. B, he tries to stand his ground with the villagers. Doesn't lose many of them. It's just extra firepower. But Royal Institute is on the way. And there's still so much food on the flanks. Demi-Lancer upgrade did come in, so it's going to kick over there. He can just keep flooding this. And... Oh, no. B. Oh, no. That's fine. He's got manners. Okay, big chip damage done there. He may have manners, but there is no denying what we're seeing here. It's 72 workers to 39. No tech advantage to be had for B. Map control maintained for Wham would also mean he can play for relics in a rush. And I think that's likely going to be his next target here. We see the wood being gathered. Just build a monastery here. It's perfect. Or maybe even over here because it's free out. I love the fact it spawned on the high ground, by the way. That's adorable. I think that should be mandatory. If to spawn on the high grounds. Yo, the one sheep that lives. Okay, did he actually go monastery? No. Interesting. Wait, oh no, he clicked. He didn't have garrison on, so they just gathered. It may have been actually intentional because the knights did arrive in time. So veterancy is going to be in. He needs this gold timing. It's all about royal bloodlines. You can even just follow this up with cantled saddles quite fluidly. Meanwhile, B, it's a lot of space. They are still hardened. He prioritizes Billman over veterans. Man's the eco. The villagers might as well be the military. True. They're yeomen. Movement speed is like almost there. Wait, I don't get it. Yeomen barely have more movement speed. How are these things not as big? Alright, we'll ignore the attack speed. That Kappa moment when you realize that villagers move quicker than standard archers. It's so they can run away from the archers. Not when you play English. Alright, ones if you think B's going to win this game. Twos if you think Wham's going to take it. Where do your loyalties lie? It does feel like... Yeah, there we go. Okay. This is usually a nail in the coffin. B's options are about to become quite limited. He doesn't have gold. Scuttage is an Imperial Age tech, so you can't generate gold with the manners. He can build Spearman. He can build Yeoman. He can not really build anything else. You can't even build Horsemen as this ship without gold. I think this has been like one of my perplexing elements about them. And also another kind of weakness to Imperial potentially. Like when the gold dries up, you really afford mass options. And can you really afford this fight right now, B? He tries to stand his ground. The Spearman. The crossbows were just too split. Full commit, full dive. You may have -1 armor, but the Royal Bloodlines eats all. There's like a discrimination here in game number 4. He may be wishing he replayed that last game, but can't flash back into the past like that. The Knights are going to be able to wipe it out. There's plenty left over to start hunting villages as well. Behind this, Wham has got stable control of the center, and may even be looking at rushing towards Imperial here. This map is very odd. The amount of food you have... Remember, we actually watched... I think it was Wham on this the other day. And at 37... It was against SAS. At 37 minutes into the game as China, he still had food. between the berries, the boar, and the deer. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, that game, it fried my brain because I looked and saw that he had 2,000 food income. I was like, okay, just Wham's won this. Like, he's just going to keep pumping units. And then 1 minute later, his food income went down to 200 food. And he had to panic rush farms. So this map gives a lot of runway, a lot for you to get away with. And even if he had to rush farms now, look at the raw eco count. He can afford it. Wait, are you trapping us in with you or you in with us? Okay, so French at 102 economy, House of Lancaster at 37. I give French like a 60% chance to win this game. There we go. GG gets called. Lancaster is not unslayable if you give French over 30,000 food. 100% chance? You ain't been watching the Lancaster games we've been seeing, my friend. Okay. So, that, I believe, will be all she wrote for today. I don't want to sink my teeth too much into Midweek Muster Series further. We potentially have... Do we have any more happening today live? No. So, we actually have a bunch scheduled for Sunday. What we'll do... is we'll be live tomorrow, probably about midday or 1 p.m. Probably about the same time as today. Just check in. We'll definitely be live by then. So likely 2 p.m. Central Europe or 1 p.m. UK time, be live, maybe slightly earlier. And we will be doing more midweek muster games. So reminder, that's going to be the bracket state of things. So we should have like B versus Starflock with Niskia. Kiliardi versus Voldemar is a series we can definitely check in on. DeMu's game will probably be played by him tomorrow. Anatan's versus Calp or Scarlet Devil. Yeah, there's loads. Like we'll be doing those on Monday. So I won't be live tomorrow. Reminder, this tournament, the final day, you can catch on Age of RTS. So these guys here, you can catch them tomorrow. That's where semi-finals and finals will be, because I'm taking the day off, spend it with my fam. But yeah, really cool tournament. Really big shout out to Warman, done a great job with it. But what we'll look to do, I mean, it's going to be probably the end of their broadcast, but I'm going to raid through them anyway, so you guys can check in on them. So check in on Monday here. Enjoy Age of RTS tomorrow. Wait, I think they literally just... Did they just crash? Raid is going to be OP. But yes, YouTubers, I'm going to raid through to people now. Reminder, back on Monday. Every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, we've got you covered for midweek competitive action with the Midweek Muster. So I'll see you all for more.